maneuvers, seen here in a forest and in town, in what may be a renewed push. Could it be readying for action? But further east, a separate Russian advance didn't get a warm welcome, under attack from the Ukrainian military. It's Ukraine's resistance, even in heavily besieged cities like Mariupol, that many fear will lead to Russia resorting to chemical weapons to win.
People can hide amongst the rubble. Ukrainian military can hide there, jump out with their anti-tank weapons and kill the vulnerable tanks. But if you use chemical weapons, that's not stopped by concrete walls and stuff. It seeps underground and kills people underground.
More people leave their homes as fears of even nastier attacks grow. Russia accuses America of biological activities in Ukraine. Unproven claims they will air at the UN Security Council on Friday. America says the claims are laughable. Ukraine's President Zelensky agrees.
Меня это очень беспокоит, потому что не единожды мы убеждались уже.
This makes me really worried because we've been repeatedly convinced. If you want to know Russia's plans, look at what Russia accuses others of doing.
Что еще вы нам приготовили?
What else have you prepared for us? Where will you strike with your chemical weapons? At the maternity hospital in Mariupol? At the church in Kharkiv? Or at the children's hospital?
There's pessimism too from EU leaders who discussed Putin's war in a former royal palace in Versailles. They offered Ukraine warm words and more material support, but no sign they will rush its EU membership through, condemning Russia for having brought war back to Europe. Mark Lobel, BBC News.
Half of Kyiv's population has fled the city, fearing Russian attack. Other Ukrainians, though, are arriving either to escape fighting elsewhere or to defend the capital. Oleksiy Goncharenko is a member of Ukraine's parliament. He's from the southern port city of Odessa, but is currently in Kyiv. I asked him to outline the current situation there.
The situation in Kyiv itself is calm. I mean, even in the last several days, there were no big bombings, but there are fightings around the city. And there is an awful humanitarian situation, catastrophe in the town satellites of Kyiv to the north and to the west from the city. People there are trapped by Russians, no water, no electricity, nothing. And there are fightings there. It's 10, 20 kilometers from the border of the city. Last several days, as a member of civilian militia, I also joined it. I took part in evacuation of people from there, and I can tell you that it is absolutely awful. So that is the situation here for the moment.
What is it that brought you from Odessa to Kyiv?
The war, when the war started, I was in Kyiv as a member of the parliament, and from that time I did not leave Kyiv for just even 1 hour, because here it was one of the most dangerous places, and I wanted to stay with our people shoulder to shoulder. I joined civil militia, I received weapons. I don't have a military experience, but as thousands of my compatriots, I am ready to fight if they will penetrate to the city. In Odessa, fortunately, the situation is calm. There are no fightings around the city, and enemy is quite far from the city. So it's more dangerous here in Kyiv. That's why I'm here and trying to do my best.
How worried are you about news that satellite images show the Russian convoy outside the city has potentially dispersed?
I'm not worried about this convoy. I'm sure our army, which is holding the ground, they burnt already many of such convoys, and they will burn down this convoy too. What I'm worried about is these awful barbarian shellings and attacks from the air, from Russians, from aircraft, by missiles. This morning again, the Ukrainian cities, Lutsk, Ivano-Frankivsk, Dnipro, were attacked by missiles, and that's awful. And we desperately ask West to help us with air defense and aircraft. And I can't understand why still we can't receive these Polish aircraft or Soviet aircraft that we can use immediately, and that they really don't need them. And the Polish government already said that we are ready to give them to United States, then to give them to Ukraine. And I don't know why United States are reacting very slowly. And I don't accept these words about we don't want to escalate. Sorry, here is a full-scale war. And the only way to de-escalate is just to help us to stop it. If we will not stop Putin here, he will go further. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Georgia, everybody will be under attack.
So how much in need are you of that kind of assistance? What difference would, for example, those planes make to your fighting Russia?
Absolutely. We are not asking for boots on the ground. We are not asking for your pilots in the skies. I mean, NATO countries. We can do everything ourselves. But please provide us with weapons. Help us to defend our women and children and to defend the whole world from this awful Nazism, which is today's Russian Federation under Putin. And it will make a big difference because we can protect our skies, stop these barbarian attacks on kindergartens, schools, maternity houses. They're just bombing pregnant women and newborns. Just imagine this. So that will make a big difference. That will save thousands of lives. That's why it's so important for us to receive air defense systems and aircrafts.
The intended ceasefire, another one, did not last long. Ukraine says that Russia has largely failed to respect a 12-hour pause in the hostilities to allow civilians from the worst affected areas to leave bombarded cities. Only 2 of those evacuation corridors were definitely opened, leaving from Sumy and Borodyanka near Kyiv. There are mixed reports over 3 other corridors, though it's thought that some were able to leave the city of Enerhoda. And of course, we know that the evacuation of Mariupol was, for the 5th day running, made impossible by Russian bombing. Those developments amount to another day where the hopes for a ceasefire came and went, and where Ukraine's younger citizens are once again bearing some of the heaviest burdens. And a warning, my report, again, does contain some very distressing images from the very start. It's hard to know where to look, or indeed what to say. A heavily pregnant woman, perhaps on the verge of labor, getting stretchered away from what used to be the Women and Children's Hospital in Mariupol. Children comforted by soldiers who are barely adults. A girl dazed. A mother gripping her child as if containing the life in it.
Оказываем помощь пораненым, готовим их к эвакуации. Роддом города Мариуполь.
It is a miracle that only 17 civilians were injured here and no one was killed. Why would Russia bomb this hospital? And what kind of weapon makes a crater like this? Whatever they used, targeting hospitals is a war crime. This was the rest of Mariupol's hospital district. An apocalyptic shadow of its former self. And remember, this is a city in which people are trapped because the Russians have gone against their word and prevented any civilian evacuation. We have seen Russia level this kind of devastation before, but not in Russian-speaking towns and cities that they had pledged to liberate. It all begs the question, if Moscow is prepared to do this, what else is it prepared to do? In Mariupol, they haven't been allowed to evacuate. In Irpin, west of the capital, they have. But they're fleeing into Kyiv, which is waiting for the Russian onslaught. A steady flow of humanity across the Irpin River. And remember, just 2 weeks ago, at this hour, these people were still living normal lives. While the indiscriminate bombing of civilian targets continues, in the mud around Sumy, more evidence of the Russian land assault stalling. This column of tanks didn't survive the shoulder-launched missiles provided by the British government.
Підбили, до речі, подарунками від її величності британської королеви, так що передавайте нам такої движухи більше, і буде отаких танків підбитих набагато більше.
And so to the casualties. The Russians have admitted to at least 500 dead soldiers. the Ukrainians claim they've killed 12,000 Russians. One suspects that neither number is accurate. The Ukrainians never released the number of their fallen in uniform, but we came across this funeral in Lviv. Ivan Kovrazniev was a professional officer, and Viktor Duda was a journalist for the local paper before he became a soldier. The young men with their brand new uniforms waiting to be sent to the front are barely adults. But everyone in Ukraine has had to grow up fast. The season of grief is only just beginning, but their sorrow feeds their rage and thus their ability to resist. Now in the middle of the war, or later during any Russian occupation. Lviv is one of the architectural gems of Middle Europe. Even the Nazis spared its architecture. But the people of this city are not taking any chances. That's why the church windows are getting armor and the Baroque statues are getting wrapped for protection. Russia may be intent on destroying the hardware of the Ukrainian state, but the software of the nation is only growing stronger. This is the statue of Taras Shevchenko, the former serf who became Ukraine's most cherished national poet and artist. His statue here is still unwrapped because today was his 208th birthday. An occasion to celebrate what this nation means to those who are prepared to die for it. Ukraine has not yet perished, and nor has glory and freedom, the refrain of the national anthem, defiant and dark. Well, earlier I spoke to the Ukrainian MP Dmitry Gurin, who is from Mariupol, where his parents are still trapped. I began by asking him what life has been like for his family.
My parents, unfortunately, are in Mariupol, and they can't leave the city because Russian troops are blocking the humanitarian corridors and fighting over humanitarian corridors. And it's fourth day already of this nonsense. And the really maternity hospital was bombed today. It was airstrike. And that's end of story. It's totally destroyed. There are people under rubble, and nobody understands how many people. As for now, we know only about 17 wounded. We don't know yet about children. We don't know yet about death, but the Mariupol local authorities, they continue to find people.
Was this a war crime?
Of course, you know, they're shelling their residential areas, carpet bombing. My parents that live on the easternmost part of the city that is accessible by Russian artillery, and their house, their building were hit by artillery. People now are without electricity, without heat, without gas, almost without cell phones, without water. And they're out of water. They're collecting snow to have water, and they're preparing food on the open fire near their buildings and live in basements. And there is one thing I want to tell to your audience. Guys, you have to understand where is the line for you. If this line is just killing Ukrainians, I don't know if our blood is red enough for you. Or this line is bombing of Poznan or bombing of Warsaw, because if you think that people that can bomb civil districts, it's not the point for them in which country they do it. If you can bomb civilians, you can bomb it anywhere. So now you decide only if you will have this war on your territory or you will have this war on Ukrainian territory.
Tell me more about your parents. You must be very worried about them. How old are they, and where will they go if they get out?
They are near, they are 67 and 69. I'm just thinking every night, I'm thinking that I have heating and they don't. That I'm in my bed and they're in the basement and there is -7 and I can prepare food and they need to cut the tree in there near the building and prepare this food on the open fire. And I propose everybody in Europe just to think about it in a practical way. Do you have enough bomb shelters? Do you have toilets in your bomb shelters? That's the question that we, now know about how it has to be done. Do you have enough water supply in your cities? Enough food in your cities? What will you do when Russian army will siege your cities?
Dmitry Gurin, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, on the same day that Russia bombed another hospital, the WHO warned of an emerging health crisis triggered by this war. It said other medical facilities are being abandoned because they simply cannot function. And the millions of refugees on the move with a lack of access to medicine and treatment create the conditions for infectious diseases like COVID, TB and measles to spread very fast indeed. Well, our health and social care editor, Victoria McDonald, has been looking at the health implications of this war in a country that was already running low on oxygen last week.
A destroyed medical centre in Izium in the eastern Kharkiv region. The outraged deputy mayor videoing.
Це найсучасніше приймальне відділення, яке було збудовано буквально півроку тому. Буквально півроку. Ось подивіться. Просто подивіться. Мабуть, тут була якась мілітаристська база.
It is not yet known if there were any casualties. Today, the World Health Organization warned of the health system in Ukraine becoming engulfed in this crisis. 1,000 healthcare facilities, including hospitals, are either on the front lines or within 10 kilometers.
It is the violence and it is the conflict that is driving this health crisis. And this health crisis will not stop. It will only get worse unless we have ceasefire, unless we have peace.
Yet shortly after the WHO finished its press briefing, news came through of the bombing of this maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol. Where the bombs have not fallen, the struggle is of a different nature.
We've seen now that some hospitals are being abandoned by the authorities because they simply cannot function. And there's an attempt to move hospital equipment and move doctors and nurses around. So this is becoming an extremely complex health response.
And lest we forget, this conflict is playing out against the backdrop of a global pandemic, with little over 34% of Ukraine's population fully vaccinated against COVID. Now millions of them are on the move into neighbouring countries with similarly low rates, like Moldova, where 39% are fully jabbed, and Romania, where it's 42%. In fact, none of the countries that surround Ukraine, bar Hungary, have fully vaccinated more than 60% of their populations. Those who remain behind talk of the COVID cough in the basements of Ukraine being used for bomb shelters, and few doubt there will be a rise in infections as testing and vaccinations grind to a halt. There are the other diseases too, cancers. Children have had to be moved to Poland for treatment, and now there are warnings of a shortage of HIV medicines.
The number of places have very limited stocks now. The problem is not to bring in medicines to Ukraine. The problem is how to deliver those medicines inside the country to where they are needed, as moving around in the country is becoming more and more difficult.
The international calls to protect health workers, hospitals and medical services are being made repeatedly. But as they pick their way through the rubble in Mariupol, they are clearly not being heard.
Now, with the Ukrainian government desperate for more ways to protect its skies, a Polish plan to pass MiG-29 jets to Ukraine in return for equipment in kind from the United States must have seemed very welcome indeed. But it appears that Poland hadn't run the details past the Biden administration. Within hours, a statement from the Pentagon said that the scheme was not tenable and raised serious concerns for the NATO alliance. Our North America correspondent Siobhan Kennedy has the details.
Vice President Kamala Harris departs Washington, D.C. on her way to Warsaw in Poland, a trip that was supposed to highlight the strength and unity of NATO, now a mission to cover the first cracks of division in the alliance since the Russian invasion began. Ukraine's President Zelensky knows NATO won't budge when it comes to closing the skies over his country, so he's pressing for the next best thing instead, fighter planes and anti-aircraft missiles to protect them. Zelensky invoked the renowned words of Winston Churchill in Parliament yesterday. We will fight to the end, on land, on sea, in the air. As he called yet again for a no-fly zone and pleaded for help to make Ukrainian skies safe, Poland finally answered the call, suddenly announcing it would transfer all its MiG-29 fighter jets to a US airbase in Germany for onward transfer to Ukraine. The authorities of the Republic of Poland are ready to deploy all their MiG-29 jets to the Ramstein Air Base and place them at the disposal of the government of the United States of America. But it was news to America, the surprise of one of its top diplomats visible during a committee hearing yesterday.
So, Chairman, I saw that announcement by the government of Poland as I was literally driving here today. To my knowledge, it wasn't pre-consulted with us that they plan to give these planes to us.
The US and Poland had been working behind the scenes to find a way to move the fighter jets without antagonizing Russia and potentially dragging NATO into war. But Poland seemingly made the final decision unilaterally in a move that many fear will up the ante with Moscow. That's certainly how the Pentagon saw it, saying the proposal was not tenable. And today, the Secretary of State, in a joint press conference with the UK's Foreign Secretary, explained why.
Fighter jets at the disposal of the United States government, departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia over Ukraine raises some serious concerns for the entire NATO alliance. So we have to work through the specifics of these things going forward. And it's not simply clear to us that there's a substantive rationale for doing it in the way that was put forward yesterday.
There's every rationale. If we don't do something now, millions of innocent Ukrainians are going to die.
Tough words amid a growing outcry from US foreign policy experts, if not politicians, for the Biden administration to go further.
The White House is afraid of its own shadow. That's the real truth, and no one wants to say it. They're afraid of the Russians. They're afraid of escalation. This will not cause an escalation. The only thing that we can do right now as the West to get Vladimir Putin to stand down is to show some strength.
But showing strength defensively is different from providing attack fighter jets, even if that means disharmony among NATO allies. The US says it hasn't ruled it out, but insists it has to be done in the right way, whatever the right way in this war may be. Well, the shelling of the maternity hospital today has really underscored the urgency of getting military assistance to Ukraine. We saw President Zelensky's tweets begging for a no-fly zone, and we know that he wants those MiG jets transferred as soon as possible. And yet there was clearly no decision from Secretary Blinken having been made today as to whether or not or when those jets will be transferred. He was quick to reiterate, of course, that no American boots would step foot on Ukrainian soil and that NATO would not sanction that no-fly zone that President Zelensky is so desperate for. He hasn't ruled out Poland's proposal, but he simply says it has to be done in the right way, as you saw there in my piece. But he is not saying what that right way will be. The US is clearly extremely reluctant still to do anything that might antagonize Russia and drag NATO into an unwanted war. Certainly we could hear more about it during a Pentagon press conference, which is due to start any moment. And the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will certainly have her diplomatic work cut out for her when she is due to land in Warsaw in Poland any moment.
Siobhan Kennedy in Washington, thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier I spoke to Maria Ardida, a security analyst and research director for a Ukrainian think tank. She is in Kharkiv and has decided to stay despite heavy attacks from Russian forces in order to collect video evidence of the destruction and damage being wrought there. I began by asking her why she felt such a decision was necessary.
I have been researching Russian disinformation since 2014 because I saw what consequences lead the massive spread of fake news and disinformation back then. And well, now and before the war started here in Ukraine, I saw again the massing of disinformation and fake news from Russia. And when I saw it, I felt that it is my duty now not only to reveal the disinformation, but also to show the consequences of Russian strikes here in Kharkiv, because I'm here in the city, on the ground, and I can show by myself what is actually happening. And because we are collecting now evidences of the war crimes committed against the citizens of Ukraine, and I think I can contribute to this, being the citizen of Ukraine and staying here in Kharkiv.
I don't know if you've been outside today yet. What have you seen today, or just in recent days when you've been outside your house?
Yes, I've been today, and it is very hard to see Kharkiv like this. It is really cold outside, and it is snowing, and so the city is completely destroyed, and the center of the city without people, deserted town, the deserted city center. And I have been to the place called the Square of the Heavenly Hundreds, so named after those Ukrainians who died in 2014 on Maidan, fighting for Ukrainian independence. And the Russian rocket hit there late on Sunday, and it is a huge hole just on the center of the square, and all the historical buildings beside the square are now completely ruined.
Chernobyl, the nuclear power plant, we heard today that the Russians, who've now in control of it, turned off the power. There was a danger that this would cause a leak. That apparently has now gone away. Do you think that Chernobyl is being used by the Russians as a kind of bargaining chip here?
Absolutely, not only Chernobyl, but also Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is now completely controlled by Russian troops. And yesterday, the Minister of Energy made a statement saying that the personnel on the station is held hostages. And what we see now is that Russia might prepare for some kind of false flag operation, because I see in Russian media all the time they circulate information that Ukraine is allegedly preparing a dirty nuclear bomb. That means that any moment Russia initially can organize such kind of false flag operation to accuse Ukraine in that, and that is very threatening. And also, besides these two nuclear power plants, there was an attack on Kharkiv Institute of Physics and Technology, which also has nuclear facilities for experimental purposes. It was shelled a couple of days ago. So we have already 3 cases connected with this nuclear facilities, right. And it is very threatening because nuclear energy has no boundaries.
Maria Ardida, thank you very much indeed for your insights, and look after yourself.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, here the Home Secretary Priti Patel is facing a backlash, including from MPs on her own side, for the UK's response to the refugee crisis brought about by the war in Ukraine, with under 1,000 visas given to Ukrainians so far. Today, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK spoke to MPs about what more the UK could do, and it emerged that the new centre set up by the Home Office in Lille will be by invitation only. From Calais, here's Anya Popp.
On a clear day, you can see the outline of the UK from the shores of Calais. But for those seeking refuge, it can still feel a million miles away. Ukrainians fleeing war are the latest group to experience the slow bureaucracy of the British immigration system. Anna, her two younger siblings, parents, dog and guinea pigs all squeezed in their car to drive to safety from their home in the Kyiv region of Ukraine. Now they're all having to squeeze back in to drive the almost 400-mile round trip to Paris for a second UK visa appointment.
We need we'll drive then.
Back to Paris?
Yeah, back to Paris.
Why?
For visa.
For visa?
Yeah, yeah.
So you went yesterday?
Yeah.
Then you came to Calais?
Yeah.
And now you have to go back?
Yeah.
Ukrainians in Calais are having to travel to Paris because though the UK government is opening a new visa centre 70 miles away in Lille, it's not yet functional.
Even if it will be in Ukrainian, I think it will be hard.
Tetiana's dad lives in the UK. She walked by foot across the Ukrainian border 10 days ago with her mum and brother.
Romanian people met us and gave us food and shelter, and then they helped us with to find a bus. And then we came here. We thought there will be no need for a visa, but then they told us to get a visa. So we applied, and now we're waiting.
She's been helping other Ukrainians who are struggling with the process.
Application is so hard. A lot of people coming to me and asking, please do this for us, please do, because we don't know English, and it's so hard to apply.
The deputy mayor of Calais claims only 9 Ukrainian refugees in the town have been given a UK visa so far.
We don't know what the English government's playing at. We heard yesterday that within 24 hours some solutions would be found to raise the visas. But you know, we don't have any answer. People still arriving thinking the visas are made in Calais, they're not. The English government said they will be welcome in England, but I've got the feeling that it's only words.
Madia's parents moved to Ukraine from Afghanistan before she was born in the 90s. She's never asked them why they left, but needs no explanation this time around.
My mom actually started panicked when the war started in Ukraine because we heard the sound of bombs near our house.
The UK government has promised to speed up the process and increase capacity at their visa centres. But until that happens, Ukrainians with family in the UK have to wait to end the long journey that they wish they never had to make.
Well, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK, Vadim Prystaiko, told a committee of MPs about the delays his own wife had faced getting a visa when he'd already been appointed to his post in London.
Even when I was coming here as ambassador, I got my visa on time, although I was already approved by your government half a year. My wife didn't have it. So even simple things like that, and bureaucracy is so tough. And when we reached agreement visa-free regime with Europeans, which worked quite beautifully for almost 10 years, we never managed to open this particular nation.
Well, I've been speaking to the ambassador and started by asking him for his assessment of the way Ukrainian refugees are being treated across Europe.
We're happy that our people have been treated quite well, and we understand what the strain is putting people, especially the nations next to us, what the resources are needed to, to handle all these people, and what the generosity people are showing to get my people back to their homes, to allow them, to settle for a couple of days, to understand where they are, what to do, to just sleep well and eat something. There are 800,000 already crossed to Poland only. We understand how difficult it is for many nations to cope with such numbers.
Would you like to see Britain take the same bureaucracy axing approach that the European Union has?
Bureaucracy, I believe, is not a time for bureaucracy. People are suffering right now, and as it happens in most of the cases of such a catastrophe, people sometimes don't even have the documents with them. They were living and they are fleeing for their lives. So we have to ease some of the procedures, and we have to allow as many people as possible in. I understand the security precautions and security checks have to be done, but this we can help. These procedures should go much, much easier than they are now.
Yes, British politicians keep talking about the risk of Russia infiltrating the refugees in some way and this posing a security risk to Britain. Is this a big risk?
No, I don't believe so. Most of these people who are now fleeing, this is women with children. I don't believe that 1 year old kid can pose any risk, any terrorist risk. Most of the men are getting back home and they're fighting. So you won't have anybody on here even younger than 60 years old. That's the threshold which allows men to go with the families. All of them, rest of them will stay home and fight.
President Zelensky has posted some pictures from Mariupol today of what he says is a maternity hospital that has been hit. He says, close the skies. What does that mean?
The superiority of Russians in our sky are not allowing even to perform humanitarian operation. We can't get people out. Today was the first day when we started to move in people in these places. But unfortunately, the bombs are still falling on our hospitals, schools. So many schools are already destroyed. So many people already killed just because they indiscriminately bomb in our cities, trying to break the will of Ukrainians.
I'm just trying to understand the scale of it, because if you compare what happened in Ukraine to what happened in Syria we saw about 5 or 6 million people leave the country and become refugees. Syria has half the population of Ukraine. So we could be seeing something much, much bigger than we've ever seen in our lifetimes.
I agree with you. We already know that 7 million people are already displaced. They are somewhere in huge Ukraine, which is the biggest by territory in European continent. They are moving right now towards western border of Ukraine, to the European continent, where we feel that this is safe. That's where our home is. And more than 1 million already crossed the border. So I know that 800,000 even plus in Poland, in Polish Republic already. So they are going over this border. Part of what we are talking about, non-fly zone, I guess that should be established over this enormous logistical operation which is now on the border between Ukraine, Poland and Slovak Republic, just to secure that these people can get through these bureaucratic procedures fast and move somewhere where it is safe. But numbers, you're right, numbers can grow.
Ambassador, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this specially extended ITV News programme with all the latest developments on the war in Ukraine. Here are the main developments we're waking up to this morning. It's been another night of Russian bombardments here in the northern city of Chernihiv, where fears of growing civilian casualties. We'll bring you updates throughout the morning from our teams on the ground in Ukraine. Tens of thousands of people across European cities packed the streets last night to hear President Zelensky warn, if we fall, you will fall, so don't be silent. Zelensky also posted a video denying he had fled the country after false claims started circulating online. More than 1 million refugees have now left Ukraine for neighbouring countries, many with heartbreaking stories of who and what they had to leave behind.
This is just families arriving in their cars with the offer of a room, willing to take refugees back to their homes and offer them shelter.
In Russia, the Kremlin announces a crackdown on Facebook as the propaganda war intensifies there. And here the government says it's tightening the screw on Russia's oligarchs and their millions of pounds in assets. Good morning and welcome to a special ITV News programme on the continuing war in Ukraine. Overnight, the country's president has condemned the West and NATO for refusing to introduce a no-fly zone above the country. Addressing crowds protesting in several cities across Europe, he warned that if Ukraine is allowed to fall, Europe would be next. Well, attacks on several Ukrainian cities have been continuing, with Russian forces using artillery and airstrikes. Today, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken will travel to Poland, the latest stop on a trip aiming to shore up support for their NATO allies. And in the last few minutes, a Russian news agency has reported that a ceasefire has just come into force around the cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha as part of plans to create humanitarian corridors to allow civilians to leave. This is the scene in Kyiv this morning, which appears to have had a relatively quiet night, but tensions remain high and the streets eerily quiet. With the latest developments, Sejal Carrier reports.
Day 10 and the battle for Ukraine rages on. In the city of Chernihiv, north of the capital, Kyiv, explosions overnight as Russia continues its assault. One by one, cities across the country are coming under bombardment. This strike hitting the city of Zhytomyr, west of Kyiv. But if President Putin thought he could bomb Ukrainians into submission, he's wrong. These scenes in Georgia, one of many huge rallies across European capitals, addressed by President Zelensky by video. He spoke simultaneously to Prague, Slovakia, Bratislava, Berlin, Frankfurt, to name a few. Last night, the message was, if Ukraine falls, so could you. Overnight, he spoke again, telling his people he's still in Ukraine, despite reports claiming otherwise.
Every 2 days, a report appears claiming I fled Ukraine, Kyiv, the office. You see, I'm here on the spot.
And in the face of Russia's invasion, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken started a 6-day trip to Europe, beginning in Brussels. His message to Putin, the West is united, while also giving him this warning.
We'll continue to raise the cost for President Putin and all who carry out and enable his war of choice and the devastation that it's causing. We'll continue to strengthen our capacity to defend our collective security and deter further escalation by Russia, including by upholding our Article 5 commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. NATO is a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
But there are no signs of Putin backing down. His military assaults go on. A Russian rocket hit this school in Zhytomyr, now reduced to rubble and ruin. For Ukraine, right now, there seems no end in sight to the destruction of its cities or the killing of its people. Sejal Karia, ITV News.
Well, let's take a closer look at the situation across Ukraine as the war enters its 10th day. In the north of the country, Ukrainian officials say there has been continued heavy artillery and airstrikes around the cities of Kharkiv and Chernihiv. But for now, the Kyiv government remains in control. Further south, Russian efforts to take control of the Black Sea coast and cut off Ukraine's access to it continues. Mariupol remains partially under siege, according to Ukraine, though, as I mentioned earlier, the Russian Ministry of Defence has announced a ceasefire there to create a humanitarian corridor, while Ukrainian forces remain in control of Mykolaiv further west, despite the repeated attempts of Russian forces. The major port city of Odessa is also said to have come under repeated attack from Russian ships. As for the capital, Kyiv, airstrikes, it appears to have had a quieter night than over previous days, while this morning the 40-mile-long convoy remains stalled to the north of the city. Well, let's get the latest now from our global security editor, Rohit Khatri, who is in Kyiv this morning. Rohit, what are you seeing and hearing this morning?
Well, luckily, Lucrezia, what we're hearing is actually not very much. It's been a relatively quiet night on this, the day 10 of this Russian assault on this country. We were woken once during the night by a distant bang and a couple of distant rumbles within the last few hours as well, but relatively quiet compared to what we've been hearing over the past few days here in Kyiv. But we know, of course, that 40-mile Russian convoy of vehicles, of armoured vehicles and tanks and troops is still just a few miles away. It appears to have been stalled, and according to Western officials, Russia's plan remains to move it very soon and eventually to encircle this city, the capital, Kyiv. What we're hearing from elsewhere in the country, though, from the Russian news agency TASS, is that within the last few minutes, a ceasefire has opened in the besieged city of Mariupol. A statement there saying that today, on March the 5th, a ceasefire is announced from 10 a.m. Moscow time, so that's just a few minutes ago, and humanitarian corridors are opened for the exit of civilians. And so that is some relief, perhaps, although we've yet to independently verify any impact from that statement ourselves. What we're hearing too from the nuclear power plant that was struck yesterday is that there is still no reports of any increase in radiation levels there too. And overnight, a new message from President Zelensky, who was addressing rumours that were circulating on social media that he'd actually fled the country. Remember, a few days ago, he was offered this route out by the Americans, and he said, you know, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. Well, he was echoing that message again overnight in this video that he posted on Instagram. But he was going much further. He was criticizing directly NATO and its actions. He said that he criticized what he called NATO's weakness, its decision, its inability to bring in a no-fly zone. And he said, every person who dies from today will die because of you. He said that NATO has created a narrative to avoid direct confrontation. Now, it must be said that most Western governments believe that that would be a significant escalation, even discussing a no-fly zone. But President Zelensky was very clear here, saying that NATO countries cannot pay, in his words, for litres of blood by providing litres of fuel.
All right, Rohit in Kyiv for the moment. Thank you for the update. We'll speak to you a bit later on in the programme. We're going to speak to our correspondent, Robert Moore, now. Robert is here with me in the studio. He'll be with me throughout the morning. We'll be speaking to you about various things. You'll also be joining with some of the interviews that we have lined up. But just to let our viewers know that you've reported from Moscow, Europe, most recently Washington, of course. Now, let's talk about this latest clampdown on Russian media. It's now come into force. We're seeing independent TV stations, radio and newspapers closing down, Facebook. How significant is this?
I mean, Russia, to put it bluntly, is going dark. It's a remarkable thing to say, but these draconian new laws that are going in place across Russia, imposed by the Kremlin, essentially is punishing anybody who challenges President Putin's narrative, even his vocabulary about the war. As a consequence of that, the last vestiges of independent journalism are closing down. The iconic Moscow-based radio station Echo Moskvy has closed. So has the independent television station Dozhd. Liberal newspapers like Novaya Gazeta are being heavily censored now. Foreign journalists are being forced to basically shut up their bureaus and either leave or simply cease reporting. So during this programme, over the next 2 hours or so, some of our reporting about Russia will have to come from here. It tells you something pretty depressing, even distressing. You know, many of us were in Moscow during the sort of the early years after the Soviet Union, and we saw the sort of light that was suddenly being shone on Russia internally. And some of the bravest, the best, most investigative reporters are now having to leave the country, literally flee. And that is a sort of parallel tragedy, if you like. We've got the humanitarian disaster unfolding in Ukraine with terrible human suffering. And when we've got this kind of informational disaster playing out now within Russia.
And information is power, isn't it? It really is, Robert. Are we doing enough to counter what Russia is doing?
Well, you know, we are trying. But of course, you know, when we face draconian new laws which threaten reporters with many years behind bars for even using words like invasion or war, rather than the Kremlin's preferred term of special military operation, then clearly that is imposing, you know, a terrible restriction on journalists, and you know, combating that is going to be extremely challenging. So this is, you know, for Russians, I mean, this is really slamming the door, as one journalist put it, slamming the door on a free-flowing information. And freedom of expression is now under the gravest possible threat right across the Russian Federation.
What does this tell us now about Russian tactics, that the thinking in the Kremlin 10 days into this conflict now?
I think that's the big story in a way. What it suggests is we have inside the Kremlin a paranoid leader, somebody who is deeply isolated, somebody who's trying to control a narrative that he understands is slipping from his grasp. So it does suggest that this war is now going to be conducted by someone who is isolated, who is paranoid, and who may have no sense of limits. I mean, we saw how President Putin conducted the second Chechen war. We saw how he conducted the air campaign in Aleppo, and therefore he has a track record of using absolutely brutal tactics, and the siege of Ukrainian cities can be expected now to last for many weeks, and the human cost is going to be something terrible to witness.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, it doesn't bear thinking about, does it? And I want to talk to you about what you said about President Putin being somewhat isolated now. We heard from the Russian delegate speaking in New York at that UN Security Council meeting last night, or yesterday afternoon it was, and again accusing media in the West of creating hysteria and propagating this myth that somehow Russia is doing wrong and they're not actually a peacekeeping force. I mean, it's quite astounding to hear a delegate speak like that at the UN.
I mean, shocking.
When we see what's going on.
Shocking. And you know, sophisticated sort of Russian diplomat, Sergei Lavrov, most obviously the Russian foreign minister, suggesting that actually, you know, Russian forces are using only surgical tactics against Ukrainian military targets, suggesting that there is no civilian collateral damage. I mean, you know, these are, you know, absurd, because we have eyewitnesses on the ground, you know, thanks to our reporters and other journalists who are in Ukraine, who are witnessing exactly the opposite. So, you know, in Ukraine, we can see, you know, with the eyes of our own reporters, exactly what is unfolding. But the danger now is in Russia, we cannot have good visibility anymore. You know, the reporters are leaving, independent journalism is dying. And so the great danger is, although we have some visibility on the human toll in Ukraine, as I say, in Russia, the situation is grim and it's going darker.
What can we make of this announcement from Russia that there is to be a ceasefire around the port city of Mariupol in particular, which has been under a constant bombardment, hasn't it, for the last few days? What do we make of that?
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise. I mean, there was always some dialogue going on between the Ukrainians and the Russians about exactly this, about having and creating humanitarian corridors, allowing flows of refugees out. And that serves, you know, both sides, if you like. It obviously allows humanitarian relief to some cities because it allows refugees to flee, but it also allows Moscow to tighten its siege and to try and get civilians out of the way. The great fear is, as happened in Grozny in 1999 and 2000, that the civilians flee, and that then gives the artillery of Russian forces and the Air Force even more opportunity to simply demolish cities. So it is a tragedy that's unfolding. I was texting with somebody close to the Biden team yesterday, and he warned me that the situation in the coming week is going to get a lot worse.
All right, Robert, for the moment, we'll, of course, be speaking to you throughout this special programme. Thank you for the moment. Well, now we're going to going to Kyiv. We're going to speak to you, an Ukrainian MP, Lesia Vasilenko. Lesia, if you can hear me, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. I wonder if I can ask you, first of all, for your reaction to that news of a Russian ceasefire to allow humanitarian efforts in Mariupol.
Well, it's very good news. Actually, it's the first morning with good news. I'm just hoping and praying that it will not be another trap laid for Ukrainian civilians by the Russian troops, because we had many of those in the past, and we have learned to be mistrusting of Russian promises. Because when Putin says he wants only peace, he attacks Ukraine. When he says that he is saving Ukrainians, he's actually killing Ukrainians by shooting with missiles on residential blocks of flats. So there are kind of uncertainties about this green corridor, but I hope with all my heart that the people of Volnovakh and Mariupol, the children and the women of Volnovakh and Mariupol, will be able to leave that battlefield.
Lesia, talk us through about your situation where you are currently, and also You had to make that very difficult decision, didn't you, to send your children away to safety, but you're remaining where you are and you are determined to fight for Ukraine.
That's absolutely correct. I think that all children and mothers who are taking care of their children and are the only caretakers of their children, they need to be out of the fighting zones, which are Kyiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, and all the big cities around the east and northeast and south of Ukraine. And mothers and children need to get out west as soon as they can. The reason being that the battlefield is no longer safe for well, it never was safe for civilians. But now, when we know that Putin's strategy is actually to target women and children, it becomes even more so dangerous. And it also, pardon for being so blunt, but it also distracts the Ukrainian military from doing their job better. And their job is to defend the whole country from Russia's aggression and to push back the enemy back home, back to their Russia, and out of Ukraine. But when there's the distraction of protecting women and children and all the other civilians, the more of them there are here, the more difficult it is for our military, and they become vulnerable. So I urge everyone who still can to get on those trains, to get into cars and get out of the big cities, which are a battleground at this point in time, because it's just not safe. As for my own situation, I'm a member of parliament and I have sworn an oath to my people. When I was elected in 2019, there was the aggression of the Russian Federation was ongoing, but it didn't escalate to the full scale of the war. But I was very aware that could happen any moment. And I was very aware that if that should happen, then I'm staying with my people, because this is my responsibility to my people, and I would not have any other option. And I made that choice. I made that decision back in 2019, being completely aware of everything that could come, because even if I wasn't elected, even if I wasn't an MP, I would still stay with Ukraine and stand with the people of Ukraine, because this is a country where I was born, where I grew up, and this is a country I love and want my children to grow up in. So this is why I stay and I fight with the millions of Ukrainians who are doing the same.
Lesia, you mentioned those millions of Ukrainians who are doing the same, and the resilience and the determination of Ukrainian people has been quite remarkable throughout this conflict so far. And you talk about the fact that you are a member of parliament, you have a duty, you're a politician, but you are a mother. How difficult was it for you to make that decision to part with your children, and a decision that so many parents are having to make in Ukraine right now?
That decision was extremely painful. That day, I will remember forever. It's like giving the most precious part of you away and out, and knowing that it's for the better. But at the same time, a part of you just cries and sobs hysterically, because you do not know when you will be seeing them again. So although I told my children that, look, I'm staying here for work, it's just going to be for a little while and then we'll be reunited. But really, like, every time they ask me, when are you back? Well, when is your business trip over, Mummy? You know, I have nothing to answer them, because before I used to travel a lot for work. I used to do a lot of parliamentary diplomacy, and I would always have a set date when I come back and a set hour when the plane would land in Kyiv. Now this is information which I do not have, and this is something that I cannot tell them. And I think this is just killing me, and this is just killing them on a whole different level. But it's something that we have to go through, as do millions of Ukrainian families. The sites that you see around the cities and around also border cities in Ukraine, they are heartbreaking. You see fathers hugging their sons and taking off these, like crosses, these like little chains that they wear with them, and they put them around their necks, and they cry because they understand that they are going off to war now, and it's not even certain whether they will see their kids again. You see families sending their children completely on their own on these buses outside of the cities which are being bombed and shelled and basically razed to the ground by the Russian armies. And you see these families just sending their kids out there into the unknown, just hoping for the best, that they will survive. And this is heartbreaking. It's a pain that my country will carry for centuries, through generations and generations. But I hope that this is also the pain which will be the driving force behind the rebuilding of a stronger Ukraine, a Ukraine which will be fruitful, which will be a country where a future will be possible for any child who had to leave now.
Lesia, thank you for the heartbreak you described as something very, very difficult at the moment for us here to compute. I think my colleague Robert, our correspondent in the studio here, would like to ask you a question.
Indeed. I mean, that's such a moving story about your decision-making as a mother. But as an MP, I wonder what you feel about whether the West is doing enough. We've heard from President Zelensky suggesting that that the West has blood on its hands for not imposing a no-fly zone. Do you share that view, or do you feel that like the flow of Western weapons to your military is compensation enough? I wonder how you feel the West is responding in these critical days.
Look, I think the West should take off the rose-colored glasses and realize that we're all on the same boat. We're all in World War III, because Russia has declared war not just on Ukraine, but on the whole world, on the partners of democracy. And I hope still that the UK, the US, Canada, all those NATO countries essentially, and EU countries as well, that all of them are still partners of democracy. And if that is so, then they simply do not have the right to stand by and watch how Ukraine is getting thrashed by Russia's missiles, bombs, prohibited weapons they are using on Ukrainian civilians, and how they are destroying city by city in an attempt to erase the country as an independent state from the face of the earth. What NATO has done yesterday by saying they are too scared to introduce a no-fly zone, not to irritate Putin, NATO has put under question the very concept of sovereign states and independence. Basically, it means nothing now in the world, because the risk they are afraid to take is a minor risk. I doubt very much having all the intelligence, and I know this intelligence is available in the UK and the US plenty, that Russia has no resources to attack, especially by airstrikes, none of the NATO countries. They will not spread themselves thin. Their only goal is to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth and to erase a nation of Ukrainians. That is all they are focusing on, and they have no other resources to spare on anything else. So literally, the only risk there is at the moment is actually Putin dropping shells and bombs and missiles on Ukraine, including Ukraine's 5 nuclear power stations, or having control over these power stations. Now, he already holds control over the Chernobyl nuclear power station and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power stations. What that essentially means that Putin doesn't even have to press the red button of which everyone is so scared of. Putin can just cause havoc and put an order to press a couple of buttons on these nuclear power stations, which he has control over, and then the world is facing a nuclear tragedy, a nuclear catastrophe, and that is it. And by failing to act now and having a no-fly zone over Ukraine, what the NATO countries did, what the UK government did and the US government did, they put in danger whole nations of the British people, nations of the American people, of the Canadian people, because they put them under the threat of nuclear, not war, but under the threat of nuclear disaster waiting to happen at any point when Putin's bomb can hit one of those stations, or when Putin's soldiers can hold control over one of those nuclear power stations. So be mindful of that. And this is a call and an appeal to all the people who are watching this now to demand from the government of a no-fly zone over Ukraine. That is way, way, way less risky for the defense and security of you and your families than actually having a no-fly zone over Ukraine
Lesia,
and stopping Putin
sorry
having
to
nuclear
interrupt.
control over Ukraine.
One more question, if I may, with you, Lesia. You talked about NATO. Your President Zelensky has been very critical of NATO's response so far. But I want to get your view on your president, because whatever people's politics, it seems, in Ukraine at the moment, whether they voted for him or not, whether he's an independent, isn't he? But his decision to remain in the country and not to take advantage of offers of safe passage out, he has become this symbol of hope, hasn't he? And he has united the country.
You are absolutely right. I mean, I'm an MP from an opposition party. It's called Holos, and we have been known to be very critical of the president and of his team, especially in Parliament. But at this point in time, I could not have wished for a better president for Ukraine. Zelensky just showed himself from a whole different side. He is the leader that Ukraine really needs. I mean, in less than 7 days, he had more than 3 assassination attacks on him. He dodged every one of them. So he's just doing his job very brilliantly. And he's all this time, he has been staying in Kyiv. He has been staying put. He has been staying with his people, with his army. And he's just been such an inspiration. His words speak all the emotion that Ukrainians all across Ukraine, from east to west, from north to south, have accumulated. And he just puts it out there, providing great comfort and support to every single person in Ukraine.
All right. Lesia Vasylenko in Kyiv, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. And we wish you all the best, really, and please stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is just about 7:30. A quick look at the latest developments on the Ukraine conflict. This hour, we're hearing from Russian state media that Moscow has announced a temporary ceasefire in the cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha to allow citizens to leave. Well, these cities have borne the brunt of some of the most intense fighting in Ukraine over recent days. Across Europe last night, tens of thousands of people gathered to hear President Zelensky warn, "If we fall, you will fall," a call to arms for his country. And he's denied claims circulating online that he has fled. Well, more than 1 million Ukrainians have now left their homeland to go to neighbouring countries. And there is a big diplomatic show of unity today, with the US Secretary of State travelling to Poland after meetings yesterday in Brussels. We'll be getting a military view from the retired British Army officer, Major General Patrick Cordinley. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First question really has to be, what do you make of the latest Russian tactics, and in particular this reports of a ceasefire?
I think the first thing I'd like to say, having listened to Alicia, one can understand exactly why a no-fly zone would be very, very attractive indeed. If you could actually make certain that Russia hasn't got our superiority, and it hasn't at the moment, as far as I can see, you could actually expect to do something quite well on the ground. And if I could come up with a positive comment, because it's very difficult, you wake up very depressed in the morning. A positive comment is that clearly the Ukrainian tanks are doing rather well. They took a hard lesson in 2014, and they learned they had to move at night, and they learned that they had to move very carefully to make certain that they were hidden. But we hear, and it's unconfirmed, they may have destroyed over 100 Russian tanks, and they're doing well. And that is, I think, when you hear about this column coming down from the north, that's actually very encouraging news. So I just put this positive slant, if you like, for a moment on what's going on. Of course, the tragedy is that without being able to knock the Russian Air Force out of the air, and without being able to stop these artillery bits coming in, the cities are going to go on being bombarded, however effective the tanks are being against the Russian tanks, and they are being very effective.
Brigadier Cordingley, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. You and I obviously know each other reasonably well because I was embedded with your forces during the liberation of Kuwait, and I haven't seen you for some years. But I wondered, because what I witnessed with your armour back then was how effective it was in desert conditions. I wonder how you feel as an armoured officer, how the Russians are conducting their invasion of Ukraine. I mean, do you share the American view that the Russians are underperforming and are increasingly in a military quagmire?
Robert, I think it's absolutely right to say they're not being that clever, as far as I can see, with their tank forces. We hear a lot of comments about how the ground is boggy and they don't want to go off roads. I find that difficult to believe. But the Russians are better at defense than they are at attack, and they seem to be moving in not a particularly sensible way to do pincer movement around these cities with massive artillery bombardments. And I don't think their tank tactics seem to be that effective at the moment. The other thing I would like to say is that, having been in a tank myself under these sort of circumstances, they must be getting incredibly tired, both sides for that matter. The three-man crew, they're living by their tanks and trying to sleep in their tanks. And particularly, actually, I feel really sorry for the Ukrainians if they are moving at night, which I suspect they certainly are. They will be getting very tired indeed. But let's look at the Russian ones getting tired. When you get tired, you make mistakes, and then you do something really stupid, which might lead them into an ambush or whatever. So I just want to, I'm coming back, Robert, to try to put a bit of a positive spin somewhere in this awful situation, that actually the Ukrainians are doing extremely well with their tank forces.
Brigadier Cordingley, we see the pictures now coming out from Ukraine, and it was a relatively quiet night for a lot of the country. But is this really just the quiet before the storm?
Well, sadly, I suspect it probably is, because clearly if they're absolutely determined to lay waste to these cities, of course, the problem is once you start fighting in cities and you're not in the least bit interested in the Geneva Convention, Russia has signed the Geneva Convention, you then if there's insurgents, if people are fighting with rifles from rooftops and the like, you then just go ahead and destroy the city. And that is incredibly depressing. What one would rather hope in a humanitarian world, that people actually would leave the Geneva Convention, would make certain that they didn't bomb hospitals, schools, churches and the like. But I'm afraid we're dealing with a country that actually has no respect for the Geneva Convention at all. So however well and however positive I am about the Ukrainian army, and particularly their tanks, I suspect the next phase is deeply worrying. And if the insurgency, which clearly is going to happen, is going to go on, then these cities are going to take a hell of a bad pounding.
OK, Major General Patrick Cordingley, thank you very much for the moment. Thank you. Let's get the view from Westminster Now. Our political editor, Anushka Astana, is in Downing Street for us this morning. Anushka, the government say they'll soon be able to act much quicker to sanction Russian oligarchs.
Yeah, there's been this deep frustration, including inside government, that we've been really tough sanctioning businesses and banks, over 200 in total, but that we haven't been able to go that quickly when it comes to individual oligarchs. We've sanctioned 15 so far, while the EU and US have done considerably more. So, for example, this week we got 2 more names for the list. Billionaires Alisher Usmanov, who owns a yacht that is worth $600 million, and Igor Shovalov, who actually owns 2 flats just here in Whitehall worth over £11 million. But another billionaire, Igor Sechin, the former deputy prime minister, who's CEO of Russian state oil company Rosneft hasn't been sanctioned here, but has in the EU and in the US. And in fact, in France, his super yacht has been taken. It has been seized. They found it near Marseille, undercover. It was going through repairs. A yacht that has a swimming pool, a helipad, a crew of 28, and was bought for something like $120 million. France has actually set up a task force to try and find the assets of these billionaires, because you can seize those assets, but only if you know where they are. Now, the government has been frustrated. There appear to be higher legal hurdles here in the UK. And so on Monday, we're going to get new legislation. It's called the Economic Crime Bill. They're going to rush it through Parliament so it becomes law on March the 15th. And on Friday, yesterday, there was one amendment that they laid down, the same as the Labour one that had gone down earlier, which is going to mean that when the US or Canada or Australia or the EU places someone on a sanction list, we can immediately do the same here for 56 days while we then jump those legal hurdles. I understand that bill is also going to reduce those legal hurdles to make it easier to go more quickly in this country. Just one fact that I want to tell you that I heard that is extraordinary. 500 individuals from Russia own more wealth than 99.8% of the entire population.
That is quite astounding, Anushka. I want to just ask you, and we heard from our MP who is still in Kyiv, Alessia Vasilenko, echoing those calls from President Zelensky to NATO, why not have this no-fly zone over Ukraine, but Western countries still very much resisting those calls?
Yeah, and continuing to do so. There was a meeting of NATO foreign ministers yesterday in Brussels. Our Foreign Secretary Elizabeth Truss went there, and very, very clear message. They will stand by Article 5. That means that there is collective defence for NATO members, but Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and so they are not willing to talk about a no-fly zone there. I've heard that frustration myself from people in Ukraine. I spoke to a leader of a civil society group the other day saying our skies are not protected. If you're not going to do a no-fly zone, can you send us anti-aircraft missiles? When I've asked people here about that, they say they have sent a lot of military equipment to Ukraine, including anti-tank missiles, and they are open to looking at other things, but clearly there is a desperation there. The focus, however, here remains on economic sanctions, and that was certainly the message yesterday when Elizabeth Truss went to Brussels. She also met with her G7 counterparts and her EU counterparts, and they are talking about ratcheting up economic sanctions, but clearly frustration because those economic sanctions are not at the moment stopping what we're seeing in Ukraine.
All right, Anushka Asthana and Downing Street for that political overview. For the moment, thank you very much. We're going to go now to the US and our Washington correspondent Emma Murphy, who is standing by in Washington. Emma, another big diplomatic push from the US in Europe this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is doing a 6-day trip around Europe. He will be visiting many of the Baltic nations to just try and shore up the feeling of support for them and also continue to work on that alliance that he's been building with NATO and the EU to try and offer a united front when it comes to facing Russia. He will be continuing to offer that view of democracy over autocracy and also speaking with Baltic nations about the kind of things that they need to feel protected, the kind of support they need in order to support those Ukrainians who are crossing the border and coming to them in order to try and seek some level of sanctuary. But he is aware, as he's doing these trips around Europe, that actually there is a need to address many of the criticisms that are coming from President Zelensky. The West seems to be utterly sure-footed in their belief that this idea of a no-fly zone is something that the Ukrainians are the only ones who want. But he will need to keep on building the narrative about why that is not necessary, because these are very powerful speeches that we're hearing from President Zelensky, and they will resonate with people who hear somebody saying, why can't you protect us from the skies? Now, the US's argument on that is, as we've heard so many times, that this would risk World War III, that you couldn't have American jets flying under the auspices of NATO taking down Russian ones without really serious consequence. But that is a message that they keep wanting to reiterate, as well as the fact that they are sending in more and more weapons to Ukraine. 14 flights arrived on the border yesterday with lethal defensive weapons. This was what not President Blinken, I'm promoting him there. This is what Secretary of State Blinken had to say just yesterday.
NATO's a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. No one should doubt America's readiness or our resolve. At the same time, we'll keep open the door to dialogue and diplomacy while making clear to the Kremlin that unless it changes course, it will continue down the road of increasing isolation and economic pain.
And of course, they are continuing to look at the sanctions. They're continuing to discuss it as a bloc, as EU nations, the UK and the United States. But there will be some concern about how much further they can go with sanctions alone, whether or not there has to be some questions now asked more seriously about the reliance on Russian oil and the amount of money that is being spent. We're still spending around $700 million a day paying that money to Russia in order to have fuel across Europe, America, and and the UK. So that is a really big issue that I think as the sanctions discussion goes on, as the refusal to even discuss really a no-fly zone goes on, will have to be addressed, because that is a huge amount of money, a huge amount of capital still going into the Russian coffers, and potentially that would be something that could start to see a real impact in Russia and maybe settle the Ukrainians a little bit if that money could be stemmed somehow. But of course, keeping the power supply on in Europe, in America, in the UK is really dominant in the minds of politicians in all of those countries. And so there will be a very, very big problem for them as they try and assess where they would get the equivalent amounts of fuel to be able to keep the lights burning, whilst also putting a further penalty on Russia.
All right, Emma in Washington, those serious questions there, but also diplomatic efforts which will continue into the weekend. Thank you very much for the moment. Let's go now to Romilly Weeks, who is in Lviv in western Ukraine, now a city many people are transiting through, and they are escaping, Romilly, from the fighting elsewhere. What can you tell us?
That's right, because I'm in Lviv Arena, which in happier times is a football stadium. It was built to host the Euros in 2012, but now it is home to between 500 and 600 people who've been displaced from other areas like Kyiv and Kharkiv, where there are much heavier fighting. And you can see there are lots of young children here. There are areas for them to play. There are mattresses laid out so the exhausted families who arrive here can get some sleep. And it is actually quite comforting seeing the children run around and play, because amongst the adults, I can tell you, there is a great deal of exhaustion, a great deal of tears. I'll just walk around here so I can show you exactly how everything is working here. This area, this centre is being staffed entirely by volunteers, people who've given up their jobs in order to help out in the war effort. On my way in, I met a man called Andrei, who's an artist, who's signed up actually to join the Ukrainian army, but he's been told for the moment he's 59, so he's quite old, so he's being held in reserve, so he's now working here to help. People are brought here, they're registered in this area over here, and people try to find out where they want to go to and whether they can be matched with local families here who could offer them a place to stay. Some of them are deciding to stay here, others are deciding to take a train, often on to Poland. And you can see behind me there's a cafe, also staffed by volunteers. Local families are making food and bringing it in here. And I was talking to the lady who runs this centre, who says that is working very well at the moment, but there will come a time when people run out of food and can't afford to do that anymore and need to feed their families as a priority. I just want to tell you some of the stories that we've been hearing here. I've been talking to a grandmother over here, Yana, who has arrived from Kharkiv with her 2 grandchildren, traveling overnight. She told me they decided to leave because houses all around them were being shelled. She described it as completely indiscriminate shelling, that her grandchildren are totally traumatized. They've had to leave their parents behind, but they have at least arrived here to safety in Lviv. And I want to come over here and talk to Yulia, who has left her family behind and is trying to travel on to Poland. Yulia, thank you for talking to us. Can you just tell me sort of what made you decide to leave, where you've come from, and what your journey has been like?
Okay, I come from Kiev, Ukraine. This decision wasn't really mine. It was my parents' decision, as they are very worried about the situation happening in Ukraine. And they wanted me to go abroad, so to say, to save my life. But honestly, I think about it in a way that I can save them some food and some water in case there's a shortage if I leave, and I can help them from abroad. This decision is not easy to make because I still worry about them every single hour, and we don't know what can happen next. And I also feel like I'm a traitor because my entire family is there and I'm here alone. And I didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to any of my relatives.
So hard for you. And do you have an idea of where you're going or what you're going to do?
Hopefully I can go to Poland because I have my company's office there. Maybe they can help me with employment. And hopefully I can stay there for some time until the situation here is more or less peaceful. Hopefully it can be in the shortest time possible.
Yulia, what are your emotions when you see what's happening to your country?
It's just pain. Your heart is torn apart because I think every single person in Ukraine feels as much Ukrainian as they can be, and your country is torn apart. And you can't just ignore it, or you can't just leave and pretend nothing is happening, because it's a part of your life, it's a part of your heart, and it's not there anymore.
Very, very difficult for you to leave.
Exactly.
Well, that is Yulia's story, and there are many stories like this. Everybody here has an extraordinary and a very difficult tale to tell. I was also speaking to Irina, who's over here, who's come with her 3 children and her husband. She doesn't want to leave the country because her husband has to stay, but she has no idea where she's going to go, what she's going to do, how she's going to live. The future, she told me, is just chaos.
Lviv at that refugee centre. Thank you very much, and giving us a sense there of the devastating humanitarian cost of this conflict. And the war is dividing families right across Ukraine. Last week, some of you may remember, we spoke to Elena, who is in a makeshift bunker in her apartment basement in Kyiv with her 3 young children. Her husband is helping to defend their country, and Elena is with us now. Elena, thank you so much for talking to us. We only spoke to you a few days ago. That was on Tuesday, I believe. How are you doing now, all 4 of you?
Hello. So we are still here, and this decision was not easy for us too. Yesterday, my husband told me that it was the last chance to leave, and he asked me to leave. He was going to be in a little panic all of a sudden because Russians started shelling the suburbs of Kiev, and he said that this is the Russian tactics. If they cannot take the city, they will level it to the ground. So it's very dangerous to stay here. But I told him that basically it was dangerous from the very beginning, and we know what's going on. So we decided to stay. We're here because, yes, Russians want us to leave. You know, they just want people to leave and just to come here and to say that this is theirs, that this belongs to them, and we just cannot make it. And I still hope that NATO, the international community, will impose here the no-fly zone, and they will prevent this shelling of Kiev, heavy bombardment of Kiev. I hope it will not happen the same like in Kharkiv. When the Putin troops couldn't take Kharkiv, they just leveled Kharkiv to the ground, just destroyed it. So I really hope that it will not happen to us here in the capital of Ukraine. And for this, we really need a no-fly zone.
Olena, you made that decision to stay with your children there in your bunker, and for the moment, NATO is not imposing a no-fly zone. We know that's not happening yet. And you talk about your worries, having seen what has happened to Kharkiv. How afraid are you? What goes through your mind?
I'm very much afraid. I'm very much afraid. I know how big is the risk. I'm risking with everything I have. But nevertheless, this girl in Lviv who was telling you that she is feeling herself as a traitor, she is feeling the guilt. At least I'm not feeling the guilt. Yes, at least I feel strong because I am standing on my land and truth is behind me. And I have trust, I have belief, and I have hope being here. And I do everything I can to stop these awful things happening, this nightmare. And if each of us does the same, it will help. Each of us, I mean, not only Ukrainians, but, the powerful presidents of the other countries, if they are brave, and strong, like our family, all together, we will stop Putin.
Olena, my colleague Robert is here in the studio with me. He wants to ask you a question, if he may.
Olena, it's a heartbreaking story that we're hearing from you. And it strikes me that you're extraordinarily vulnerable there in a bunker in Kyiv. Are you struggling to get food and supplies? Are you worried about the next stage, which could be a Russian siege, and therefore you may lose water, heating, and have really great difficulty getting access to food?
Of course, I'm worried. It would be strange if I wasn't, right? So far, we have everything needed. Yes, so far we have water and food, and people help each other. We have volunteers, everybody who stayed in Kyiv became volunteers to help each other. And we have a very strong spirit, and people will not let each other die as much as possible. We'll help each other. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if the situation gets really serious, like siege of how it happened of Leningrad or Stalingrad in the Second World War, I mean, I hope that the world powers will intervene finally and will not let people just die here because Putin decided that he wants this piece of the land. That this will add enough of courage to the other countries. Maybe they will see that economical sanctions are great, but not enough. Maybe they will see that ammunitions are great, but for example, I cannot take an anti-tank missile into my hand, and if I cannot hit the airplane flying above my shelter. I mean, hope, yeah, and the spirit is our main force here. But we need no-fly zone, to use it.
Olena, my final question has to be, we see you here, you're in this bunker, you have no idea what is going to come tomorrow, really, but you are surrounded by your family. How much comfort do you take from that, at least?
A lot. I've read that in the Second World War, when Britain was bombarded by Nazi, those children who stayed who were evacuated but were separated from children, they suffered more than children who stayed under bombardment but with the parents. So I'm trying to be, like a shelter for my kids, and basically they give a lot of psychological relief to me and to the other people in the shelter. Children are something so innocent and that give you strength, yes, and give you hope and give you the reason to fight. When my husband knows that we are here, he will be fighting like a lion, not to let them come. But he can do nothing with the airplanes. That's the problem.
Olena, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. Please do take care and stay safe as well. Thank you. Now, there are many people in the UK and, of course, around the world watching events in Ukraine with concern for loved ones there. One of those watching from afar is Roshdi, a doctor from Bristol with family in the city of Lviv. Our correspondent Rupert Evelyn has been speaking to him.
Добре, і я буду вам телефонувати кожен день, може двічі в день. Every word, every call, every update, everything has meaning when communicating with family in Ukraine.
They try to reassure me. They try, try to say, yeah, we're okay, we're okay. But I know they aren't. I know they are not okay. And I'm really worried that I will never see them again.
His parents have decided to stay. His father in his 70s is working on the defence of his town in central Ukraine. He's a grandparent with a rifle leant up against the wall.
People like my father will never leave. They will stay and fight till the end. And Ukraine has a big population, and I'm afraid that carries on. More and more cities will be destroyed, and then Ukraine will be in ruins.
Rosti is an A&E doctor. The front line of an NHS hospital is, of course, a world away from the front line in Ukraine. He can't help but wonder whether he should take his clinical skills there.
I'm torn apart. Part of me wants to go to Ukraine and help and leave, do whatever I can. I've got my family here as well, and then I have to look after them. If I go to Ukraine, I don't know if I come back or when.
Привіт.
Алло, так, Наташа, як ти?
His sister Natasha is fleeing the country with her children and hoping to cross the border soon. It's been a frightening journey into the unknown. Little in the way of food, all their belongings in a single suitcase, and a desperate wait for a train has taken its toll on everyone.
Absolutely shocked. Basically, she said this was the hardest journey into her entire life. So for 2 days, they haven't slept and eaten. And it's a nightmare. And she's really, really worried about going to Poland because she can't speak the language. She doesn't know anyone there. She's worried about her children. Will they have food? Will they have clothes to wear?
Doing what he can from afar, Rosti is extremely anxious, both for the now and what may be a very bleak future.
All I think about is Ukraine. I check the news every 5 minutes, basically, on the phone, on the computer. I wake up in the middle of the night to check the news to see what's going on. Call my parents, my sister, multiple times a day, more than 20, I would say. But when I think about this, it's not nearly as an impact as it has on them, basically. And then I'm far away, I'm in safety, but they aren't. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard even for people who aren't in Ukraine.
Rosti, who is a doctor in Bristol with family in Lviv, speaking to our correspondent Rupert Evelyn. Well, charities here in the UK launched an appeal this week to support the people of Ukraine.
In an instant, 1 million people in Ukraine have been forced to flee, fearing for their lives.
The appeal has already raised more than £55 million with donations from hundreds of thousands of people and gifts from the Queen, Prince Charles and other members of the royal family. A bit later on in this special programme, I'll be speaking to Dom Jolly, who is an ambassador for Save the Children and visited Ukraine in 2018. It is 8 o'clock and you are watching a special ITV News programme on the war in Ukraine, the latest developments so far this morning. A temporary ceasefire has been in place for an hour now in the cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha to allow citizens to leave. The mayor of Mariupol says the evacuation of civilians will soon begin. Across Europe last night, tens of thousands of people gathered to hear President Zelensky warn, if we fall, you will fall, a call to arms for his country. He released a video denying claims circulating online that he had fled Kyiv. But more than 1 million Ukrainians have now fled their homeland to neighbouring countries. And there is a huge diplomatic show of unity today, with the US Secretary of State travelling to Poland after meetings in Brussels yesterday. Good morning. Well, as we've been hearing, Russian state media is reporting that a ceasefire around the city of Mariupol has come into force. The mayor of the city says the evacuation of some people there may begin in the next few hours, but elsewhere the attacks are continuing, in particular around the town of Chernihiv. Sejal Carrier has the latest.
Day 10 and the battle for Ukraine rages on. In the city of Chernihiv, north of the capital, Kyiv. Explosions overnight as Russia continues its assault. One by one, cities across the country are coming under bombardment. This strike hitting the city of Zhytomyr, west of Kyiv. But for the people of Mariupol in the south, desperate to flee the bombs, this morning Russia says there is a temporary ceasefire in place and the opening of humanitarian corridors. The besieged city has seen days of intense shelling. Another has been announced for Volnovakha, which has also endured heavy clashes. But war rages on elsewhere in the country, and if President Putin thought he could bomb Ukrainians into submission, he's wrong. These scenes in Georgia, one of many huge rallies across European capitals, addressed by President Zelensky by video. He spoke simultaneously to Prague, Slovakia, Bratislava, Berlin, Frankfurt, to name a few. Last night the message was, if Ukraine falls, so could you. Overnight he spoke again, telling his people he's still in Ukraine, despite reports claiming otherwise.
Every 2 days, a report appears claiming I fled Ukraine, Kyiv, the office. You see, I'm here on the spot.
And in the face of Russia's invasion, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken started a 6-day trip to Europe, beginning in Brussels. His message to Putin, the West is united, while also giving him this warning.
We'll continue to raise the cost for President Putin and all who carry out and enable his war of choice and the devastation that it's causing. We'll continue to strengthen our capacity to defend our collective security and deter further escalation by Russia, including by upholding our Article 5 commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. NATO's a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
But there are no signs of Putin backing down. His military assaults go on. A Russian rocket hit this school in Zhytomyr, now reduced to rubble and ruin. For Ukraine, right now, there seems no end in sight to the destruction of its cities or the killing of its people. Sejal Carrier, ITV News.
Well, this morning we have been hearing, according to Russian media, news of a ceasefire which has come into force in the last hour or so. Let's speak now to Sergei Orlov, who is Deputy Mayor of Mariupol. Mr. Orlov, thank you so much for joining me this morning. We're hearing now that civilians will be able to leave there in the next few hours. Can you give us any confirmation of that?
Good morning. I can confirm that this morning we received information about ceasefire that was established between Ukrainian and Russian side. So all the night we had bombing from Russian airplanes, but after this information we can confirm that ceasefire started. We monitoring will we have some incidents or not, but in general the ceasefire is started. So as a city council we started our program of evacuation of our citizens. We established several points from which the evacuation will be possible, and organizing at the moment its process.
And Sergei, at the moment, how many people are we talking about? How long will it take to get them out?
We received information that ceasefire will be settled up to day. So during up to 17 o'clock or something like this, So we have prepared some buses to evacuate to Zaporizhia. We received information about road, and this road is we know this road, so from Mariupol to Zaporizhia, and we started to evacuate citizens. We have about 50 buses. It's big buses, it's communal buses, which will go from Mariupol to Zaporizhia. And also we received information that evacuation on private cars is also possible with some pictures of Red Cross or something like this. So we give this information to citizens. But the hardness of situation is that in Mariupol we don't have electricity, water, and cellular phone heating for days. That's why it's quite it's not so simple to collect people and to give them information. And also they do not have fuel for their private cars. So we are organizing this process at the moment.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's Robert Moore here, a correspondent in the studio. I wonder if this ceasefire is a source of hope for you that it could be potentially extended, or do you worry that it could lead to the exact opposite? Actually, it could mean the evacuation of civilians in order for the Russians to use even more brutal tactics against the besieged city of Mariupol?
I would tell that we made some analysis, and we think that about 200,000 citizens will be ready to evacuate to Ukrainian-controlled territory. I don't know, will we have some citizens who wants to evacuate to Russia, but I think it's not a lot of people if it will be possible. That's why our aim is to settle several evacuation corridors, and I hope that with this day we will be the first. So if we have 50 buses by 100 people, so we are ready to evacuate about 5,000 to 6,000 citizens this day to Zaporizhia, and also some private cars. I think anyway, a lot of them will go to Zaporizhia. So it's our aim and target for today.
But my question is, without civilians in the town, do you feel that the Russians will then begin a sustained bombardment, that your city faces destruction?
Sure, I'm absolutely sure in this. I'm sure that awful bombarding using tactical missiles or multiple launch rocket system artillery will continue, I'm sure. Or with citizens they did it, and without citizens they will do it. That's why it's absolutely true.
Do you also share the view that a no-fly zone is something that the West should impose? Is that something that you locally in Mariupol are also desperately calling for, a no-fly zone?
Yeah, we also claim our partners and to kindly ask to set up this no-fly zone, because I do not want to comment war and military component of our war with Russia, but I see that we have awful bombing from air, and we know if on the earth Ukrainian army has successes competing with the Russian army and defending city. On air they have big advantages, and it's critically important to set up a no-flight zone over the Ukraine, or at least give Ukrainian army anti-rocket, anti-airplane weapons. So it's critically important.
And there is this hope now, this ceasefire and a way out for the people there. But Mariupol's been under a sustained heavy attack for days now. What do you know of the damage that has already been caused, the destruction to the city?
The damages are awful because they do not find any special target. It was total bombing of the city with all kind of weapons that Putin has. So it was airplane bombing, artillery, tactic rockets, multiple launch rocket system, everything. He bombs school, kindergartens, hospitals, and it was for 9 days. So it's over 200 hours of defending the city with total destruction of the city.
And what can you
I
tell
want
us?
to share also, I want to also share information that it was his target also was to make humanitarian crisis and genocide, because the concrete aims were our electricity infrastructure, our water supply, our heating system. So it was the target of bombing and airplane bombing.
And the mayor, in fact, overnight saying that you've run out of food, essentially, there, haven't you, as well?
Once again, please.
The mayor saying that you have run out of food there now.
Yes, yes.
It's a pretty dire situation. Deputy Mayor Mariupol, Sergei Orlov, thank you so much for talking to me this morning. We wish you safe passage as well. Thank you. Robert, let's just talk to everyone that we're speaking to in Ukraine, calling for this no-fly zone, but they're not getting it yet.
I think one of the really sort of compelling themes to come out of the programme today is how everybody in Ukraine is now calling for this no-fly zone. You know, we've had that from families hiding in basements. We've had it from the deputy mayor of a besieged city, from an MP who opposes Zelensky, but who nevertheless is calling for NATO action. And the other point is this call is only going to increase over the coming days as the Russian bombardment develops and the tactics become even more brutal. But the absolutely key point to understand is this no-fly zone is not going to happen. And if you understand, you know, the imposition of a zone like that, then you understand, you know, why NATO, the NATO alliance, cannot bring that into place, because it would involve the destruction of Russian airfields to make the air zone safe. It would involve taking out surface-to-air missiles. It would involve dogfights with Russian aircraft in the skies over Ukraine. In other words, it would involve the very action that for decades NATO has been trying to avoid at all costs, namely a direct military conflict between Russia and NATO. And if one NATO army or air force gets involved, all 30 NATO members become involved under Article 5. So it would lead to a serious contagion way beyond the borders of Ukraine. As the NATO Secretary General put it, imposing a no-fly zone is the beginning of a Europe-wide war. So you can understand, despite those heartfelt pleas on the ground for a no-fly zone, the NATO alliance, the Western alliance, is unlikely to go that far. That would be an extraordinary step and a very dangerous one.
It seems to just be, we're in an impossible position at the moment when you take all those factors into account. There is an incredible concern, of course, that this will escalate when we see nuclear weapons. We have seen attacks on nuclear plants. Now, some are saying this amounts to pretty much the same thing. If that attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant hadn't ended the way it did, we could be in a very different position right now.
Of course, I mean, one of the distinguishing parts of Ukraine is it's got a huge civil nuclear program. So suddenly, we've got a major war playing out in a country with many nuclear power stations. It's not true to say that there's other things that the Western alliance can't do. Yes. There are other domains. There's cyber warfare that undoubtedly, in my view, Western nations are beginning to engage in now to try and slow down the Russian military advance. And in addition, perhaps the most significant military step of all is that we know from reporting overnight from the New York Times, many hundreds of Javelin anti-tank missiles and Stinger anti-aircraft missiles are now flowing in to Ukraine to bolster the defences of the Ukrainian military. So in a way, this has become, if you like, a proxy war. We're not going to be imposing a no-fly zone, but we are pushing in significant amount of military materiel. Inventories from the US Army are being emptied and moved to Poland and then into Ukraine. So, NATO has a dog in this fight, if you like. It's pushing in weapons. It won't be prepared to impose, in my view, a no-fly zone. The risk of escalation is vast if that step was taken. But instead, we're fighting essentially a proxy war in which NATO members are pushing in weapons to try and help Ukrainian defences.
We mentioned earlier this huge diplomatic effort that is coming from the US. We've got the US Secretary of State heading to Poland this weekend. Are we running out of diplomatic options, though? When we hear France's President Macron had a very long conversation with President Putin over the phone and came away from that saying, well, basically, worse is to come. He wants all of Ukraine. Where are we diplomatically? What more can we do?
Well, the diplomatic efforts aren't really, in terms of having a dialogue with Moscow. What the diplomatic efforts are all about is making sure that the NATO alliance and the European Union stays solid, that there's unity from the Western side. That is the absolute focus of the diplomatic effort at the moment. In terms of a dialogue with Moscow, that's always going to be a possibility, and we've seen in Mariupol, just as we heard a few moments ago, that there will be kind of local ceasefires to allow humanitarian relief to go in, humanitarian corridors for civilians to be evacuated. So that's the sort of local diplomacy that will happen. But in terms of substantial sort of diplomatic efforts between Kyiv and Moscow, between NATO and the Kremlin, I think that looks, vanishingly small as a prospect in the coming days, simply because it's clear that Vladimir Putin's military strategy at the moment is increasingly brutal. It's about conquest. It's about trying to lay siege to Ukrainian cities. So while that goes on, the prospect of a diplomatic effort that brings about a sustained ceasefire, I mean, that's very remote at this point, I'm sad to say.
All right, Robert, for the moment, thank you. One of the things that we've been hearing from this morning, of course, those trying to get relatives out of Ukraine to the UK. And we've been hearing how complicated the system has been. One man who lives here has been trying to get his partner's mother to the UK. I'm pleased to say Edgar Dubrovsky joins me now from Bucharest in Romania. Edgar, what is the latest on your attempt to get the necessary paperwork to make this happen for you?
So, thank you. So this has been day 6, I guess. Finally, the form appeared, as I mentioned on the news yesterday, magically. We filled it in, and unfortunately, the guys at the visa center in Bucharest were amazing, I have to say. There's about 50 to 60 families now trying to figure out and fill the correct forms. Informed us that we might get it in the next 24 hours or 48. They have no idea, unfortunately, because obviously it's weekend. So we're sort of stuck a little bit not knowing, do we book tickets or do we move to maybe slightly more Western, because it still feels a bit dangerous because we only something like 300 miles away from the war zone. So yeah, that's where we at. It's been day 5 of trying to figure out paying for some Airbnb, staying at this beautiful flat of friend of a friend. That's where we at.
Edgar, I just want to get a bit of background here. Just explain to us right now, because you are in Romania, but you're trying to get your partner's mother to the UK, and she fled Odessa. Just give me a bit of background there.
Yeah, so my partner is British national. I just want to stress this. She has a British passport. So her mom lived in Odessa only a week ago, had a hairdressing salon and a beautiful sea view flat. The war kicked off and it turned into absolute hell, and it was clear she has to flee. She fled to Moldova by, again, friends of a friend's car. That took over 31 hours to actually get into Moldova. The last 6 of these hours was on foot, and she's 60-year-old and it's +2 degrees at night. She hasn't slept all of those 31 because she was also driving parts of it, helping the driver. Crossed Moldova, was met by amazing volunteers there, slept overnight in Chisinau, which is the capital of Moldova. And then next morning they drove her to the border of Romania, where we flew in a day before, rented a car, drove and met her there finally to the relief, because it was just hell for all of us not knowing where she is sometimes. And reception is really bad around Ukraine and Mariupol and Moldova.
Well, relief for you finally, Edgar. We're hearing so many stories like yours and your mother-in-law's. It must have been so frustrating for you to have to go through all that and still waiting for the necessary paperwork. Do you feel that you've been let down by the UK government?
I think it's 2 things, Obviously, very, very thankful. First of all, my partner, who's born Ukrainian but got British citizenship. That's amazing. And we're obviously thankful for that. The trick is promising that the borders are open, and there's been press statements, there's been press releases from Home Office that, yes, everyone can come in who has Ukrainian mother, daughter, brother. That's not the fact. It's just not the fact. When you promise that while bombs are still falling and there's humanitarian crisis at the borders, there's elderly people on foot for ages trying to cross. Obviously, it's really hard health-wise. That's a really dangerous thing to say, because they assume it's open and then they have nowhere to go. They're really stressed. A lot of them don't know English that well. I'm really lucky to know English, but there's a lot of kind of paperwork to go through. There's a 30 questions questionnaire, and You have to call a number, which I want to stress is a paid number. The 24-hour one is a paid phone number you have to call to UK from a local mobile phone, which is insanity, I think. And they don't speak Ukrainian or Russian on that line, unfortunately. So for a lot of guys, it's everyone helping everyone speaking English on the phone and being in that queue of visas. I think they have to up the game a little bit if they actually want to help and not just score political points. Maybe employ a couple of people speaking Russian and Ukrainian so they can help on that phone. Because the woman crying, so I was literally crying in the office yesterday, in the visa office, begging us to speak to that woman on the phone because she could not understand what she was asking. So there is this kind of grand scheme of gesture, which is really nice, but I think in reality has to be, they have to immerse themselves into this scenario where someone is looking for a printer 200 miles from a war zone 50 minutes before the office shuts. That's the realities, having not slept for 31 hours. So maybe they can sort of over weekend and somewhere in London by the 10 Downing Street, immerse themselves in that and see how they do well or not. Parts of it is insane, I think, but the grand scheme is good.
Edgar, everything you mentioned there, the fact that it's a paid telephone number, it's only in English, and you are most certainly not the only family to have struggled with such a system. Do you think that it would have discouraged others from trying to reach the UK, though?
I know for a fact it has already, and that's where the danger part starts. So we had family friends who have similar link to ours. I think her sister is in UK. And because they knew our story, that we still can't apply, and they had nowhere to stay in a neighboring country to theirs, because Poland is doing really hard to get people in, but they're also struggling on the border. So they wanted to leave sort of a day or two ahead of being able to fly to London, because they were really afraid they had nowhere to sleep because they have an elderly mother. And even though we tried to explain, no, someone will meet you. I'm sure someone will meet you there. They were just afraid to do it. So they kept staying longer and longer because UK wouldn't open that border, having announced they have. So it just added to immense stress of being constantly bombed. And in realities of it, they're sort of losing hope there because some cities are sieged really badly. And yes, there's some promise of humanitarian corridors, but only 2, as you have reported, have opened. But there's also cities of Kherson where still shelling is going on and people just can't escape, or parts of Kiev. So the realities of it is, like I say, scheme is good, but they have to immerse themselves in how do people actually get that little paper to fly in and go.
All right, well, Edgar Dubrovsky, we wish you the best. Thank you so much for talking to us this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to our deputy political editor, Anushka Rastana, who's in Downing Street for us all morning. Anushka, we're just hearing there from Edgar, this issue about visas for Ukrainians is causing real problems on the ground. I mean, could our government be doing more?
Well, there has been real frustration here about the speed at which we've moved on this. We had a situation where Ireland straight away, for example, just dropped visa requirements for Ukrainians so that they could come there for 3 years. And it feels like we have moved very slowly, to the frustration, by the way, of many Conservative MPs. I've even spoken to ministers who wish that the Home Office had moved more quickly on this. Day one, we were told, that immediate family members, and that was a very small group, could come, and that could be 100,000 people for 12 months. Then the next day they said extended family members, and they talked about 200,000 people. We weren't quite sure where those figures came from. And, even that scheme, they're talking about 6,000 applications by the end of March. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, did go to Poland yesterday and talked about this. And she's also talked about a separate route, a humanitarian route, where people without links to the UK could come here, but it hasn't been set up yet. And as you've just been hearing there from the stories on the ground, it is very hard for people who want to come here. And yet we see those images, for example, in Germany, of families meeting up and trying to take Ukrainians to safety. And there are people here who want to do the same. One Conservative MP said to me yesterday they would like to open up their house and take a Ukrainian family, and there isn't a way to easily do that. So there is frustration, although MPs say to me they are glad to hear that there is going to be this other humanitarian route that would allow people without family links to get here. Beyond that, when you speak to Ukrainians, and I've done that quite a lot here because there have been protests right here by Parliament, they do say ultimately, yes, they want to see more action on this. They want to see a way that people can get here, but many of their relatives want to stay there as well and to either fight or be close to home. But yes, there is a lot of pressure and a desire within the Conservative Party and beyond for the Home Secretary to move more quickly on this.
Pressure from within the party and beyond as well. And the reality is that a lot of backbench MPs will be hearing more and more stories like the one we just heard from Edgar from their constituents.
Yeah, absolutely. That they'll be hearing them, they'll be seeing the pictures on TV. They're having the same conversations that all of us are having. They're watching on in shock and horror, and there wants to be a kind of humanitarian response to this. It was, very clear when the government said that they would reduce visa restrictions for family members for 12 months, that they would very quickly have to extend that. MPs were saying they would have to extend that, and that's exactly what Priti Patel did yesterday. It's now been extended to 3 years. That everybody wants a humanitarian response to this and to be able to help in any way that they can.
Anushka, it's Robert here in the studio. Is there any sense of discomfort about double standards, that we're treating Ukrainian refugees differently than how we have treated Syrian and perhaps Afghan refugees fleeing those war zones? Is there a sense of discomfort at all in government circles?
It was certainly something that was raised when there was a briefing on this issue yesterday. And, the position of the government is that with the schemes that will allow people to come here, that Ukrainians will not be able to, jump ahead of Afghans who are waiting to come here. But as we know, there is a real backlog in Afghans trying to come here. I mean, I've been speaking to a family in Istanbul who actually worked for the British government through a security agency in Afghanistan and should be able to come here as part of a scheme and has simply not heard back from the government. I've actually just very recently been in eastern Turkey and met Afghan refugees who are still fleeing and who should not be forgotten about and who are taking treacherous journeys to try to get here. It is clearly the case that there has been a different response to this, whether it's the fact that it's in Europe, whether it's the images on, of the war taking place in that way. There is this sense that there's been a bigger demand for a response, but it was very clear yesterday that that demand remains there for certainly Afghans who should be able to come here through schemes that have been set up, and that those schemes must go ahead as well.
Anushka at Downing Street, for the moment, thank you. We're going to speak again now to the former British Army officer, Major General Patrick Cordingley. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Let's talk to, first of all, this news of a ceasefire and a humanitarian corridor. Would this be part of tactics to clear civilians before attacking again?
Well, I suppose you could say it's a cynical move, and one fears it is a cynical move because they intend to go into those cities and actually destroy them because there are going to be insurgents in there. So there is just a glimmer of hope about humanitarian thoughts, kindness here, I suppose, but it's just, I'm afraid it's not going to change what's going to happen eventually.
And we're seeing an attempt by Russia to take control of the Black Sea coast. What is that aiming to achieve?
Well, just at the moment, not a lot of equipment has come in that way. But of course, you've got to remember that in Crimea, there was probably quite a lot of equipment sitting there anyway. And you look to see what's going to happen in Odessa. And therefore, you get a sort of pincer movement going on where they can come up now from, well, if they get to Odessa, they can come up from the south, the other side of the great river that divides the country. And that is very worrying when they've got a complete grip of those ports in the south.
All right, Major General Patrick Cordingley, thank you very much for the moment. It is just after 8:30. A quick look at the latest developments on the Ukraine conflict. The Deputy Mayor of the besieged city of Mariupol has confirmed to our programme this morning that the evacuation of citizens has started. There is a temporary ceasefire in place this morning there and in Volnovakha.
Till we started our program of evacuation of our citizens, we established several points from which the evacuation will be possible.
Across Europe last night, tens of thousands of people gathered to hear President Zelensky warn, if we fall, you will fall, a call to arms for his country. He released this video denying claims circulating online that he had fled Kyiv. Meanwhile, more than 1.2 million Ukrainians have now left their homeland to go to neighbouring countries. And there is a big diplomatic show of unity today, with the US Secretary of State travelling to Poland after meetings yesterday in Brussels. Let's take a closer look at the situation now across Ukraine. In the north of the country, Ukrainian officials say there has been continued heavy artillery and airstrikes around the cities of Kharkiv and Chernihiv. But that, for now, the Kyiv government remains in control. Further south, Russian efforts to take control of the Black Sea coast and cut off Ukraine's access to it continues. Mariupol remains partially under siege, according to Ukraine, though, as we've been reporting this morning, the Russian Ministry of Defence has announced a ceasefire there to create a humanitarian corridor. Well, Ukrainian forces remain in control in Mykolaiv, further west, despite the repeated attempts of Russian forces. The major port city of Odessa is also said to have come under repeated attack from Russian ships. I think now we're going to join Sergei Stakhovsky, who is a former Ukrainian tennis player and is now fighting in Ukraine. Sergei, thank you so much for talking to me this morning. First of all, just tell us why you made that decision. I believe you were on holiday with your wife and your children when the conflict began, when the invasion began. What prompted you to make the decision to go to Ukraine and to fight?
I'm going to answer that question, but I have a question of my own. Why you call it a conflict? It's a war. It's not a conflict. And you have to name the things as they are. When somebody's bombarding civil cities, it's not a conflict. It's a war. It's a war zone. I took my decision because I understand that the circumstances are that if Ukraine will fall, I'll have no history to tell to my kids, and I'll have no country that I came from, because that's eventually the goal of Putin, is to erase Ukraine from the books of history. That's what he's been saying all the time, that Ukraine never existed, that Ukraine was created by Lenin during the Soviet era. So it's a choice which I'm not saying it's a right choice I made. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I shouldn't be here. But none of the choices I would make would be right for me.
You're right, it is a war. We have been describing it as so. You talk about your wife and children. How difficult, just try to explain to us just how difficult that decision was for you to leave them?
It's a decision I wish none of the parent would ever have to make. Because it's not the right decision in any way. Leaving 3 kids is not the right decision. Staying away from it when others are sending their families and loved ones away and staying behind to defend, also not the right decision. So there was no right one. I have a family here. I have my brother and my father and my grandmother is here. So there was a reason for me to come back as well.
Sergei, you're a tennis player. It wasn't that long ago you were playing in tournaments around the world. What is your background? Do you have any military experience, any training?
No, I have shooting range experience, as many of civilians, I guess, do. And that's all. 80% of the people which I see on the street, which are grouping into territorial defense and, trying to sign in for the armed forces, they have 0 military experience, but they're staying to fight because they don't want the Russian world here. No one wants the Russian world here because Russia brings misery and destruction. Yet they're still trying to, attack us and take Ukraine over.
A question here from Robert Moore, a correspondent in the studio. I mean, there's been a concerted attempt in the West to isolate Russia, not just economically, but culturally, including in the arena you know so well, in tennis and in sports. I wondered if you feel like Russian players, even as individuals, even though they don't represent the government, those like Dmitry Medvedev and Andrei Rublev, should they be banned from playing in tournaments? Would you favour banning all Russian participation in the sport that you love so much in the arena of tennis?
I would not extend it to tennis. Tennis is a very individual sport, and these guys, they deserve to be where they are. They didn't have support of the government. They live abroad. They even didn't elect the president of Putin. So I understand now that every single individual of Russia has to bear the consequences of the politics of their country. And it's right, because otherwise, the last 8 years we've seen, if nobody carries responsibility, if the regular citizens are feeling okay, then Russia does whatever it wants. So to a certain extent, I agree that they should lose their flag on the court. But to ban them completely, that's a decision has to be taken on case by case. If somebody supports Putin, then yes.
Do you feel betrayed by the West? Do you feel the West should be doing much more? You've been, rightly calling it a war. And I wonder if you feel like not only a no-fly zone, but would you actually be calling for NATO direct military intervention, even if there are catastrophic consequences from that for the West?
Well, the catastrophic consequence already now, when you have Russian troops shelling nuclear plants, isn't that catastrophic enough? I just don't understand what you mean by catastrophic. I mean, if somebody threatens the world with a nuclear weapon while attacking another country, what, do you think he's not going to use it at all? I mean, for me, it's pretty obvious. We have incredible support from the world. I've received thousands of messages across the world from different countries in support of Ukraine. The politicians are taking a different stance. Yes, they aid Ukraine, but not to the extent we need it. If the world wants us to be able to stop Russia, because that's basically what they want us to be the buffer. Because if Russia is going to take over Ukraine, there'll be no buffer for Europe. Russia is going to be standing on the borders of European countries. And then, who knows, maybe they remember the 68. And they say, well, the Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Poland, they were all under our wing. So we want to reestablish that. And then they're going to threaten with nuclear weapon. And then again, the NATO is going to say, well, let's leave these countries, they've been under Russia historically, and we're going to be safe. But this all just repeating from 1939, when Hitler did the same thing, threatening the others by taking other countries.
Sergei, I want to come back to you on that point when I ask you about whether you had any military experience or training. You said you didn't. What can you tell us more about others who are with you? Are they in a similar position? And if so, what are your tactics? What have you been told to expect if that Russian convoy just outside of Kyiv do come into the city, into that very centre? What will happen then? What will you do?
Well, we have some basic training. They show us how everything works. Recently, I've have a short course on NLAW systems, which thank you for sending them. They're working really well, apparently. Even when you don't know how to shoot, they still shoot tanks. And these things, we just told what to do. Where's our line of defense? Where the different units stand? And that's what we do. We don't, we cooperate with the military, but we are more or less the last stand which stands inside the city. And I'm pretty sure when Russia comes into the city, unless they bombard and destroy all of the Kyiv, they have no chance of taking it.
Okay, Sergei Stakhovsky, thank you very much for talking to us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we're going to return. We were just in Kyiv now, to our global security editor, Rohit Kachru, who is on the ground in the city. Rohit, we see it appears to be very quiet there at the moment.
Yeah, a relatively quiet night, Lucrezia, but let me explain what relatively quiet means relative to the fairly consistent bombardments that we'd heard during previous nights. We're in the middle of the city centre here. We are, there's a monastery, a church behind us, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in that direction. Some of the main shopping area is in this direction. This is what I can show you. Behind the camera is what I can't show you. We've been asked not to film around a dozen or so troops who are manning a checkpoint, which I can see to my left. There's a couple of vehicles. One appears to be a television news crew. There's another unmarked vehicle that I'm seeing now. They're checking for people's credentials. They're stopping absolutely everyone that's coming through. In this direction, I can see a roadblock which is being manned by half a dozen or so other troops. who are stopping every vehicle on this sort of main thoroughfare that's going into the centre of the city. The curfew has just ended, but everyone who wants to come past that point has to go through this sort of strict check. And obviously, as we've been seeing over the past few days, one of the real concerns is this threat of so-called Russian saboteurs coming in. The threat Ukrainians have identified as being these sort of undercover units who might be coming into the city ahead of this 40-mile convoy, which is a few miles in that direction, which includes hundreds of vehicles, of armoured vehicles, of tanks, perhaps thousands of troops. And according to some Western intelligence officials, it seems to have pretty much stalled. You know, we don't really know why, but the suspicion is that their intention remains to encircle this city, to surround it. And that's why we have such a sort of high military presence of Ukrainian forces here. You can see these coaches here. They belong to the Ukrainian army. We've seen a few soldiers getting on and off them. The odd, you know, member of the public floating around, but this is a really busy crossroads. This should be a really busy square on any normal Saturday morning. Of course, this isn't any normal Saturday morning. Behind me, behind the camera, is the police headquarters, which has been this sort of hive of activity. We were there just a few minutes after the first bombardment started, and just within those early hours there were police officers rushing in and out of the building, a sense of panic. You know, I must say that I wouldn't describe anything I'm seeing here today as panicked, but certainly there's a sort of, I guess you could say, ominous feeling about what the next few hours, the next few days might present. There's another vehicle coming by now, which we can't show you, which is being stopped. Once again, this sort of familiar check with credentials being searched, paperwork, passports, the same sort of thing that we've been having actually as we've tried to move around the city. And this morning, again, the odd air raid siren. We haven't heard one for about an hour and a half or so. The odd distant rumble, again, not for the last couple of hours. And really people are becoming fairly used to it. It's not something anymore that sends people racing at breakneck speed into the air raid, into the underground bunkers. But yeah, I mean, this is a pretty constant situation. This is the sort of sight that we can see right around the city. You can see an Uber coming around here, a sort of marked vehicle, and again, this driver here and his passenger being stopped, facing the same check, this sort of familiar check that we see absolutely everywhere around the city. And, you know, this is sort of normal life here, but it has been a fairly quiet night. People are watching what's been happening elsewhere, and some people heartened perhaps by events in Mariupol and elsewhere, where we've heard about this sort of short-term ceasefire to allow this humanitarian corridor to get in and out of the city. When people look at places like Mariupol here, though, I think they probably wonder whether what they're seeing there is perhaps what we are going to see in the next few days in this city.
All right, Rohit, in Kyiv, as you say, eerily quiet there and ominous. Thank you. We're going to rejoin with our correspondent Romilly Weeks, who is in Lviv with people who are escaping the fighting in the east of Ukraine. Romilly, what are you seeing, and what stories are you hearing?
Well, Lucrezia, Lviv in the west is a city that has been untouched by war in terms of bombardment, but touched in every other way. And this is what I mean. This is a football stadium, the Lviv Arena, which was built to host the Euros in 2012. It is now hosting 500 to 600 people who've been displaced from other areas. You can see children here playing behind me. There are young babies here. There are people trying to sleep, people who've been traveling every night, all through the night, next to their bags, which they packed in a matter of minutes. trying to pack up a whole life into a set of suitcases. I just want to show you what's going on in the centre here. It is being staffed by volunteers. There is a massive civil resistance effort going on in Lviv, with people giving up their jobs, offering to volunteer, joining the army, staffing centres like this. And I just want to share a few stories with you, with people who have been forced to move from other areas, like Raisa, Oksana and Victor, who we're joining here, who have travelled overnight from Kiev. Raisa, can you just explain to me how you made the decision to move and how difficult that was?
It was very difficult. We were staying in our flat, sometimes getting out into the shelter, yes. But we had a lot of air raid sirens, and during the night we didn't go to the shelter, we just stayed in our bathroom, put a lot of pillows, cushions, blankets, yes, and we were staying there. But to tell the truth, my friends living abroad pushed me just to do that. You see, because every day, even not a few times per day, they were writing, asking where are you, how are you, and so on. So they pushed us to go here, and we are going to Ivano-Frankivsk, to one of my friend's flats. You see, she has got it there, she invited, and so we had the train to Lviv, we boarded the train to Lviv, and now we are going to move to Ivano-Frankivsk. I'm not going to flee the country. So first of all, because I feel happy here, having a job, having everything. You see, loving my country, but and I'm not going to do that. We are having this period of so-called holidays till the 13th of March, and I hope we will return to our classes, because the first 2 days when the bombardments started,
you're going to continue teaching.
We were working. We were working online for some already period of time due to Omicron, COVID. You see, we were working online, and then we proceeded when this started, and some of my students couldn't even were a little bit indignant. For example, those who went from the halls of residence to Kharkiv, one of the girls sent me a message. How can you imagine me doing this without books and exercise books? You see,
they are
and I felt a little bit. Of course, I felt worried, anxious about their whole health. We were staying, and with my colleagues, we are trying to stay in touch, phoning each other, messaging, because we are teamwork.
Can I just get you to sum up? What are your emotions about what's happening to your country, and what it's like leaving your home and your city and your friends and everything you love?
It's quite devastating. Why? Because getting here was quite a palaver, with getting on the train, with people pushing, a lot of men fleeing the city. So it's a very times of adversity for our country, and we hope and we know that a country and a president are busting the guts to fight back the evil force. So we're grateful for that, but it's a devastating time for us.
Devastating war. We had the buildings near Kiev were bombarded, for example, in the outskirts, so in the suburbs of the town, and so the people were staying in their shelters, and my friends' children are now also sitting there, you see, with their pets, because they can't leave. They wanted to leave, but they were to give this all to someone, yes, just to trust their pets to someone. So we think Ukraine will win, yes, and we are thankful to our resilient, defiant, so warriors who are doing that. I can't imagine. We are just nervous, worried, and here, you see, when we are staying safe here, we are secure. But for people who are doing this, fighting, and so hard. You can't imagine that in the 21st century this can happen. Of course, we are asking foreign countries to help, maybe, because nobody expected this to happen. Do you need, for example, so many aircraft or just ammunition? If you are not going to attack someone or fight with them, you really don't need it. You see?
Thank you so much for sharing your stories, and really good luck with the rest of your journey. I know now you have to go and you're going to catch your bus, so thank you. So many people here are trying to stay in the area, to find places to stay in and around Lviv, and there are volunteers matching people who are offering their homes with people who need places to stay. And also, I did the reverse journey to many of these people coming over from Poland yesterday, and on the Polish border we saw that many people were arriving there from Poland, from across Europe, from Germany, from Slovakia, Czech Republic, arriving in their cars with the offer of a room, a place to stay. But what everybody is here, what you are hearing almost universally is, we just want to be able to go home. We want to be allowed to continue with our lives.
In Lviv, and just some understanding there of the emotional toll that this is taking on people. Thank you. Well, as we've been seeing all morning from pictures and the interviews coming up from Ukraine, it's all putting huge pressure on people, but also on hospitals and medical staff out there. Our medical editor, Emily Morgan, has been speaking to doctors. And Emily, what are they telling you?
Well, I've been in contact with a number of doctors, either by email or by phone, on the ground in Ukraine, and I think they are facing a myriad of issues at the moment out there. I think the three main issues they're facing is quite clearly the sheer volume of patients, also the safety of those patients and the safety of the doctors and nurses trying to treat them, but also these really worrying dwindling of supplies of medication and medical equipment. Now, I've been speaking to a surgeon who works at a hospital in Kyiv. He says they are now only treating the war wounded and doing urgent operations. The usual work in the hospital has quite simply had to stop. I've also been speaking to a doctor in the UK who has many colleagues in Ukraine who say that their main concerns are simply that they don't have the experience or the training in dealing with mass casualties, in dealing with casualties who are injured to the extent that they are. Now, that is a real problem and a real concern for them. The surgeon in Kiev says he fears for his safety. He fears for his colleagues' safety. Getting to and from the hospital is very difficult. They are staying at the hospital generally and working 24/7. Now, the safety of patients is obviously a real worry as well. When alarms sound, they are taking them down to bunkers and down to bomb shelters. Now, quite obviously, their treatment down there is limited. The doctor says that he's having to make this horrible decision about which patients to take down to the bunkers because not all of them are fit enough to go down there. We've also seen these heartbreaking images of children in a cancer hospital being treated in bunkers, lying side by side, getting limited treatment, having a very limited chemotherapy. Now, their doctors are concerned that these are very sick children and some of them will simply get sicker. Now, some of those children are being transferred out of Kyiv and to hospitals in Lviv, but I understand that beds are a premium now in hospitals in Lviv. Now, of course, then there is the problem with medical supplies. The surgeon I've spoken to says that they are in desperate need of emergency equipment, things like simple things like tourniquets, blood containers, gauzes, bandages and gloves. He says that the problem with oxygen, the supplies of oxygen, has now stabilised at his hospital. The WHO, you might recall earlier in the week, said there was a low supply of oxygen in the country. He says that's now stabilised, but this is why the safe corridors, these passages for humanitarian to get humanitarian aid through, are so important. And some aid is getting through, and the surgeon I've spoken to says that he is absolutely desperate for this equipment to be replenished.
All right, Emily Morgan, thank you. For now, thank you. We're going to go to Washington now and to our correspondent Emma Murphy. Emma, some developments from the UN now. Can you tell us more?
Yes, we've been notified that the United Nations Security Council will meet again on Monday to discuss the events that will take place over this weekend. Of course, they've been in near permanent session for the past 10 days, constantly calling emergency meetings to address the latest developments, and who knows what it is that they will be discussing come Monday. Yesterday's meeting was called by the United Kingdom. It was an emergency session to discuss what had gone on at the nuclear power plant on Thursday night. And listening to the ambassadors speaking yesterday, you really got a feeling of just how horrified they were by what they had watched. They were at their homes, they were watching it unfold on television as the rest of us, and really didn't have a lot more information to gather themselves. They had more by yesterday, but they were just speaking about the fact that they had to try and understand what was happening in real time, knowing just how dangerous that whole situation was, and the fact that the American ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, described it as holding her breath, barely daring to exhale. She said it was only by the grace of God that there was any aversion of a nuclear catastrophe on that night. So they will be no doubt hoping that their message yesterday, that the fighting is ceased around those nuclear plants, has been heeded over the course of the weekend. Another thing to add that they will be discussing is this issue of the civilian humanitarian corridors. Of course, many times in that chamber of the United Nations, these corridors have been discussed in conflicts all around the world. The one thing that I think that they will be concerned about, and that history tells us we should all be concerned about, is just what will happen once those corridors are brought to a close. At this point, Russia is saying that people can leave certain areas, that there will be this cessation of hostilities. But when we look to previous conflicts, what has followed the cessation of those corridors has been truly dreadful. Syria is one example. People were allowed to leave from Aleppo and various other locations, but when that stopped, the bombardment that came afterwards was absolutely monumental, and it was done by Russian helicopters on many occasions. And there is a playbook that seems to be being followed here. One other thing to note is that there is a narrative that also goes with this, which we may well hear over the coming days. In Syria, once those corridors had been opened and closed, we were told over and over again by the Syrian regime, and indeed the Russians, that those who stayed in the towns and cities were jihadists. I suspect in the coming days we will hear that those who are staying in the towns and cities in Ukraine are viewed as Nazis, and therefore they will be subject to the very worst that Russia can offer. These will all be subjects for debate at the Security Council, and no doubt very much playing on the mind of Secretary of State Blinken as he travels around Europe this weekend, trying to build that coalition to keep it resolved as they face the week ahead and what's likely to happen in Ukraine.
Emma Murphy in Washington, thank you. Robert, let's bring you in here, obviously, with your extensive experience in the US. And what do you make of what Emma was just telling us now?
I think there's a major diplomatic effort underway, but it's not with Moscow. It's trying to make sure that the Western alliance stays intact, just like Emma was saying. I think the kind of ominous development, we've been concentrating in this programme quite rightly on the catastrophic human suffering in Ukraine, but there is a parallel tragedy playing out, and it's playing out in Russia. Russia is going dark. The last vestiges of independent journalism are being extinguished. Foreign reporters are having to leave, so we're having to talk about Russia here in the studio in London. Novaya Gazeta, the great liberal Russian newspaper, is now heavily censored. Echo Moskvy, the iconic Russian radio station, is closed. So has the independent TV station Dozhd. So Russians are no longer getting, free information in any sense, and the Kremlin is controlling everything. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this morning that Russia is moving from an authoritarian regime to a totalitarian one. It's going back to the darkest days of practices that we saw, in previous eras. It's a tragedy for Russia that is playing out all the hopes that we saw 20, 30 years ago of a sort of Western-orientated, forward-looking, open, pluralistic Russia. Those hopes are dying in front of our eyes this weekend as these new draconian laws come in that will punish severely any narrative from the media that conflicts with the information being given by Vladimir Putin. So this is a really dark day, not just for Ukraine, but also for Russia, because, information is power, and Russians are now being deprived of this. They're not going to get any independent journalism. There's the freedom of expression, the freedom to protest. Everything now is being extinguished, and so this is the parallel tragedy. It's one war, it's two tragedies.
Robert, for the moment, thank you. It is 9 o'clock and you are watching a special ITV News programme on the war in Ukraine. The latest developments so far this morning. The Deputy Mayor of the besieged city of Mariupol has confirmed to this programme that the evacuation of citizens is starting. There was a temporary ceasefire in place this morning there and in Volnovakha.
Till we started our program of evacuation of our citizens, we established several points from which the evacuation will be possible.
Across Europe last night, tens of thousands of people gathered to hear President Zelensky warn, "If we fall, you will fall," a call to arms for his country. He released this video denying claims circulating online that he had fled Kyiv. Meanwhile, more than 1.2 million Ukrainians have now left their homeland to neighbouring countries. And there is a big diplomatic show of unity today with the US Secretary of State travelling to Poland after meetings yesterday in Brussels. Well, throughout this morning, we have heard a great deal about the plight of people in Ukraine, and in particular, those trying to get out of the country. Well, joining me now is Treasury Minister John Glenn. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But first of all, and thank you for joining us this morning, but what is the latest position of the government on sanctions against Russia?
Well, we've already done quite a lot. We've been working closely with our allies. It's important that we do things in a joined-up fashion. So we've been working with our friends in the EU and the US on sanctions that have been hitting banks, hitting the whole of the infrastructure of Putin's regime. So you've seen that reflected in the drop in the value of the ruble. We've worked with the Bank of England to pioneer measures to stop the Russian central bank propping up the economy using their foreign currency reserves. And what we're doing on Monday is bringing forward legislation, emergency legislation, essentially, to help expedite some of the legal challenges in actually dealing with the Putin's cronies, those individuals who are on our list that we need to actually move forward with and to actually get them sanctioned.
That's where we are. We're going to get to where we could be. But I want to first get your reaction to that Russian ceasefire that we've been hearing about in the last few hours.
Well, obviously, we welcome that. That's a positive step, certainly to deal with some of the humanitarian crises that are unfolding. But we can't avoid the overall situation that faces the people of Ukraine from Putin's aggression. It is a dire situation with many cities apparently circled, with a lot of increasingly indiscriminate military activity targeting civilians. This is a very, very serious situation, but of course we welcome that modest step forward that will help that particular group of civilians perhaps escape imminent danger. But what we're seeing here is an illegal war prosecuted by Putin and his cronies, and what we're seeing is vast and devastating consequences across the whole of Ukraine, and it's obviously unfolding rapidly. The Ukrainian people are very brave and obviously doing everything they can to repel the threat, but it's obviously an extremely challenging time for them as a country.
John, going back to sanctions, punitive measures that the West is imposing on Russia, there is still, however, much criticism of the British government for not going far enough, for not hitting all those oligarchs who say are on that list with connections in the UK who have ties to the Russian regime, including Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich. Of course, he's selling it. You could be doing more.
Well, I can't talk about individuals, but I mean, the legislation we're bringing forward on Monday is designed exactly to deal with some of those challenges. So dealing with the legal impediments to rolling out unexplained wealth orders, dealing with the legal test with the way that the Office of Sanctions implementation works, and actually bringing more transparency to understanding where assets are held. And then we're also bringing these additional measures so that we can move more quickly on the sanctions. Where sanctions have been implemented elsewhere, we can use that as a precedent, and the Foreign Office is working flat out to move those forward into the next stage of delivery. But I would just recognise that there has been a lot of work done by the Treasury and by the Bank of England and regulators to impact Putin and his cronies in terms of their financial interests, the freezing of assets in banks, the way that we've restricted the use of the Russian central bank have had a chilling effect on Putin and his immediate circle. And we will continue to look constructively with allies, cooperatively, about how we can actually do more to isolate the economic interests of that group of people around Putin who've sustained him for so long.
It's Robert Moore here in the studio. It's clear this is Putin's war, not Russia's war. The Russian people we know are being deprived even of basic information. Are you concerned that the sort of economic sanctions you're putting in place, the sort of severe measures you're taking, are actually just going to alienate and damage deeply the Russian people rather than Putin's inner circle? Have you given thought to how Russia emerges from this, and whether we're going to have a generational battle with ordinary Russians feeling deeply isolated and alienated from the West?
I think that's a very reasonable question, but as the Prime Minister has been clear from the very start of this crisis, the British government and the allies outside of Russia don't have a battle with the Russian people themselves. We've always been clear to identify President Putin and the group of people around him as the target. Now, the implications for the Russian economy are serious. I recognize that, but we have got to move to recognize that the behavior in the Ukraine, prosecuting this illegal war, cannot go without severe sanctions and implications. We will obviously continue to monitor the effect, and we will also look very carefully at what more we can do to hit those people who are facilitating the crimes that are happening in the Ukraine. But we do not have any issue with the Russian people. It is Putin. What happened here in Salisbury 4 years ago with the Skripal attack was, again, something that was targeted and sanctioned, and actually the decision was made by President Putin and that group of people around him. That's why we've been very focused on the way that we've brought in these economic sanctions to, first of all, target those people, and to the legislation we're bringing forward on Monday is designed to expedite the impact of those particular measures as quickly as possible.
John Glenn, you talk about the measures that were expedited on Monday. There is a lot of concern over Tory party funding, particularly in connection to Russians, and this perception that perhaps because of this, the government is not acting quick enough and has certainly not been.
That's not the reason why we're bringing forward the legislation. We're bringing this legislation in order to move that legal process forward more quickly, not because of anything else. All donations to all political parties, large and small, fit within the legislation. I don't think anyone's making the assertion that there's been an illegal donation to any British political party. But what we're doing on Monday will actually tackle those individuals who are close to Putin, are clearly identified as in his inner circle, and making the legal process for bringing forward those sanctions swifter and more impactful. We are very determined in that across Whitehall, across the Allies, working closely with our friends in Europe and the US to make sure that we impact these individuals as quickly as we possibly can. Different legal frameworks in different countries will obviously mean that these things will happen at slightly different pace. Some we will move forward faster than others, but the commitment and the common goals are clear across our allies.
And John Glenn, while you're here, I want to speak to you about the concerns that we've been hearing over the humanitarian efforts, in particular, people that have been trying to get to the UK. We heard from Edgar, who's in Romania at the moment, and the story of his family, his mother-in-law, his wife, who has a British passport. Just getting in touch with the visa office, the fact that it is a paid-for phone line, it is only in English, things like this, he says are actually deterring people from seeking refuge in the UK.
Well, I think we moved very quickly to bring forward the Ukrainian family scheme and the humanitarian sponsorship scheme. I can't obviously speak to specific issues around the phone lines, but obviously the Home Office will be looking very carefully at that and seeing what we can do to make that easier. I know we've employed more people on the ground to process these applications at very short amount of time, but obviously this is a humanitarian crisis, and we will work to improve and to make adjustments if that's possible. But the fundamentals of the scheme are set out, the opportunity to, on an unlimited basis, to unite families, people who have ties with individuals in the UK, and then also the humanitarian sponsorship scheme, which we're moving forward with as quickly as we can.
OK. John Glenn, Treasury Minister, thank you for joining us this morning. Well, as we've been hearing throughout this programme, there is a mass movement of people happening in Europe right now. More than 1 million people are fleeing Ukraine for safety in neighbouring countries. We can speak now to Gabriela Liu, who is the UNHCR spokesperson for Romania, and she joins me from Bucharest. Gabriela, what is the situation right now?
Good morning. People continue to arrive. I mean, we see that every day, every night, border crossing points are busy. I just returned 2 days ago from from the busiest border crossing point on the northern border with Romania, the Siret one, and then you can see that every minute there are groups of people coming into Romania. Now, what we as UNHCR, UN Refugee Agency, are very much focused on is the protection of these people, because we need to understand that everyone fleeing the conflict in Ukraine is a refugee, regardless the fact that this person is asking for formal protection or not. So our main concern is that when they arrive in our country or in every country, their protection needs are quickly identified and met. For example, when they are at the border, right at the border, we need to make sure, and we do this together with our partners and with the government in coordination with all these entities. We need to make sure that people are, like getting to a warm place, because it's freezing outside. It's like very, very cold winter now here. And then that they have access to information, because they need to know what next. They need to know where to go. Transport is insured for them to take them from the border to different places. Accommodation is insured for them by the government, and also through different help provided by the civil society. There is extraordinary mobilization from the civil society, and then all these efforts and all these offers for help. We are trying now together with the government to coordinate. We are coordinating the offers for the assistance, because the needs will be here in 1 week, in 2 weeks, and unfortunately probably in few months' time. So it is important. This aspect is very important, and for that we do work with the government. Number two, it is very important that people have access to reliable information, and for that we have a platform, Dopomoha, which means help in Ukrainian. People can go there and get access to, like, get information. What if I have this kind of passport? If I want to do this, if I want to that, if I want to ask for asylum, what do I need to do? So all this information is available there. Also, it is very important to keep in mind that the people that are coming, refugees that are coming, are extremely vulnerable. Most of them, like over 90% of them, are women with children and elderly people. So they might have specific needs, specific protection needs. They might have the need to get immediate medical assistance, or to be able to move safely through the country, or to get safely to a reception center to seek asylum.
And Gabriella, you mentioned there that a lot of the people that are fleeing, they are vulnerable, they are older people, they are women, they are young children, they are people with medical needs as well. Are they getting the correct kind of aid that they need? Is it getting through to them? And what are the conditions like in the camps that they finally get to? These camps that we're seeing pop up in various places now. What is it like there?
There are different types of accommodation. So basically different types of ways to shelter the people. So once we have the regular reception centers that are there for asylum seekers, so for people who formally ask for asylum, then the authorities set up temporary reception centers for people that do not have a place over there. And I say temporary because these are like tent-based, but they are heated and they have like kitchen facilities, so people receive assistance while they are there. And their next move is decided. They receive psychological counseling. Many of them needed medical assistance, even if for not very serious illness, but again, people are coming and they might be cold, they might need a doctor immediately, so they are taken to the nearest hospital. So we also have to say that a large majority of those who enter Romania now are moving on. They go to another country. So they need to reach the different other countries in Europe where they have family links, or where they have friends, or there is this support that they need at this point in time. So I would say that out of the 170,000 people that arrived since 24th of February, almost 130,000 left already. However, this number that we have now, which reached like 60,000 refugees in Romania from Ukraine nowadays, it's an absolute record for Romania. We have to keep in mind that the highest number of asylum requests we had in Romania was last year 10,000, and this was the highest number. So we can imagine that there is a fantastic mobilization of resources from the government, from the civil society, from our side, in order to be able to ensure that protection is available for these people.
Okay, Gabriella, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the plight of those people Gabriella is working with is why the Disasters Emergency Committee has announced its appeal for Ukraine. So far, it has raised £55 million. And one of the ambassadors for the charity Save the Children, a member of the DEC, joins us now, Dom Joly. Dom, thanks so much for talking to us this morning. You visited Ukraine in 2018 in very different times. How important is this appeal now?
Oh, well, the appeal's, I mean, really incredibly important, because what it does, it gets all the 15 leading UK charities and basically coordinates them at a time when obviously it's most needed. So instead of them all working individually, they're all working together. And having been to eastern Ukraine in 2018, when obviously people weren't really aware that this conflict was going on, and seeing literally a sort of First World War type trench warfare going on, it had been going on for, it's been going on for 8 years. I was all too aware of what charities could do to help out some of the, especially the kids that were being affected there. So yeah, it's incredibly important.
And Dom, you know, you talk about pictures from the war all those years ago. If these pictures were in black and white, we would think, you know, that's what we're seeing. And it's incredibly upsetting to see what is happening to these small children who've just been ripped from their homes, their lives, from school, everything that was normal to them. I mean, seeing these pictures, I mean, how does it make you feel?
Well, I mean, it's heartbreaking because, I mean, even when I was there in 2018, these kids, you know, the kids you can see there and the kids that I met were already having their lives completely uprooted. Some of them were crossing a front line every day, just going to school. Each school we visited had bomb shelters in it. There was snipers. I mean, it was quite extraordinary to me that this was going on just 3 hours away from London, and no one seemed to know about it. Now, obviously, everyone knows about Ukraine, and the problems have just increased 100-fold. But I mean, these kids and families and people have been going through terrible stuff already. And this now, I can't even imagine what's happening to them. So certainly the work that Save the Children was doing out there was absolutely extraordinary, sort of helping kids psychologically, helping them, I mean, in all sorts of senses. So anything anyone can do is incredible.
And Dom, you say, you know, it is hard to imagine, really. We can only but imagine, and we hear the stories of just some of the people this morning who have been trying to flee the country, or they have already, or they're trying to get family members out. We also hear that the DEC appeal has raised so far 55 million. That's probably already gone up since we've been on air. And it is heartening to see the British people always willing to put their hands in their pockets and help.
It just always astonishes me just how generous people are. I mean, obviously, I grew up in Lebanon, so I'm sort of well aware of the problems with both refugees and things like civil wars. And again, people were incredibly generous there. And people are just, I think there is some, I don't know, people have been so shocked and moved by what's happening in Ukraine. And I think everyone that I've spoken to just looking for a way that they can help in any way. And I think the DEC and the way they've coordinated all the aid is, I think undoubtedly they got people on the ground and is the best way to raise money. So if there's anything you can do, please do go to dec.org.uk and donate anything you can, because they really do amazing work.
They really do. Dom Joly, thank you so much for highlighting this, and thank you so much for talking to us this morning. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
We're going to go back now to our Deputy Political Editor, Anushka Asthana, who's in Downing Street. Anushka, we heard a few moments ago, didn't we, from the Treasury Minister, John Glenn. I pressed him on whether the government will go further on sanctions. What did you make of what he had to say?
Well, I thought there was a really interesting exchange between him and Robert over the question of who the collapse of the Russian economy affects. It affects ordinary Russian people, but remember, the 500 richest people in Russia have more wealth between them than 99.8% of the rest of the population. And the challenge when we're trying to target those people is that many of them have their money abroad. So when the ruble collapses in value, not only are they protected from it, they actually benefit from it. That is why there is this big effort to target them individually wherever they are. Now, there has been a frustration here because the government here has definitely pushed hard on sanctions. Over 200 businesses and entities have been sanctioned. But when it comes to individuals, to oligarchs, we have gone more slowly than the EU and the US because of these legal hurdles. That frustration is going to be dealt with. John Glenn talked about it, with emergency legislation that will be put in front of Parliament on Monday. It'll become law very quickly by the 15th of March. And one key thing that is going to change is that this government is going to be able to start sanctioning anyone who is sanctioned by the US, by Canada, by Australia or by the EU immediately when they are named elsewhere. And then for 56 days, we will be able to keep them in place while we jump those legal hurdles in order to be able to do the same here. The legal hurdles themselves will also be reduced. So they're trying to make sure that they can target those individuals as quickly as they can.
All right, Anushka, thank you very much. We're going to get a final word from Kyiv this morning and our global security editor, Rohit Kachru. Rohit, you've been telling us all morning, a quiet night in Kyiv, but not a sense of complacency at all.
Yeah, I mean, relatively quiet, the odd air siren, the odd distant rumble. And this is, I guess, normal life now, or it feels like it, even though it has only been 10 days. Let me show you around. Should be a fairly busy street, a fairly busy junction over there, but not busy today. People right around the city watching what's happening elsewhere in the country, continued heavy bombardment, and everyone also watching what's been happening in Mariupol. This temporary ceasefire, this civilian humanitarian corridor which has been started up. I mean, there is a great deal of suspicion about that. What we've seen in Syria before, for example, is examples of ceasefires announced by Russian authorities, which have then been used as a front to call everyone who decided to remain in position as being aggressors. In Syria, it was jihadists. And so there is some suspicion of what the motives might be behind Russia's agreement to this ceasefire. But everyone is hopeful. And here in Kyiv, you know, there's a great deal of anxiety because still that convoy, which we've been reporting on so much through the week, which has been growing, which is now more than 40 miles long, is still sitting pretty much where it was sitting on Monday, a few miles out of the city. What we're hearing from some Western officials is about people within that convoy surrendering, about weakness, about a loss of momentum. We're seeing these videos of ordinary civilians right around the country stopping, you know, this sort of people's resistance, tractors towing away Russian tanks or armoured vehicles. And I think what everyone's clear about here is that these really are snapshots, that yes, there are examples of this extraordinary movement, these acts of resistance. However, there is a great deal in reserve, and we heard from the Americans now that at least 92% of Russian troops which were stationed around the border for this operation are now within Ukraine.
All right, Rohit, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. Please take care there in Kyiv. Thank you. Before we end, let's get a final thought from Robert here in the studio. I think the one major development that we've been hearing about this morning is that ceasefire, isn't it? And, you know, a humanitarian corridor, but likely only to be a short reprieve.
I think we've learned a lot in this programme. We've heard right across Ukrainian society people pleading for a no-fly zone. We've heard from the deputy mayor of Mariupol that he believes, despite that humanitarian corridor, the total destruction of his city is imminent. We've heard from Rohit there on the streets of Kyiv, the sense of foreboding. We've heard from Romilly talking to some of the 1.2 million people who have fled. And we fear that the next stage is going to be siege warfare. For now, Kharkiv and Mariupol, but next is going to be Kyiv and Odessa. And on the other side of the border in Russia, we've had this, you know, really dark development with the essentially the extinguishing of freedom of expression across the, you know, the cultural jewel that is Russia. The country that gave us so much hope 3 decades ago is now in the grip not of authoritarianism but of totalitarianism. So on so many fronts, ominous developments as we enter the weekend, enter the sort of second full week of this conflict, and I think it's going to get ever more brutal, I'm afraid to say, in the coming days.
How long do you think they can hold on for, particularly in Kyiv as well? Briefly.
Well, I think we're going to have, you know, days, even weeks and potentially months now of an insurgency. And so this war doesn't end anytime soon. It doesn't end in diplomacy. We are going to end up with a grinding conflict in the very heart of Europe.
All right, Robert, thank you very much for everything this morning. And thank you for all your expert analysis. I think actually, I have got more time, and I want to ask you that we talked about that media blackout in Russia. How significant is this, and what can we do, really? What can we do to counter that as well? Should we be doing more?
I think it's incredibly significant because it's potentially sort of generational in implications. It means the death of investigative journalism. It means the death in terms of freedom of expression. It means the hopes of liberal, open Russia are now almost over, and the Kremlin gets to control the entire narrative right across the sort of vast swathes of Russia. So it couldn't be more sort of tragic in its implications. conversations.
But different if you're part of the younger generation and you're on your phone, you're on social media?
No, not at all,
No.
because the social media platforms are now being closed down. Facebook and Twitter have been banished this morning. So, you know, the brightest and the best, the youngest, the most optimistic Russians are now having to flee the country. I mean, how depressing is that in 2022?
This is the word. Robert, as I said earlier, thank you so much for all your input analysis this morning. And that brings us to the end of our special ITV News programme this morning on the war in Ukraine. We'll have the very latest from there in our lunchtime update at 1:45. Until then, from all of us here, from everyone in Ukraine, of course, thank you for watching.
We're with you this morning for an ITV News special programme on the situation in Ukraine after Kyiv saw its heaviest night of bombardment so far. Among the targets, an oil refinery only a few miles outside the capital, which was hit by Russian missiles. But there's been no major advance on Kyiv. The city is currently under a strict curfew, so many residents have heeded government advice to spend the night sheltering underground in metro stations and basements. Kharkiv in the east has come under sustained attack, where Russian troops have entered Ukraine's second city. As well as our teams in Ukraine, will also be in Poland as families who within a matter of days have become refugees flee to safety, leaving everything behind.
How are you feeling today about what is happening to your country, what is happening to your family?
I'm scared.
And we'll have more on the moves the US, UK and EU made last night, agreeing major new financial sanctions, cutting off a number of Russian banks from the SWIFT global payments system. Plus, there's confusion here over the future of Chelsea, as Roman Abramovich says he's handing over stewardship of the club. Well, this is the capital, Kyiv, this morning. Sunrise was not that long ago, and the beauty of the city, as you can see in the morning sunlight, belies what came last night, a third and heaviest night of bombardment so far. Heavy artillery fire rained down on this city, and bombing was reported in the country's northeast, while an oil refinery outside the capital was hit by Russian missiles. But there's still fierce resistance from Ukrainian troops and civilians, while stronger financial penalties have been brought against the Russian government in an attempt to cripple President Putin's war machines, while Germany and Australia have offered more military support. Well, Robert Peston will talk us through all of that in a few minutes. But our various teams in Ukraine, Moscow, Washington and Poland will be joining us throughout this programme, as well, of course, Ukrainians who, in a matter of days, have seen their lives turned upside down. First, though, to John Ray.
Ukraine has survived another night of torment, another night of terror. This is said to be a fuel depot, ablaze to the south of Kyiv, as Russia targets the country's vital infrastructure and is met by defiance. In this social media post, the local mayor says the enemy wants to destroy everything, but it will achieve nothing. God is with us. Under cover of darkness, a column of tanks headed towards Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. Vladimir Putin has staked his reputation on a war he must now win, and win, some fear, at any cost. So he's unleashed his feared Chechen allies, who recorded themselves apparently seizing a Ukrainian base, then raising their own flag. In response, the West has agreed its toughest sanctions yet to exclude some, though not all, Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system.
As Russian forces unleash their assault on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, we are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia. Costs that will further isolate Russia from the international financial system and our economies.
The Ukrainian military is reinforced by a citizens' army. With great bravery, some place themselves in the path of Russian tanks, while in the eastern city of Sumy, a petrol bomb was hurled at a Russian convoy. But the invading forces have also faced sophisticated anti-tank weapons supplied by NATO powers. And though there will be no UK troops on the ground, these missiles are made in Northern Ireland, now seen in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers.
The horror of what is unfolding in Ukraine is becoming clear to Western audiences, and that is in turn putting huge pressure on Western politicians. We've got to act together, and we've got to do more.
As Russia's assault intensifies, so its international isolation deepens. Last week, Donald Trump flattered Putin. Last night, he praised the Ukrainian president.
He's a brave man. He's hanging in. He's a brave man.
Prince Harry has added his voice to the wave of revulsion at Russian aggression.
Before I begin, we would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who urgently need our continued support as a global community.
The United Nations says at least 240 civilians have been killed or injured for a fourth consecutive night in Kiev. The safest place to shelter was in the underground railway station. John Ray, ITV News.
Well, we are going to go live to Rohit Kachu in Ukraine in just a moment, but let's take a look at the latest developments as they stand. Overnight, huge explosions lit up the sky south of the capital, Kyiv, where people hungered down in homes, underground garages and subway stations in anticipation of a full-scale assault by Russian forces. Flames billowed into the air before dawn from an oil depot near the Zyliani airport, about 25 miles, that's about 40 kilometres south of the capital. President Zelensky's office also said that Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, prompting the government to warn people to protect themselves from the smoke by covering their windows. OK, so let's go to our global security editor, Rohit Kachu now. Rohit, like the majority of people in Kyiv last night, you spent the night in a shelter for safety. So what was the situation overnight and how are things looking for today?
Yeah, Charlene, I mean, that is a familiar routine now, but last night we saw much more of it than on any of the previous nights. Our entire team raced down to the underground bunker as the air raids sirens sounded right across this city. This is a routine, a pattern that is known and is familiar to so many people nearby. In the metro stations, people were huddling together underground there as well. It was another dark night of heavy shelling, of loud explosions, of reports of gunfire in parts of the city, but the sky was lit up by these huge pulsing red clouds after strikes at an oil depot, which is right next to a military airfield. A few miles, I think you can see the aftermath now on our live shot here, the plumes of smoke rising up. The strikes happened a few hours ago, and they were very, very loud. They sent up this plume of smoke, and we could see red cloud right across the horizon of the city. That is Vasikhiv, which is around 20 miles away from where we are. And then just a few minutes ago, we heard another explosion, maybe 3, 4, 5 miles from where we're standing. And the significance of that, it happened about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, was the closeness, the proximity right here to the heart of the city. And the fear is, of course, that the Russian forces are closing in on the heart of the city, where the government is, where the presidential palace is. However, we're hearing today from the defense minister, who has this morning put out this really defiant message. I'm going to read you a bit of it, Charlene. He says, you know, he almost mocks the Russian operation. He says, "Where are all those who promised to capture Kyiv in 2 hours? Where are they at? I can't see them. I can only hear them justify themselves. Instead, I see a heroic army, a civil guard, fearless border guards, selfless rescuers, reliable police officers, tireless medical angels." And, you know, we'll see what today holds. There is a curfew that is in effect right through the day until tomorrow morning. But as it stands, despite some predictions that Russian forces would rapidly take this city, it is still being held by a Ukrainian military resistance.
And that's quite remarkable, isn't it? And it certainly is not what Putin would have assumed would have happened, because that Ukrainian defence is holding far firmer than any of us could have assumed.
Yeah, and it is supported by this huge civilian army of tens of thousands of ordinary people who have signed up in the last few days. We've seen recent appeals from the Ukrainian military to foreigners and to Ukrainians living abroad to come to support the military resistance here. Today will be telling, I think, because the sense was by this point, if the Russians went at this with full force, according to the intelligence assessments that preceded this invasion, that they would by now be right here in the middle of Kyiv. I mean, they're on the outskirts. The Ukrainians are resisting. They're fighting back. But it's really difficult to know with any certainty what's going on. You know, we have Ukrainian allies like the UK and the US who are talking up their resistance, who are saying very firmly that Russia are losing momentum. Well, of course they might say that because it is in their interest to boost the morale of the Ukrainian side. However, what we can say with certainty is that right here in the capital, this place is still held by the Ukrainian military.
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much for that. And we'll catch up with Rohit a little bit later on in the programme. But let's go west now and talk to Richard Gaisford, who is in Western Ukraine for us. And there's not been much fighting overnight, but refugees are arriving. So what's the situation like where you are, Richard?
Yeah, we're in Khmelnytskyi, which is normally a quiet city, but on the Sunday morning is actually a hive of activity, Charlene. Take a look here. This is the local cinema. It's been turned into a refugee centre, and you get an idea of how nervous they are because of the sandbags they've now piled up in the front of the building here. There's been a steady stream of people coming into this building. I'll send Rav on camera in now, and they're starting to bring a huge amount of clothing, of warm bedding, other supplies for the hundreds of refugees who are coming through this place now, and they expect that number to grow over the coming days. If you come through into what was the cinema, you can see there's an awful lot of people here. Now, I'm going to just explain to you that the people we're about to talk to are extremely nervous. They've fled from Russian forces. They don't want their faces shown, so we'll keep their backs to the camera, and Ina, our translator here, is going to ask questions. Ina, can you ask them where they've come from and why?
Звідки ви приїхали і чому? Ми з міста Харкова.
We are from Kharkiv.
And why did they come from Kharkiv here?
And і чому ви приїхали з Харкова сюди?
Ми приїхали зі своєю сім'єю. Це наша бабуся, мій чоловік, я та наша маленька дитина, 11 років.
We've came here with our family. That's my husband, my grandmother, and my daughter, who's 11 years old. І чому?
And can I just ask this gentleman where they're going to go next? What happens next for these families?
І куди ви далі плануєте їхати?
Я скажу, ми далі плануємо відправити бабусю з дитиною до друзів до Польщі.
So we are planning on sending our grandmother with the child to Poland, to our friends.
Самі будемо вирішувати, то ли до Харкова повертатись, то ли десь. Насправді не розуміємо до кінця, що робити будемо.
And ourselves, we are going to decide whether we will return to Kharkiv, and we don't really understand what to do. We don't really know what to do.
Well, thank you for talking to us this morning. Everyone here very scared of what's happening, and this registration desk is incredibly busy here, Charlene, at the centre. They're trying to locate people, put people together, get people booked in. The money for this centre is currently coming from churches, from the local city council, locals doing what they can. Let me bring in here. I mean, there's an awful lot of hard work happening here. What are you doing, and what are your other volunteers doing?
Yeah, all people here are volunteers, the citizens, and we help the refugees from the north and eastern part of Ukraine who try to save their lives, to find a place to spend their night, and all the citizens bring clothes, food, medicine here, and we just sort them and help to...
we should tell people back home in the United Kingdom that people in this city, they're not seeing the fighting, but they're feeling the fear of this conflict, aren't they?
Yes, of course, because we don't feel safe in this situation because of the war, and we are peaceful. We don't want to fight. We have no anger to the occupants, but we want to save our lives and want our children to live in a peaceful country.
And you want to tell people back in the United Kingdom that no one understands this war, why this war is happening.
I just can give my opinion, not the opinion of all the nation, but we think it's all because of one person and his ambitions. Everybody knows who I mean, the president of Russian Federation, and maybe that's because Ukrainians are very brave and free people, and they don't want to be, I don't know, slaves, but they don't want to realize that we won't be the slaves and we want to serve some other people because we are independent and sovereign.
And I feel that here in the city. Thank you for talking to us. You really get a sense, Charlene, of just how patriotic, how strong these people are. Just outside the volunteer centre for the army continues to have a long queue this morning of people willing to sign up. Men, of course, aged 18 to 65 are being told they can't leave the country. They need to get involved. Let me just see if I can just show you one more thing as we come through. I'm sorry, good morning to you. I mean, this cinema obviously now completely retasked. There's the popcorn machine, there's where people would normally come to get their refreshments, but out the back here you've got a whole team of volunteers who are now sorting food. They're not expecting the refugees here to stay for any long periods of time. It's not that kind of setup, but they are trying to give people the comfort they need, the food they need to continue on with their journeys or to wherever they're going next. It is quite an endeavour, and this place has only been open for 2 days. I can only imagine what's going to be happening over the coming days and weeks as the problems get worse in this country.
Richard, I mean, you being in a cinema is certainly a true reflection of just how normal a city, how normal a country this was up until Thursday morning, and seeing the way in which everybody's sort of trying to do something to try and remedy the situation and just to make their lives a little bit easier considering what is on its way and what is currently happening. Let's talk to our political editor, Robert Peston, who's over at Westminster for us this morning. Robert, we've had some major developments overnight regarding financial sanctions against Russia. We had that agreement between the US, UK and EU to block a number of payments, global payments from that system called SWIFT. Robert, can you just talk us through what the system is and how a significant move this is?
Yeah, so what you're saying, Charlene, late last night, the most dramatic set of punishments against Putin's Russia in the form of sanctions and the expulsion of Russian banks from the SWIFT system for most of their transactions. Now, just to explain, SWIFT is the electronic system that allows banks across the world to transfer money between them. And what it effectively means is that Russia will not be able to pay for imports anymore. It will also be almost impossible for Russia to export much of what it wants to sell to the world to keep its economy going. There was a separate, incredibly important punishment imposed on Russia, which was its central bank will not be able to use more than $600 billion of reserves that it's built up. It built these reserves up because Putin wanted to be able to use these reserves to, in a sense, oil the wheels of the Russian economy in the event that its banks were shut out of global markets. So what I would expect to see tomorrow is, first of all, the ruble, the Russian currency, absolutely collapsing, which will put up the price of almost everything for Russian people. There's a risk of rampant inflation, and there is a risk, and I talked about this actually on News at 10 last night, that banks will go bust, that Russian people and Russian businesses will panic, try and get their money out. We'll see bank runs and a full-scale crisis of a financial crisis. Now, just to be clear, because the West, particularly Germany, Italy and the European Union, are so dependent on Russian oil and gas, they are going to try and shape these restrictions on Russian banks, restrictions to use the SWIFT system, to all business excluding oil and gas. I think they will probably struggle to do that, but nonetheless that is what they're going to try and do, because of course if Germany and Italy were unable to purchase vital supplies of oil and gas, not only would we see the gas price soaring even more than it has already, and it is hitting levels we never thought we would see. Germany and Italy would also slightly struggle to keep the lights on because they are so dependent on oil and gas.
But Robert, as we know, this isn't the first time that Russia's had to deal with sanctions. So what do you think Putin's reaction will be this time round?
So look, these are significantly worse, more punishing sanctions than Russia has ever faced from the West. They're very similar actually to the way that we shut the Iran economy out of the global economy. And you can recall the extraordinary impoverishment that then followed in Iran. I mean, the answer is I don't really know how he gets out of this hole, because really quite quickly Russian citizens will feel a lot poorer. And even if he continues to be able to control the information they're seeing about what's going on in Ukraine and deprive them of the footage of the really terrible things that Russian soldiers are doing, they're just going to feel incredibly financially insecure and a lot poorer. So, obviously the hope of the West is that these sanctions will increase popular pressure against Putin to pull back from Ukraine. Obviously, however, we can't be certain, because this is a very determined, some people think actually he's not behaving remotely in a rational way, he's behaving in an emotional way. We can't be certain that he will do that. But this is, as I say, by quite a wide margin, the toughest action that the West has ever taken against Russia, and in many ways is much more significant than the military help that it's giving Ukraine at the moment.
OK, Robert, thank you. Well, the US, of course, was a part of that agreement where that SWIFT payment system is concerned. So let's talk to our US correspondent, Emma Murphy, who's in Washington for us. So, Emma, what are the Americans saying about these financial sanctions then?
Well, they're extremely pleased that they've been able to get it to this point, because just on Thursday, the president was speaking with the press and he was being really pushed on this issue of SWIFT. And he said that basically they just weren't able to get it across the line because they didn't feel that there was enough strength within the coalition in Europe, because there was so many vested interests. They wouldn't be able to achieve a joined up approach to it. So last night we spoke with some officials in the administration, and they were saying that basically this was a real victory for Europe, the US and the UK in being able to come together as they had to really push it forward. They described it as locking President Putin's piggy bank, the fact that they had got their hands on his rainy day money, and it would mean that he wasn't going to be able to prop up the economy in the way that he had been hoping he would be able to for years. They have this image of Fortress Russia, the way that the Kremlin has tried to insulate itself from any sanctions that the West might have put in the future. And the US opinion very much is that they have now really taken that piggy bank and taken it out of his control. So they were very pleased, and I think that they are now looking at what they do next, because of course they've pretty much put all their cards on the table in terms of financial sanctions. So whilst everybody is trying to take in what this is going to mean for the economy in Russia and indeed for Western economies, there is also a more strategic set of thoughts going on here as to where they go next if this doesn't actually do what they want it to do and tame President Putin.
Well, obviously these sanctions have obviously been brought in because of what's happening in Ukraine. So do we know how this move has been received by Ukrainians, Emma?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time yesterday at the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington and speaking with those who are trying to deal with the situation back home from 6,000 miles away. And they were really very delighted that this had been managed to be achieved, because it's something that they'd been pushing for now for the past weeks, and they weren't sure, just like the Americans, that they were going to be able to see it actually come to fruition. And one of the things that really struck me during the time that I spent there yesterday was the feeling of desperation from these people. You know, these are senior diplomats who are in one of the biggest jobs in Ukraine's foreign service, and they were taking calls from the White House on an hourly basis. They were also taking calls from home. So whilst they're dealing with some of the most important people and politicians in the world, they were also getting these messages from their families saying, we've just got our shipment of arms, we have just got a gun, we're going out onto the streets. Others were telling me that their homes were being shelled with their families close by at the same time as they were trying to negotiate all these big political deals. One of the other things that came out of the meeting yesterday was that they were telling me they'd had a lot of phone calls over the past 48 hours from Ukrainians living in America and elsewhere, saying that they wanted to go back to defend their homeland. Now, this morning we've heard from President Zelensky that he wants to set up a foreign legion of fighters, of people who have left Ukraine and have made lives in different countries, but that they want to go back to Ukraine now to try and help their families and countrymen. And that's something that, without question, there will be a lot of support for, based on what the ambassador was telling me yesterday.
Okay, thanks very much, Emma. Okay, let's get a reminder of the unfolding situation in Ukraine. After a gas pipeline was bombed overnight, Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kharkiv, that's in the northeast. There's reported to be fighting on the streets. And there was another night of unrest in Kyiv. Among the targets, an oil refinery only a few miles outside the capital that was hit by Russian missiles. Well, our correspondent Robert Moore has joined us in the studio and will be here for the duration. Thanks so much, Robert. But where do you think we are at the moment? Where do things stand?
Good morning, Charlene. Dramatic developments, obviously, in Ukraine. The stakes are so high, almost existential now for both sides. Obviously, Ukraine fighting for the survival of its democracy, but no less Vladimir Putin fighting for the survival of his regime. It's difficult to see if he faces sort of national humiliation, military defeat, economic collapse, how he is going to emerge from this with his pride, perhaps even his leadership intact. But I think it is worth at this point sort of coming out and looking at the big picture. You know, this isn't just a battle between Russia and Ukraine. It is something of a sort of battle for the soul of democracy. It's a fight between democracies and autocracies. And by that I mean there are plenty of autocrats around the world, whether in Beijing or Pyongyang, Damascus or Tehran, who are watching this with incredible curiosity to see if Western leadership is fatally weakened and whether out of this chaos is opportunity for them.
And do you think that, I spoke to Robert Peston about those sanctions. How do you think Putin will be thinking about the tough financial sanctions that they've now brought in?
You know, we think of conflict often in sort of surgical terms, days, perhaps a few weeks. If you think about how he conducted his first war, the Second Chechen War in the year 2000, and also, you know, how he perceives operations in Syria, then he may think, look, I can tolerate, you know, a slow, grinding war in the heart of Europe. And that, I think, is the West's big concern, is that this could be a sort of destabilizing issue that lasts for years, that has ramifications for all of the sort of fault lines of old imperialist Soviet Union, you know, across the Baltics, the Caucasus, Central Central Asia, you know, this could have a sort of cascading, destabilizing impact, and I think that's a source of gravest concern to Western decision makers.
And, you know, we've just had something come in, Robert. I'm just going to click on it now to just... right, so the Kremlin says that a Russian delegation has arrived in the Belarusian city of Homel for talks with Ukrainian officials. How significant is that?
Well, I think there is always going to be this sort of move to try and keep diplomacy alive in some sense, but this is going to be sort of shadow diplomacy. It's going to be sort of fought out in the shadow of the sort of military dynamics on the ground in Ukraine. So, you know, there's been lots of talk about whether a country like Israel might try and play an intermediary role, and there will be this. I mean, there will be a mix of diplomacy, informational warfare, hybrid warfare, military, you know, ground war. All of this is going to play out. This is the sort of hybrid warfare of the 21st century, and diplomacy is absolutely a part of that.
OK, Robert, you will be staying with us for this programme, so we'll dip in with you as and when. But now let's talk to a resident of Kyiv, Denis Tutsayev. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning, Denis. And you've spent the night in a shelter on the outskirts of the city. What was that like for you and the family? Oh, unfortunately, it's understandably.
Maybe there is a connection problem because I cannot hear you.
Unfortunately, Denis can't hear us at the moment, but that's not a problem at all. We will redial him and see if we can get hold of him a little bit later on in the programme. But let's talk about sport now. Public opposition to the Ukraine invasion appears to be behind the shock decision last night by Chelsea's Russian owner to hand over control of the club. Roman Abramovich, often closely linked to President Putin, is not selling, but giving the running of the business to Chelsea's charitable foundation. Our sports editor Steve Scott reports.
Billionaire Roman Abramovich made his considerable fortune following the collapse of the Soviet Union. He bought Chelsea in 2003 and his wealth transformed the club. Under his stewardship, it's won just about every major trophy available, including multiple Premier Leagues and 2 Champions League titles. In a statement, Abramovich said, "I have always taken decisions with the club's best interest at heart." And on handing day-to-day control to the charitable foundation, he said, "I believe that currently they are in the best position to look after the interests of the club, players, staff and fans."
Roman Abramovich wants to protect 2 things. First of all, himself, and secondly, Chelsea Football Club. If the British government decides to seize his assets, he is the owner of Chelsea Football Club, and therefore potentially he could lose it.
This week in the Commons, MP Chris Bryant revealed Abramovich was named in government papers linking him to the Russian state and questioned his ownership of Chelsea.
Surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club.
Abramovich is not on any sanctions list, but if that changed, running the club would become at best complicated. These developments came where sport once again used its platform to show support for Ukraine. Soon after ditching Aeroflot as a main sponsor, Manchester United's players called for peace. Before they arrived at Twickenham, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge said they stood with Ukraine's fight for its future. And Manchester City made it very clear where they stood, some small comfort perhaps to their Ukrainian player, Oleksandr Zinchenko. Russia has already been stripped of the Champions League final, and Poland announced earlier they are now refusing to play their World Cup playoff match against Russia next month. Russia's considerable influence across all sport is disintegrating by the hour. Steve Scott, ITV News.
OK, if you are just joining us, we are on air with ITV News with a special programme on Ukraine as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kharkiv in the northeast, where a gas pipeline was bombed last night. There are reported to be fighting on the streets. And there was another night of unrest in Kyiv. An oil refinery was hit by Russian missiles only a few miles outside the capital. And the city is under a strict curfew as many residents have heeded government advice to spend the night sheltering underground in metro stations and basements. And the EU, the US and their allies have now agreed to cut a number of Russian banks from the main international payment system known as SWIFT. Okay, let's see if we can get a clearer line with Denis Sutsayev, who's currently in Kyiv. Denis, you spent the night, as I said, in a shelter on the outskirts of the city. What was that like for you and the family?
Hello. Yeah, the night was quite scary, and we were very anxious. It was heavy bombing. We heard, I don't remember what time was it, but in some point we heard very loud explosion. It was coming from the western side from our village. After that, we found out that Vasilkiv oil refinery was hit by a missile. People are very scared. People are anxious. They trying to get as much information as possible. But yeah, we're all quite scared. But getting organized to be able to help keep the city alive and keep the city Ukrainian.
I mean, these situations can happen all over the world, but it does feel, for us here in the UK, so much closer to home because you're in Europe, because you're just 2 hours away from us by plane. So what is it like for you? A week ago, your life was very different from what it's like now. How does it feel for you to be having to sleep underground, worried about what the next day will bring?
It's very unusual, of course, and I really feel a lot the support of all my friends around the world. I've been living in Europe for many years, and I'm getting a lot of messages from all over the country. I have lots of friends in UK, and of course it's very unusual. We had lots of plans to travel around Ukraine for some work. Even today we had a trip planned for work next week, and everything went upside down. We understand that now we have to organize ourselves to protect the country, and that's what we're doing.
Are you quite scared, Denis?
I would say that I don't feel so scared. I just mostly I feel like very confused of what I actually should be doing. Yesterday we started organizing a volunteers camp here, volunteers center here in our village, because we understood that our forces and our people need some aid. Need some help. So I found myself in one of the organizers because that's what I'm good in. I'm good in organizing logistics, getting their attention. And another role I'm finding for myself in this point is to get the information outside of Ukraine to the international media, to friends, so everybody knows what exactly is happening in Ukraine right now.
Do you foresee a situation, Denis, where you will have to take up arms to protect your city and your country?
This is the last thing I would like to do. I really don't know how to fight. I don't know about arms. For years I've been training people about nonviolent resistance, but I understand that if I need to protect myself, protect my family, I will have to.
And in terms of your day-to-day, let's talk about what it is that you're planning on doing today in terms of helping your family, helping your community. What are your plans for today? Because of course you're in curfew, you can't really go anywhere. So what is it that you're planning on doing with your day-to-day?
So today we are in curfew, that's true, but we are cooperating with our military here in the area, so we can deliver the food, so we can get food from people who are volunteering to donate food or fuel or some materials that are needed. Right now we're planning our logistics for the day, transportation, how we can get to our neighbors safely and get the materials we need. So during the day, actually, we will until the curfew again arrives, we will try to get as much supplies as we can.
Oh, well, Dennis, whilst you're doing that, please do keep safe, because we're going to now go back to Rohit Khatri, because there is some shelling in Kyiv at the moment of Rohit. Are you able to talk to us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Charlene, and what we heard was an almighty explosion within the last 90 seconds or so. We're scanning the horizon with our 2 cameras here, trying to see the aftermath, it's really difficult to work out where these things are coming in from and eventually where they land, but you certainly know they have landed. And to me, that blast sounded particularly close to the center of the city. It's hard to be precise by a sight or by vision, but we're out, can't hear any air raid sirens yet. I'd expect they'll be going off very shortly, because that was a really loud blast, and we've been looking across the city for most of the morning, ever since the early hours when we saw these huge pulsating red clouds which were rising up from the site of an oil depot close to a military airfield around 20 miles from here. The entire sky turned red when these airstrikes came in, several loud blasts, and we can actually on our other cameras still see the aftermath, still see the plume of smoke rising, but here in the center of the city, unsettling, uncertain moment. We're listening out, we're looking out to try and work out where that landed. Our view is obscured by some of the buildings in front of us, the government ministries right in front of us, apartment blocks to our left, to our right. But that sounded like a very loud blast. And we'll stay on this shot just because, it's perhaps you can hear some car sirens now going off in the distance. I don't know if you can hear that, Charlene.
Rohit, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. What do the city defences look like? Have the defenders blown the bridges? Is there a sense that they've turned this into a sort of defensive maze to meet any Russian offensive into the heart of Kiev?
Robert, we're perhaps entering that stage. What's interesting about some of the airstrikes that we witnessed in the last hour or two is how close to the river they are. This is to our left. I don't know if you can see that, Dan, but that's the river that runs right through this city. We saw on Friday afternoon an intense firefight between Ukrainian forces on the right-hand side and Russian forces towards the left-hand side. And it was clear that the fighting was heading towards those bridge locations, towards the riverbank here. And so what appears to have been apparent overnight is that a lot of the Russian focus has been along the river and along some of those bridges. But the scenario you outlined there, Robert, which has been described in intelligence reports which preempted this invasion, talk about that sort of operation. My assessment is we're not quite fully in that phase yet, but the fear of Ukrainian forces is that we may well be entering that moment.
Rohit, we've just had a statement from President Zelensky, who gave a statement to a TV station in Ukrainian, saying that he is rejecting those talks in Belarus, because we just heard from the Kremlin saying that a Russian delegation had arrived in the Belarusian city of Homel for talks with Ukrainian officials. And so President Zelensky has said that he is rejecting those talks in Belarus. What do you make of that?
Okay, that's really interesting and perhaps not unexpected, because the tone of Zelensky's narrative throughout the last 3 or 4 days was that and he perhaps has an interest in promoting this sort of narrative, but that he had the upper hand, that he was in control, and that the Russian offers or the Russian discussion about potential dialogue was actually a sign of weakness on their part. And so I guess there are 2 parts to this, what we see in front of the cameras in those public statements, but behind the scenes also what that dialogue about diplomacy says about who is winning this war and what the impact of that is on the morale of the Russian side and the Ukrainian side.
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much for that. And, do keep us up to date on exactly what it is that you're witnessing there where you're in Kyiv. But let's go to Dan Rivers now, who's in the eastern city of Dnipro, close to Ukraine's eastern border with Russia. Dan, can you talk us through what the situation is like where you are?
Well, we're in the central railway station here in Dnipro, where you can see there's lots of people who are hoping to get out of this city and get to some safety. You probably notice there's a lot of foreign students here. This is a big university town. They've all been watching the local television reports and, with growing alarm. The Russian special forces are about 2 hours south of here and advancing north. So people are really very keen to get out. I think we can talk to someone. This gentleman here we talked to earlier on. Hello, good morning.
Yeah.
Just tell us, where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Yeah, and you're hoping to get out as soon as possible.
Yeah, we are all hoping to get out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
There are mostly students here from Nigeria and other African countries. So we are trying to see how we can evacuate them, and some few Indian students remaining. How can we move everybody out, at least out of Dnipro, to a little bit safer zone, maybe Lviv, Uzhgorod, or Ternopil, or Ivano for the meantime. Then they can be moved from there if possible.
Yeah. Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck with your journey out. This gentleman I talked to earlier on, hello.
Good morning. Hi, how's it going?
And where are you from?
Oh, I'm Lebanese, and I've lived in Brighton for a good 7-8 years, and I love England and all that. As you can see, there's like a humanitarian crisis here. It's really terrifying. People are starting to hoard food, and it's starting to look bad on the streets. Like shops are closing, food supply. It's a humanitarian crisis. Please, I urge anyone who's listening to de-escalate. Try to contain the situation, not make it worse. Don't exacerbate. Don't threaten. Please, I beg you. We just need to get out of here until at least let the innocent people flee. The ones that don't want this war, let us out of here. Most people don't want this war, and please don't talk about NATO and aggression and all of that. Please try to de-escalate. We just want to negotiate peace, and we're all humans at the end of the day. And
how long have you lived in this city?
I've only been here for a couple of months. I'm fourth-year med student, and I transferred here, and I was doing it online, and I'm continuing my last 2 years here, medical school offline.
And where will you go now?
Right now, I'm going to go to Lebanon, hopefully, and then from Lebanon, I'll probably try to go to England as well.
I mean, it says a lot about the state of affairs here that you consider going to Lebanon, which has got its own fair share of problems, a safer option.
Intense, yeah, exactly. Right now, we're looking at the brink of war with Israel and Lebanon. Every other day, there's conflicts and stuff going on over there. Yeah, but even there, it'll be safer than here, because what's going on, what we heard 2 days ago was terrifying. What we heard 2 days ago was really brutal.
Best of luck getting out.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care. Cheers. So you can see that there's a whole range of people here. I think we can probably talk to this with the help of our translator, this Ukrainian family. Good morning. Just tell us very briefly, where are you hoping to get to?
Я намагаюся евакуювати свою родину до Львова.
He's trying to get his family to Lviv now.
So they're trying to get to Lviv. And just let's have a look here. So you've got, how many children have you got with you?
Ну от троє.
Two of them. And how old are your children?
Що?
Скільки років?
7 і 12.
7 and 12.
7 and 12. And just lastly, how are they coping? They must be very worried.
Як вони це переносять? Сильно налякані?
Як ви думаєте, вони це переносять? Що за запитання?
Yeah.
Бачите, що скрізь.
Obviously, very unsettling. Okay, I think we'll hand back to you, Charlene, but you get a sense of certainly what's going on and other trains arriving from other parts of the country trying to get further west here.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. And of course, there are so many children involved in this, and they just will have such a lack of understanding about what is going on with their everyday lives. Because last week, they were at school. This week, they're running for their lives. We're joined now by Sir Andrew Wood, who is a former British ambassador to Russia. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of what's happened in the last 24 hours, Sir Andrew?
Well, I think two things have become evident. First, that Putin has made a fantastically bad decision, because things are not going as well as he had supposed. He naively supposed that there'd be lots of Ukrainians coming out on the streets with flags saying, "Welcome Russia." And secondly, is not doing anything for his standing at home. He is the person that took the decision. He is the person that moved the discussion towards that decision, and he is responsible. That will have effects on his standing at home, because although he's a very powerful leader in the sense of having control over a lot of things in Russia, well, nearly everything in Russia, he's a bad leader for not really having any concrete proposals to make governing Russia a better system.
Did any of what he's done since last week Thursday, has any of this surprised you in any shape or form? Because it feels as though he's been leading up to this point without much resistance thus far.
Without much resistance in Russia, yes. He had not expected the degree of resistance in Ukraine. But to answer your question more directly, I think it is exactly what he was planning. But if he's part of that plan is to install a Ukrainian leader of some sort in Kiev to control that country, then it's a complete defeat for him. Nobody in Ukraine can now be a legitimate leader. It would have to be somebody governed by Russians themselves and imposed by Russians.
And so you were, of course, working in Russia for quite some time, Sir Andrew. I mean, what do you make of Putin as a leader?
I think he's been highly destructive. He's destroyed the constitution. He had a period of enormous prosperity because of the price of oil. But since then, the economy has been bad. He dealt badly with the COVID virus, and he has silenced discussion in Russia. And you can't have a decent place where people are not allowed to talk about new ideas and to develop new properties. So I think it's been pretty disastrous, unless you think that having a large army and using it is the mark of a great power.
So, Andrew, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. Do you regard still President Putin as a sort of a rational actor? You know, we've often perceived him over the last 22 years of his rule as a sort of master chess player, but it seems he's made one of the greatest miscalculations since perhaps the invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, perhaps the worst miscalculation since the Soviet Nazi Pact of 1939. Where do you think he is? I mean, people are suggesting there is a sort of paranoia now, an isolation in the Kremlin. Is that a view you hold?
Well, there's always been a degree of paranoia, because I think almost anybody who takes total charge is going to suffer from paranoia. It's just natural. Secondly, we have to remember that he's been there for over 20 years now, and that does a lot to anybody to be 20 years in power and never being contradicted. It's not a collective system that he's running, it's his system. So that would be my answer. I think paranoia is a perfectly legitimate word to use, but misjudgment, total misjudgment about Ukraine is another.
Okay, well, Sir Andrew, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. We're going to go now to Poland, because we know that more than 120,000 people have fled Ukraine, many of whom have travelled to Poland, where we can talk now to our reporter, Lucy Watson. Lucy, you're at a train station close to the border with Ukraine, and you've seen so many people in the last 24 hours, so many children, in fact, trying to go to somewhere safe.
Yes, Charlene, we are about 10 miles from one of the major crossing points, the main point where people come across by foot from the Ukraine. And we were here just 2 days ago, and the situation has escalated beyond belief, really. There are so many more people here this time today. As you can see, people are packing up their makeshift beds from last night. There are kind of makeshift mattresses here where people have spent the night just on this floor. Now, this room is almost like the major arrivals hall, if you like, and you can see just how many people are. This is here a voluntary fire service who have almost like a database, if you like, a list of people who are offering beds for the night. Just a little bit to the right over here is where they're giving out anything from fruit to Polish sausages. People are stocking up on supplies because they arrive here with pretty much nothing. They have left their homes, they have grabbed their documents, they have left quickly. There was just a short time ago, this little girl here, she managed to grab her cat. Her and her mum have their cat inside this little box here. They have grabbed what they care about, what is normal life to them, whatever they can from home. And if you come outside with me now onto the platform, now at the moment, well, in terms of this crisis, it is relatively quiet, but you can see that where they have set up cooking and where they can give hot drinks, hot soup to people when they first arrive. Now, the situation here in Poland is pretty awful, but over on the Ukrainian side, it is dreadful. We were sent video overnight. I don't know if we can show it to you, but this was a station in Lviv, which is about 20 miles away from Poland. Through the night, you can see so many people just clogging up all of the platforms. There is no space on the platforms. This is in the middle of the night, and it is cold today and overnight. These are sub-zero temperatures that people are standing in this station in Lviv, just desperate to get out. We spoke to a woman yesterday called Svetlana. She was Canadian. She lived in Canada, but she was Ukrainian. She flew over last weekend to effectively rescue her elderly parents. She thought, I'm going to take them back to Canada. I don't quite know what is going to happen. Then days passed, and the unthinkable has happened. She made it out because her parents were just not ready to leave yet. She got across the border. We were on the train with her yesterday, but her elderly parents stayed behind with her brother, supposedly bringing them today. And she said, the situation is so horrific at the border. There are so many people now. There are elderly people, 80, 90-year-old people standing in queues. There are people waiting for 60 hours, people in cars waiting for that long. And this waiting time to get across is only going to grow as more people flock to countries like Poland, like Romania, desperately trying to get across. And she was crying to me on the train yesterday because she just doesn't know if her parents can withstand that. There are no toilets, there is no water, there is no food. That is Ukraine. Everything is closed. There are no shops. What she wanted me to do, what she begged me to do, she said, please tell the world, tell who you can. And that is what I'm doing effectively now, really, to describe just how dreadful the situation is. It is desperate, and people, particularly on the edge of Ukraine, before they get here, need help desperately.
I mean, looking at the shots that you were sent of those people standing at the train station, it must be such a horrific situation for them, and I know that they are telling you their stories. What is it that they're providing for them in Poland? Are there difficulties with them coming in, or is Poland generally sort of welcoming them with open arms and just trying to help?
I mean, from an emotional standpoint, I suppose everybody that we have spoken to in Poland is, of course, welcoming them with open arms. How can you not in such a desperate situation? But when you're dealing with this number of people in such a short space of time, of course, administration, bureaucracy, it takes time. Processing people coming across the border, computer systems, they go down, they're delayed. This is a huge scale operation. So it's nobody's fault that it is taking so long for these people to get here, but it doesn't make it any easier for them. What they need is food, the necessities, the basics of life. They need food, they need water, they need shelter, they need warmth. Just a bit further down at this platform, as I say, it is empty now, but the trains are constantly arriving. We're just having a bit of a lull, but you can see just off the platform are waiting rooms, and we only arrived a short time ago ourselves, but through those waiting rooms, I mean, they're kind of blocked off to us because they don't want distressed people to be filmed too much. But there are buggies lined up. That's the image that has struck me first this morning, is there are so many buggies lined up. Presumably those children have been taken out of those buggies. They're cuddling their mothers on makeshift beds or in chairs. But you see so many of them. Every single one of those buggies is a young child who was at nursery school, who was at, being looked after by their parents. Their parents were going to work, eating, drinking in cafes, doing the things that you and I were doing 2-3 days ago. Now the unthinkable has happened to them. And this is not a developing third world nation. This is Europe.
It's Robert Moore here in the studio, Lucy. Your empathetic reporting is so moving and striking. I wonder if the refugees coming across that border in Western Ukraine, do they feel that the West has stepped up? I mean, is this conflict going to end with them feeling grateful, or will they have a sense of betrayal that the West hasn't done more?
I mean, Robert, I suppose the essence of feeling they don't really care about politics right now. They care about basics. They care about, can I keep my child warm tonight? Where are we going to sleep tonight? They don't want my pity. They want help. So whether the West is doing enough right now, what they want is just the basics, Robert. They don't want to dwell on the politics. That they've left family members behind. They have husbands who have stayed behind. They have children that they need to feed. Those things are more important than telling me what my government should be doing. It is a stark situation to be in when you're asking questions as a journalist that you think you should ask, or you're preparing things that you should say, when actually there is just so much to say. I don't think in my career I've quite been in a situation like this before, where I'm not already planning what I'm about to tell you, because there is so much going on and there are so many stories. Everybody I'm talking to has a harrowing detail, or they've experienced something they have never experienced before, or they're trying to explain to their children what rockets are. They're only used to hearing those kind of noises at joyous occasions, firework night, New Year's Eve, and a father is having to explain to his son, no, this is not joyous, this is not a fun occasion. This is someone trying to hurt us.
I'll tell you what, Lucy, every time you've given a report in the last couple of days, I think it's made a lot of us very emotional, especially those of us like you who have children and understand that it is difficult when you're trying to explain to them exactly what's going on. So thank you. And we will talk to you later on in the programme. But let's talk now to Aglaya Snetkov, who is an expert in Russian security at UCL. And Aglaya, Putin is facing a much greater deal of resistance from Ukraine than perhaps he initially expected.
I think he is. I mean, I think something to keep in mind is we don't know what Putin thinks. He's very isolated, and Western intelligence has been good, but, you know, that's just a caveat that, like, whatever we say is essentially what we are witnessing. But yes, he does, or the Russian troops seem to be facing a lot more resistance. There is clearly a big difference between the large-scale Russian military that we're seeing on the ground, but at the same time, the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian leadership, which has, you know, really come out and really stepped up and are really fighting this war. It seems that, you know, if the Russians are really trying to take Kiev, take large population cities, they will face massive resistance. Whether they expected this or not, I don't know.
I mean, it does seem incredible that somebody wouldn't have expected Ukrainians to not want to defend their city, not want to defend their country, not want to simply be taken over. It just seems just unfathomable that somebody wouldn't expect that to happen.
Which is absolutely why a lot of experts and a lot of Russians, up until the last moment, thought that this wouldn't happen, because it's a major traditional conventional war in Europe, and therefore it does seem absolutely mad, but it is happening. And something we have to keep track of is, no matter what happens, whether this ends in days, weeks or months, we have to keep talking about it and we have to keep paying attention, because we don't know how this is going to unfold. The Russian army is very big. We have no idea. You know, Georgia 2008 took a few days. Afghanistan, you know, in the 80s took 10 years. We just have no idea, but we have to keep paying attention because it's a human tragedy. Ukraine, you know, is a country of 40 million people right in the middle of Europe, where we're having conventional war, right, with discussions about air raids over large civilian cities. This, you know, hasn't happened for a long time. And, you know, I have family and relatives in Russia and in Ukraine. This is affecting a lot of people, not just on the ground, but also outside Ukraine. And everyone is watching this in absolute horror. And at the same time, we got the video released by the Russian presidential information today on the day of the Special Forces Day, talking about, congratulating the heroic defense of Donbass, congratulating the forces, completely dispassionate. We have no idea when the video was recorded, not assuming it was today, but it was released today. And we do essentially have, one man sitting in Moscow who is currently deciding the fate of 40 million people and the fate of Russians. I mean, this is something also to keep in mind. A lot of Russians are absolutely not in favor of this. This is not what they signed up for. They're also not being told about this. There is a huge difference between what we are seeing, what the Ukrainians are seeing, and what the Russians are seeing.
Very quickly before I let you go, Aglaya, but you mentioned there that you've got family in Russia and in Ukraine. Are your Ukrainian family relatively safe at the moment?
I mean, I don't. The relatives in Ukraine have moved. They are from Eastern Ukraine. They moved to Kiev from Dnieper, thinking that this is going to be safer. I'm not sure.
Okay. I really hope they're going to be all right, Aglaya. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, it's just gone 8 o'clock here in the UK, 10 o'clock in Ukraine. We are on air with a special programme on Ukraine this morning as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kharkiv in the northeast. There is reported to be fighting on the streets. Our cameras caught the aftermath of an explosion in Kyiv just a short time ago.
Эти мои слова будут обращены гражданам.
Meanwhile, the leader of Ukraine, President Zelensky, has in the last few minutes said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. Okay, let's take a look at Kyiv this morning. We know explosions have been heard in the last few minutes. That plume of grey smoke, black smoke that you can see, just the rear of that shot, so the aftermath of the explosion on an oil refinery overnight. We'll be back talking with Rohit, who is in the city, Rohit Kachu, in just a few moments. But it appears that Russian troops are now launching a sustained and determined assault on Kharkiv in the east of Ukraine. We can get the latest on that and the rest of the developments in the country overnight and this morning with John Ray.
Ukraine has survived another night of torment, another night of terror. This is said to be a fuel depot, ablaze to the south of Kyiv, as Russia targets the country's vital infrastructure and is met by defiance. In this social media post, the local mayor says, the enemy wants to destroy everything, but it will achieve nothing. God is with us. Under cover of darkness, a column of tanks headed towards Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city, that had also come under sustained air attack. Amid reports of gunfire and scenes of battle, by first light they were in the suburbs. 1.5 million residents have been warned by the regional governor to stay home. Vladimir Putin has staked his reputation on a war he must win, and win, some fear, at any cost. In response, the West has agreed its toughest sanctions yet to exclude some, though not all, Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system.
As Russian forces unleash their assault on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, we are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia. Costs that will further isolate Russia from the international financial system and our economies.
The Ukrainian military is reinforced by a citizens' army. With great bravery, some place themselves in the path of Russian tanks, while in the eastern city of Sumy, a petrol bomb was hurled at a Russian convoy. But the invading forces have also faced sophisticated anti-tank weapons supplied by NATO powers. And though there will be no UK troops on the ground, these missiles are made in Northern Ireland, now seen in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers.
The horror of what is unfolding in Ukraine is becoming clear
to Western audiences, and that is in turn putting huge pressure on Western politicians. We've got to act together, and we've got to do more.
As Russia's assault intensifies, so its international isolation deepens. Last week, Donald Trump flattered Putin. Last night, he praised the Ukrainian president.
He's a brave man. He's hanging in. He's a brave man.
Prince Harry has added his voice to the wave of revulsion at Russian aggression.
Before I begin, we would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who urgently need our continued support as a global community.
The United Nations says at least 240 civilians have been killed or injured. For a fourth consecutive night in Kyiv, the safest place to sleep was the metro. But the capital woke this morning to the sound of sirens, a familiar and menacing omen for the day ahead. John Ray, ITV News.
OK, let's go straight to our global security head, Rohit Khatri, who is in Kyiv for us. How are things looking there this morning, Rohit?
Not great, frankly, Charlene. Over the last hour, we've heard and seen several airstrikes at locations right across the horizon from where we're standing. We can't move to see it because there is a curfew on, and so we are stuck where we are. But I think you can see on our other camera the aftermath of an airstrike within the last half an hour or so. We're trying to work out precisely where that is. It's to the northwest of us. We know that in that direction is the Hostomel airfield, which has been the scene of this fierce and intense fighting for several days now. An airfield which has switched sides in terms of control between the Russians and the Ukrainians several times. We know it's significant to the Russian plan because it is there that they wanted to land further troops in order to continue and progress their assault against this city. We also know that the suburb of Bucha is in that direction as well, where there has been sustained heavy firefights this morning. We've seen clips of that and reporting of that this morning on social media. So we're still trying to work out precisely what happened there. But even since then, in the last half hour, we have heard a couple more airstrikes. No sirens. The streets below us are completely empty. I can just see one police officer carrying what looks to me like a Kalashnikov below us. And it's been a really, really heavy night, a dark night where the sky was lit up by these red clouds, these pulsating clouds early this morning after what appears to have been several heavy strikes close to an oil depot which is adjacent to a military airfield, which appears to have been the target of one of those many overnight Russian strikes. On the diplomatic front, things are continuing. There has been some developments. The president here said he rejected an offer from Russia of talks in Belarus, saying that the reason for that is in part the location. He doesn't feel that's a neutral location, but reading through that statement, it appears that he hasn't completely closed the door towards to talks. So there may well still be a diplomatic avenue out of some of the intense fighting.
But when you talk of a diplomatic resolution potentially to this, do you think that Putin will consider that in any shape or form? It feels as though he's very single-minded in what it is that he wants out of this.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the impact of some of this latest round of sanctions is and the developments that we've heard overnight in terms of the SWIFT system. The feeling, certainly the one that is being briefed to us by American and British authorities, and we have to treat that with some caution, I guess, because they too have an interest here in that the British and other Ukrainian authorities don't want to undermine Ukrainian morale. If anything, they want to boost it. However, what they're implying quite strongly and quite consistently across several capitals, Western capitals, is that they believe that the Russian offensive has lost momentum. What we can say for sure is that many observers, many military analysts talking about this before the Russian invasion said quite clearly that it may well just take a few days for the Russians to take this city. We're now a few days in, and they haven't done so, despite all the fighting, pockets of fighting, despite the airstrikes, despite the plumes of smoke that we can see right across the horizon. The Ukrainians still hold this city, and they are resisting this almighty Russian offensive.
Rohit, thank you. Okay, let's remind you of the latest developments. Overnight, huge explosions lit up the sky south of the capital, where Rohit is, in Kyiv, where people hunkered down in homes, underground garages and subway stations in anticipation of a full-scale assault by Russian forces. Flames billowed into the air before dawn from an oil depot near the Zyliani airport, about 25 miles, that's 40 kilometres south of the capital. Ukrainian authorities say that Russian troops have entered Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv, and fighting is underway in the streets after Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, prompting the government to warn people to protect themselves from the smoke by covering their windows. Let's go now to Neil Connery, who's in Moscow for us. Now, we're hearing that President Putin has been speaking in the last few minutes in a televised address to the Russian people. What exactly did he have to say?
Well, it's Special Forces Day here in Russia, and President Putin was talking about what he called the heroic efforts of Russia's forces in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. As well as what President Putin has been saying, we've been getting a briefing from officials at the Ministry of Defense here in Moscow this morning. And it was interesting listening to what Rohit was saying there in the last few minutes, because what they're saying here is that they are using cruise missiles launched from land and from sea as well, targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. They also said that they'd had 470 Ukrainian soldiers who had surrendered in Kharkiv. We've seen action there, as John Ray was reporting there a short time ago as well. I mean, clearly it's difficult for us in Moscow to verify these claims, with so many claims flying around, but I think we're slowly starting to see the kind of plan, the way the Russians are trying to approach this mission seems to me to be targeting infrastructure rather than pushing in fast into those built-up urban areas straight away. That seems to be the kind of way the modus operandi is in all of this.
And in terms of dealing with how things are online, Neil, because of course this is like new territory, because they're having to deal with the truth perhaps on social media and trying to somehow change that in their propaganda war against it. Are they winning or losing that fight?
It's a really good point, Charlene. As you know, state TV for many Russians is their main source of news. There clearly is access to the internet, but having said that, yesterday we saw issues with Twitter, with Facebook. One small interesting point is that the regulator of the media here has picked up 10 media outlets for their use of the word invasion to describe what is happening inside Ukraine. They want it described as military special operations. It's just a small point, but I think it really tells you the importance of control here. I mean, ever since President Putin came to power 22 years ago, when he first came to power rather, he's understood the importance of controlling a message, controlling how the Russian people see situations like this. That's really crucial. And especially now that we've had these overnight developments in terms of sanctions, in terms of the SWIFT banking arrangements and the international finance system, he's going to be worried about what happens in the next couple of days, potentially to the ruble. Does that hit the floor? Does it crash through the floor tomorrow when the markets open? Are they going to have to consider trying to fix the ruble? I mean, the economic implications of this are really starting to sink in. He would have factored that clearly into his planning, $650 billion worth of foreign reserves in order to deal with all of this. But having said that, these developments overnight clearly complicate the way that Russians can do business. There are workarounds for them, but it's going to take time and cost money. So I think inside the Kremlin over the last 24 hours, things might not be going to plan as much as they thought, but he is still very much in control so far.
Neil, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. You and I have spent a lot of time in Moscow. We know how difficult it is to gauge public opinion. We're seeing reports that there are long sort of queues at cash points. And I wonder if you think the tipping point might be when the first funerals of Russian soldiers begin. You know, we know how powerful an image it can be in the sort of Russian motherland when it's mothers who are burying sons from a foreign war. I wonder if you think that might be a tipping point which could produce a sort of ripple effect across Russian society.
Very easily, Robert. I mean, that's why what state TV is broadcasting here is so fascinating to watch, because it is not the whole picture. Clearly, Russians are not seeing the whole picture of what is happening across Ukraine, and we saw that yesterday with the way that the restrictions were put on the internet at certain times as well. There was an opinion poll last week that said, you know, in terms of taking military action in Ukraine, opinion was fairly split 50-50. But I think ordinary Russians, Robert, have been shocked by the speed of all of this and why President Putin has done this. They are taking stock of this and they are worried about what it means for them, for their livelihoods in the days and weeks ahead.
Okay, Neil, thanks very much for that. Okay, let's get a reminder of the unfolding situation in Ukraine in the last few minutes. Russian President Putin congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. While Ukraine's President Zelensky has said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. Russian troops have entered the country's second city of Kharkiv. There is reported to be fighting on the streets. And our cameras caught the aftermath of an explosion in Kyiv just a short time ago. But let's talk once again to Richard Gaisford, who's in western Ukraine at a reception centre for people fleeing the violence. And Richard, it's a reception centre, but it used to, of course, be a cinema.
Yeah, and we've just come into the main auditorium, Charlene, and you can see the seats now stacked up with goods that are being donated here to give to the refugees who are coming through from the south and from the north. And if you look down just here, you can see people now sleeping in this cinema auditorium. This is the only place that they can find accommodation and the rest, the comfort that they need. The ladies here working through piles of clothes that have been donated for the refugees, many who have fled with just small bags just to get away from the Russian forces, and more people sleeping here right in front of what is the cinema screen. They show many Western movies here. This is a westernized society. I've just been talking to the cinema engineer who is also the projectionist. He's been working here for 50 years. He's never seen anything like this in his cinema theatre. And when you come out into the foyers, more clothes come through, good morning, into this reception centre. And you can see this hive of activity here at the reception desk where people come, they log themselves in just to say that they're here. They're trying to locate people, put people together. And as we walk through, let me bring in Ina, who we spoke to earlier. Ina, it's getting busier all of the time here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So mornings are quiet, and most of the people arrive during the day.
And so many people have made very long and difficult journeys to be here.
Yeah, so maybe you know that there is the busy traffic from Kyiv to Zhytomyr, and they spent at least 6 hours to ride with just 100 kilometers. So that's why they are tired, they are exhausted, and they need some psychology support, and they need some hot food, and so.
And 800 people have been helped here so far. A lot more coming through all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So many of these people are frightened about what's happened in their hometowns.
Yeah, sure, because Khmelnytskyi is still quiet here for this time, for now. But a lot of cities were attacked and were bombed, and even the peaceful districts of Kyiv and Kharkiv and the buildings were destroyed. So of course the people are scared, especially the young children, and maybe you know that at least 2 small children were killed recently. So.
Well, thank you for talking to us this morning. The money that's funding all of this is coming from the local churches. There's an awful lot of people here helping out. What I wanted to show you, I can't show you in this room, room because we've got soldiers who are having a breakfast before they go off to Kyiv to fight. They've asked us not to show their faces, but if you hear what's happening behind me, this is quite fascinating, Charlene. This is the lobby of the cinema, but look at what these ladies are doing here. They are singing and making camouflage nets for soldiers to hide in away from the Russian forces to give them a chance of fighting back. And just have a listen to this lady's amazing voice. They are singing patriotic songs as they do their work here. And it is quite emotional actually to see. And the other thing I wanted to show you just before we disappear is up on the wall. This word in Ukrainian means unbreakable. And that's certainly what the Russian forces are facing now, an unbreakable Ukrainian army backed by ladies like this, volunteers across the country coming together to defend the country and to say we are not going to have what you want, Mr. Putin.
Thank you so much for that. We talk a lot about men in war, but women will always do their bit to protect their country. They certainly will. We're joined now by Helena Yanchenko, who is an MP in Ukraine's ruling party. We were just seeing women just there, Helena, who are making camouflage tents for probably their family members going out to defend their country. I mean, what's your reaction to that? Unfortunately, Helena's sound isn't quite working.
Can you hear me now?
Helena. I can hear you now, Helena. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, well, hi. I'm speaking from Kyiv, from the basement of my house, because while I was waiting to talk to you, there were yet another sounds of aviations and bombs just above the capital city of Ukraine, of the European city. So I had to come back to come to the basement. What I should tell about the situation in Ukraine? This is the fourth day of Putin bombing cities, peaceful cities of our country, all over the country, all over the regions. A lot of civilian buildings were hit, like kindergartens, like orphanages, hospitals, and residential building. You can see this is the residential building in Kyiv on fire on your screen now, but the number of residential neighborhoods hit by Russian rockets, by Russian missiles are much more. We were trying to call for action to the Western countries for 4 days in a row, saying that Russians have captured Chernobyl and it might cause a huge ecological catastrophe if they do anything to Chernobyl nuclear plant or the sarcophagus that saves the damaged part of Chernobyl nuclear plant. But tonight, yet another ecological catastrophe have happened because of Russian troops and from Russian weapon.
Helena, what if anything would you like the West to do to help where Ukraine is concerned?
Well, we were begging for 4 days. We were begging to block Russia from SWIFT, and believe me, 4 days of thinking and carrying negotiations is too much. So we really hope that Russia will be totally blocked from SWIFT, not only some selected banks, but the whole country. While Russia is still in SWIFT system, Putin can continue funding this war against innocent Ukrainian population. We have information that in Russia, on the military factories, they keep producing rockets, weapons, and send it to Ukraine. So it's very important to block the whole Russian system from SWIFT. This is number two, and this is number one, and number two is very important. It is very crucial to have no-fly zone above Ukraine, because Russia is hitting Ukrainian cities from air with bombs, missiles, and aviation, and that's what they did to Vasilkiv oil oil point tonight, and we have fire next to Kiev with tons of oil on fire. So it will cause a huge ecological catastrophe, not only for Ukraine but for the European countries. Also, Russian troops are firing their miles next to the border between Ukraine and Poland. So now it's not only a threat to Ukraine but also to European countries and to NATO countries. So it's time to take some actions. There is no time to think, to hold negotiation. Western countries should react now.
Okay, well, Helena Yanchenko, thank you so much for talking to us, and please do stay safe. Okay, we can talk now to Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Helena Yanchenko there, asking the West to do more and take action. What more do you believe that we should be doing here?
Well, we of course have to support the effort in Ukraine and to assist them with military equipment, and I'm pleased to see the decision from Germany overnight that will make that much more possible over the coming days. Tomorrow we will see more sanctions in Parliament as I take through and support the government with their sanctions bill. We want to see sanctions on the insurance industry. Vladimir Putin should not be able to de-risk his finances and war effort in Ukraine. We want to see those names of the entities and individuals, the 100 individuals that Boris Johnson said would now be on the sanctions list. And we should be banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. All of that we've got to do over the coming days to squeeze Vladimir Putin much harder and cut him out of our financial system if we're serious about supporting our Ukrainian brothers and sisters.
I mean, one would assume that President Putin had, would have foresaw that these sanctions would come in place. So what if it's not enough? What if it's not enough?
Look, sanctions are the measure that we've got to really go hard on the finances that support war and the oligarchs and the kleptocrats that surround Vladimir Putin. But not that alone. You know that there will be an expansion of troops along the eastern flank. The Baltic states hugely concerned now, of course, because of this aggressive posture from Vladimir Putin. And as I said, it's important that we assist in arming Ukrainians as they continue to fight. And they are fighting, they're fighting harder, and that's why Vladimir Putin has not met his objectives in the first 3 days of this struggle. He is behind where he thought he would be.
We spoke to our reporter Lucy Watson, who is in Poland at the moment, and she's with several Ukrainian people who have now found themselves to be refugees. That is going to be felt across Europe because there are hundreds of thousands of people who are now displaced, who are not able to stay at home and to fight. So what is it that you'd like to see perhaps the government here do regarding those refugees?
Well, we have a moral duty to those seeking sanctuary. Just as people fleeing Idi Amin in Uganda, fleeing the conflict in Cyprus, Vietnamese boat people, we opened our arms to those people. The government need a scheme that is not full of restrictions, that's not asking people to demonstrate salary, to demonstrate family ties. Why are they doing that? Why would you ask someone crossing a border from war what their salary levels are? And that's why Yvette Cooper, our Shadow Home Secretary, was very robust with the Home Secretary yesterday. We cannot expect people to jump through the bureaucratic and red tape hoops that she has set to come into our country.
But one would argue that they also have to do that safety-wise. One could argue that we can't have hundreds of thousands of people here because we won't necessarily be able to afford it.
Look, it's absolutely clear the vast majority of those fleeing Ukraine will settle in Hungary and Poland and in the Baltic states. Just as we've seen other countries in the European Union simplifying their systems to allow people to come here, we should do the same. And I've got to say, yesterday, having a Home Office minister suggests that the way through is for people to come as fruit pickers into this country, frankly, was obscene in the face of the conflict that people are facing. You cannot expect people holding their children in their arms, crossing borders, to have to fill in bureaucratic red tape. Yes, there must be a scheme, but it must be a simplified scheme, one that was similar to the one that was set up during the Balkans crisis all those years ago.
OK, David, thank you very much for that. Let's talk to Robert Peston now, who's over at Westminster. And David Lammy there was saying that Labour wants to see more sanctions on the insurance industry and more sanctions to really cut Putin out of the UK's financial system. And the decision regarding SWIFT was taken last night with the US, the UK and the EU. So do we feel as though that's enough for now, or could we go further still?
Well, look, there's more punishment you can impose, but let's be under no illusion. What was imposed late last night by the European Union, the UK, the US, Western economies was much more severe than has ever been imposed on Russia, arguably as severe, if not more severe, than the kind of sanctions that have been imposed on Iran. Now, the risk for Putin, there are reports that we're already seeing signs of this in Russia, is of a run on Russian banks. There are reports today that there are queues already at cash points in Russia when banks open. We may well see Russian citizens desperately trying to get currency out, because what was announced wasn't just a ban on some Russian banks using the SWIFT system. This is that global digital system which allows transfers between banks. Now, that deprives banks of vital sources of currency, of cash, of liquidity. We also saw an embargo imposed by the West on the Russian central bank. This was something that Ukraine's President Zelensky has been calling for, and it makes it extremely difficult for Putin to access $650 billion of reserves that he built up at the central bank, which he built up explicitly to try and protect his economy in the event of Western sanctions. The West has now taken action to make it much more difficult to deploy those assets. As I said earlier in the programme, analysts are expecting the ruble to fall sharply when exchanges open. That means that the price of goods for Russian citizens will rise very sharply, almost immediately. There'll be a massive squeeze over the coming days and weeks on the living standards of Russian people. This is genuinely the most significant punishment that the West has so far imposed on Putin since the start of his appalling offensive in Ukraine, and as I say, many would say probably more significant even than the arms and equipment that's been shipped over to Ukraine. Last night, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was at Brize Norton seeing off a huge plane of munitions and equipment to Ukraine. That is important. Ukraine's president wants all that equipment, though there are questions about whether or not once the stuff is in the region it can get to where it's needed, particularly against obviously since the Russian forces will be attempting to stop it getting where it's needed. But as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing that's happened are these increased sanctions. And I say the other thing which has happened just very briefly is a task force has also been set up to identify Russian oligarchs' assets and try and sequester, seize them, to deprive Putin of another source of potential funding. So in the round, this is a very significant retaliation by the West.
OK, Robert, thank you. Good morning. If you're just joining us, it's just gone 8:30 here in the UK and 10:30 in Ukraine. We are on air with a special programme on Ukraine as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. This hour, Russian President Vladimir Putin has congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky has also been speaking and said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. Russian troops have entered the country's second city of Kharkiv. There is reported to be fighting in the streets. OK, let's talk to Lucy Watson now, who's in Poland. That's on the Ukrainian border, as you can see from the map. Lucy, you're seeing simply incredible offers of help and humanity to those fleeing the crisis, aren't you there?
Well, Charlene, we've just received the latest numbers, and there are now around 160,000 people who have made their way across into Poland in the last 3 days. And this is what people meet when they get off these trains from the borders. I mean, you can see this gentleman here, he's got a sign and he is offering to take people to a different location in Poland. Further down this line, these gentlemen here are offering people a ride, a lift to Berlin over in Germany. They've just come out of the goodness of their heart to offer people transportation, a place of refuge. Now, this gentleman here, his name is Andre. We met him a short time ago. Hello, Andre. My name is Lucy. I'm from British Television. Now, he has driven 8 hours overnight from Leipzig in Germany. Why did you decide to come here? When did you decide?
So, this is easy to answer. So, the decision was just for helping. So, it's cold here outside. The people are hungry. They have had some hard hours, I think, and I guess they need a kind of shelter. Yes.
Kindness. They need kindness, don't they?
Yeah.
And what, you have already found a family, a group of people that you're taking? They've already found you?
Yes. So I found 3 persons, and well, in about half an hour we will start. And this evening we are back in Leipzig and can drink a coffee or a tea. And well, I hope having a better time than here.
Andre, thank you so much for talking to me and for what you're doing. So, as I say, this is the platform that people are arriving in on, and this is a very different situation to when we came here just 2 days ago. It was very busy then, of course, but there are just so many more people now here. Now, these rooms to my right, these are kind of waiting rooms that we're not allowed inside at the moment. That is because they're mainly filled with children. When you go inside, they let me go inside, but they wouldn't let the cameras in. When you go inside, there are storybooks in boxes. There are cuddly toys and things. In this room here, again, we're not allowed in there, but that is where you can see lines and lines of buggies to give you an illustration of just how many children are in fact inside this building. Each one of those buggies has been carrying a child from a very desperate situation over the border here into Poland. And people are giving out food, of course, water, drinks, anything from Polish sausages to nappies, desperate supplies that people need when they get here. They're coming with virtually nothing in some cases. This is an announcement for offering people help, and for they're chanting their own reasons and offering people help. Here, this gentleman here has got something to keep the cold from the floor for him to be able to sleep. When you walk around this station, when you see people who have got small bowls of soup, these are quite pitiful scenes. You can't quite believe that 2-3 days ago these people were at home in their own kitchens cooking dinner for their families, and now they're desperate for the help of strangers. So this is the main area that we are allowed in. It's not really a waiting room. I suppose it's almost like the main kind of arrivals hall, if you like. So over here is the fire service. These are cadets from the fire service, and they're offering free transport. And they have a list of people who are offering beds for the night. And as you can see here to my left, yet another sign, yet another volunteer, just someone who has decided to come and offer people somewhere to stay. And then when you come over to the right over here, this is where people are getting food. You can just see here, people are getting warm drinks. just here. And these are all volunteers, and these are all operations that have been set up so quickly because it's needed to. There are just so many people coming through. Now, at the moment, this is relatively quiet, but in the next hour or so, we are expecting yet another train to come across from Kiev and another from the border.
Okay, Lucy, thanks very much for that. You just cannot underestimate the power of the kindness of strangers, and that is very much being shown across Poland at the moment. Okay, let's cross now to our US correspondent Emma Murphy, who's in Washington. And Emma, we've heard from both the presidents of Ukraine and Russia this morning. It's quite a fast-paced and fast-moving situation now, isn't it?
Indeed, these were the first comments for the last couple of days from Vladimir Putin. He was praising the operation that he says is underway to protect the people of Donbass, and also to reiterate that Russia are available for peace talks. However, many would see this as a particularly hollow offer, because where they're offering the location to be is Belarus, which is one of the sites that some of the troops that have gone into Ukraine have gone from. And indeed, this morning we're getting reports of some shelling coming from there. President Zelensky has said that he will not engage in dialogue in Belarus. Obviously, he views that as a very unsafe place to go because it is seen as a hostile territory. He says he is willing to talk to the Russians, but he wants it to be in a neutral location, potentially Istanbul, Bratislava, Baku, or maybe Warsaw. Now, I think the fact that this diplomatic corridor is still open one way or the other is something that the Americans will welcome. They have been pushing for the past few weeks to try and keep the dialogue between the two nations going, and they are trying to broker it, but it's likely to need to be a more independent nation that is going to have greater success in getting the diplomats to the table at this point. Turkey has offered itself as a go-between if necessary. So there will be discussions going on over the next few hours as to how this potential to try and raise the diplomatic tone once more can be really exploited. The big issue, I suspect, from President Biden's point of view is that now with these sanctions really almost as full on as it's possible to be, where do they go next? How do they really start to exert some influence on President Putin beyond the financial? So there will be a lot of calculations going on in capital cities around the world today to see where they go now they have played their hand on sanctions, and how there is the possibility of bringing some calm to this situation. It certainly doesn't seem like there's an awful lot of optimism about this at this point, but there is still a determination to try and find some form of diplomatic solution in this situation.
Okay, Emma Murphy, thank you very much. Well, back here, it's estimated that there are around 70,000 Ukrainians, British Ukrainians living in the UK, and many who fear for friends and family who are currently in the country. Well, Hannah Miller is at a Ukrainian Catholic church in Manchester. Well, later on this morning, a mass will be held. I think it's around 9 o'clock. And Hannah, it just must be so difficult and so worrying for those who have relatives in Ukraine at the moment.
Yes, Charlene, churches like this across the country will be places for people to gather this morning, collect their thoughts, say a prayer. This one, as you say, is in the heart of Manchester's Ukrainian community. An incredible building, as you can see, and many of the people who are starting to gather here this morning still have family and friends in Ukraine. It is a very worrying time for them. The service will be led this morning by Father Taras Homich. Thank you for having us. How would you describe the mood of Ukrainian people who have friends and family over there living in the UK?
People are worried and angry at what is going on. It's holy anger because very difficult situation in Ukraine. Tragedy, bloodshed, which needs to be stopped. People are concerned and worried for their family members, for their friends, for their own country. But they are at the same time very determined. Those who live in Ukraine, those who are in diaspora, everyone is determined to defend Ukraine, and we stand together in solidarity with the Ukrainian people.
And you personally have friends and family over there. How are they doing?
My parents live in Lviv, in western part of Ukraine, and my family members also live in neighboring cities. At the moment, they are not directly affected by this war, but nobody in Ukraine is safe at the moment. So I am worried for them. I pray for them, and we need to do everything to stop this bloodshed.
And what do you make of the response from the UK government so far?
I'm delighted to see a very robust and clear response of the UK government. It shows, I think, good example, real leadership in this difficult situation. But obviously the war is escalating, it's developing, and the situation is rapidly changing, so it needs to respond to the new challenges put by the aggressor, and I hope that UK government will act adequately to the situation.
I know, of course, that you're doing as much as you possibly can to support people and gather donations and help people. It will be a very difficult morning for many people as they gather here today, but they are hoping that by supporting each other, they can make this difficult time a little bit better.
Of course, and holding on to their faith. Hannah, thanks very much for that. Let's get a reminder of the unfolding situation currently in Ukraine. In the last hour, Russia's President Putin congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky has also been speaking and said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. And Russian forces have entered the country's second city of Kharkiv, though it is reported to be fighting on the streets. And earlier, our cameras caught the aftermath of an explosion in Kyiv. OK, let's talk to Colonel Richard Kemp, who's a former British military commander in Afghanistan and former chair of the Cobra Intelligence Group. Thank you so much for talking to us, Colonel Kemp. We've been hearing a lot about the fact that Russian troops have had to slow their progress or have been slowed down in terms of their progression into Kyiv. Would you agree that they perhaps weren't expecting that Putin wasn't expecting the resistance that he's had from Ukraine?
Well, I think Putin has very good military intelligence and would have certainly expected pretty stiff resistance from Ukraine. He knows the Ukrainian army has been well trained, including by British military trainers, and equipped, again, including by British military equipment and American and others. So he knows that it's a much more capable army than it was a few years back. I would be surprised if he was actually genuinely surprised about the speed of the campaign. I don't think he set out on a blitzkrieg operation in which he was going to crush Kiev within a day. I think his tactics are probably to go a bit more slowly and use less ferocity in order to minimize casualties. And I think casualties I'm talking about, particularly Russian casualties. He doesn't want a stream of body bags going back to Moscow any more than is needed in order to maintain as much support as possible among the Russian people. He also, I don't think, wants to inflict unnecessary casualties on the Ukrainians. And when I say unnecessary casualties, of course, the whole war is unnecessary, but any more than he feels he has to, because he knows that he intends to occupy the country if his plans go the way he thinks they will. And he doesn't want to have any greater anger than already exists. So I think we shouldn't underestimate the stiffness of the Ukrainian resistance, but I don't think we should have expected this all to be over within a day or two.
I mean, we've been talking to our security secretary, Rohit Kachi, throughout the morning, and he is currently in Kiev. And about an hour ago, he heard a lot of artillery fire coming down, and he thinks it was perhaps one of the nearest airports to Kiev, perhaps so that Putin can put more troops on the ground via the airport. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, I think that would be something he would aim to do, as well as bringing forces in over land, in tanks, in armoured vehicles, etc. But I think, that ultimately he will want to put in place as many forces as he thinks he needs to take Kiev, and then he will maybe lay siege to the city to try and get the government to surrender. And if not, then I think he will unleash massive brutality on Kiev, and that will result in street fighting, it will result in hand-to-hand combat, and it will result in a huge amount of suffering by the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian citizens of Kiev.
Colonel, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. I think our viewers fully understand that there's no role for British troops on the ground inside Ukraine. Perhaps even a no-fly zone is a step too far. But I wondered what you think about the idea that Britain, or indeed the United States, should engage in sort of offensive cyber operations, perhaps denying kind of space to Russian armored forces or to aircraft in terms of the electronic area. Do you think we should be engaged in some kind of hybrid warfare in which we're doing offensive cyber operations to slow the assault?
I think we should. I think we should do cyber operations against Putin. He's done them against us in the past. He will probably do them again in the future. We should be willing to do that, either directly or by giving assistance to Ukraine to do so. We should also continue to supply arms to Ukraine, as many as they need, as many as we can get to them, together with our other NATO allies. And we should continue to provide them with intelligence and reconnaissance or surveillance, air surveillance, if we can. Certainly that played a pretty significant role in the build-up to this operation and helped to prepare and inform the world about what was going on on the Ukrainian border and what Putin's intentions were. So, yeah, I think anything we can do that can keep the Ukrainian army fighting, we should do.
In terms of what we are doing as a nation, what the government has decided to do, we of course had those decisions regarding SWIFT overnight, the international banking system. Do you feel that there is any more that our government could be doing to help the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army?
I think we should do everything we can to turn Russia into a pariah state and make it very clear that's what's happening and that's what's going to happen, and that will be the permanent status until there's a change of government in Moscow, so that the people understand that, because our objective should be to bring down Putin. That should be what we are aiming to do. Otherwise, we will see continuation of this sort of aggression, and that could include cutting off diplomatic relations with Russia, expelling their ambassador, not just from London, but from all other NATO capitals as well. And also at the same time, I think preparing for if Putin's campaign does succeed in Ukraine, which it seems likely to, then if there is a long-term occupation of part of the country or the whole of it, we should now be preparing to support whatever resistance movement grows up so that Ukraine becomes a quagmire for Putin. I don't want to see any more Russian soldiers killed than need to be killed. But what I do want to do, what I do believe we should be doing is to create such a difficulty in Ukraine for him that it becomes a deterrent against further aggression. He's got his eye on the Baltic states. The last thing we need is for him to send peacekeepers in there that we have to stand up and fight against.
So Colonel, are you then saying that Ukrainians are highly unlikely to win this battle?
I don't know. I think it's hard to see how they will win it. Of course, as I said earlier, they put up very stiff resistance, but they've got a massive force that they're fighting. And I think a lot of people have taken confidence from the fact that this hasn't all suddenly finished and that Putin has raised the Russian flag over Ukraine. I think that surprised people, but that's people who don't really necessarily fully comprehend the speed, the time it takes to build up forces in such a large area, and the difficulty in doing so. This is not like America going against invading Iraq and fighting the Iraqi army. This is an extremely hardcore, well-trained army in Ukraine. It's a peer army to Russia, not as big, not as many tanks, not as many aircraft, but it's on a level with the Russian army, I would say, in terms of man-for-man capability. So I think some people would have expected too much, two things to happen too quickly. I would hope that Putin doesn't succeed, and I hope that Ukraine manages to drive them out and drive them back. But it's actually quite hard to see that happening at the moment. I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I think we all hope you're wrong, because we've seen today when we were talking to our reporter Richard Gaisford, you've got civilians who are gearing up to travel to Kiev to protect their city. You've got mothers and grandmothers and women in the city that he was in who are trying to sew and put together gear for their loved ones to strap on and to cover themselves with, to try and protect their city. And when you're saying it feels as though all those things and all those sacrifices that so many men are about to start making in Ukraine may well be fruitless.
Well, I don't think they'll be fruitless. I would hope they succeed, but I'm sceptical about whether they will or not. But any person who values freedom, values his way of life, values his independence or her independence, has to fight for it if necessary, or contribute to the fighting effort. It's not just the fighters, it's not just the soldiers, it's all those who support them, who provide food for them, who provide shelter when necessary. All of these different things that are being done in Ukraine today, I don't think that could ever be considered fruitless. I think it will always be seen, whatever happens in Ukraine, it will be seen as a magnificent time for Ukraine, one in which its people stood up against a ruthless aggressor and hopefully did at least severe damage to him to deter, but and even more hopefully succeeded in repelling him.
Okay, Colonel Richard Kemp, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're joined now by Matthew Morris of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Matthew, there are so many people who are wanting to help. There are so many people that want to do something, especially when the situation is looking so dire in Ukraine. So what is being done currently to help those who are under bombardment and those who are fleeing violence?
Well, it's a very tense and distressing and dangerous situation for the men, women and children in Ukraine. We are trying to do what we can, but many of our colleagues are having to take shelter. We now know that there is this curfew in the capital until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Monday. So that's an added layer of difficulty, and people are facing just an impossible choice. And this is the choice that we see over decades in conflicts. Do they stay in their homes or do they flee, and where do they flee to? So what we are trying to do in different parts of the country is provide, for example, first aid and emergency water supplies, and then at border points as well, where we know people are fleeing to other parts of the Red Cross in different countries, are also trying to look to help people to provide emergency supplies, food and water and shelter, mother and baby stations, things like that. So it's very, very difficult, and a lot of our staff are not able to work, but we're trying to do what we can.
Now, I know from being on social media, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, there are lots of people putting up links to charities, that, including your own, that they could donate to in order to be able to support the effort by so many charities in Ukraine. But in terms of getting aid in and getting help in and being able to distribute food, as you say, it's difficult if there's a curfew as there is in Kiev. So how do you then get around things like that to be helping those who need it most?
Well, this is what I would say, and we're so grateful for people who are bombarding us with offers to support. People can go to the British Red Cross website, redcross.org.uk, to donate to the Ukraine Crisis Appeal. And the aim of that is to get money as quickly as possible to those working for the Red Cross on the ground. There's the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross. We are there across the country, and the Ukrainian Red Cross. They have got over 3,000 2,000 staff and volunteers. So the people are there. We have the infrastructure. What we need is the humanitarian space to be able to do our job. This is something that is required in international humanitarian law. You go back to the Geneva Conventions and other bodies of law. All parties to this conflict must obey international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructure, so hospitals, schools, power plants, are protected. And what we're particularly concerned about, obviously, are the reports and the images of violence and fighting coming into densely populated areas. We've seen year after year in all sorts of parts of the world the devastating consequences of this kind of violence when neighborhoods are turned into front lines. That's devastating. So people can go onto the website, provide some funds. We will aim to get that as soon as we can to the teams on the ground who are doing this important work. We will do what we can.
Okay, Matthew Morrison, Red Cross, thank you. Well, good morning. If you're just joining us, it's just gone 9 o'clock here in the UK and 11 o'clock in Ukraine. We are on air with a special programme on Ukraine this morning as the country face a night of heavy bombardment. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky has also been speaking and said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. And these are the latest pictures coming in from the country's second city of Kharkiv, where Russian troops have entered. There is reported to be fighting on the streets. Meanwhile, ITV News has learned that a number of people who've escaped to Poland from Ukraine, that number has now reached 160,000. Let's now look at the latest live pictures from Kyiv. Our correspondents there telling us that there was a night of heavy shelling and bombardment. In the background, you can see just at the back of the shot there, plumes of smoke from explosion at an oil refinery. But we do know there have also been plumes of smoke seen over Kyiv from bombardment and artillery shots from what we believe to be one of the nearest airports to Kyiv. In the east of the country, though, that's really seeing Russian aggression this morning, as John Ray reports.
Ukraine has vowed to defend every inch of its country. In the second city of Kharkiv this morning, its army is fighting street by street and scoring some victories against the invading Russians in a war Vladimir Putin cannot afford to lose. He sent his special forces into the city's outskirts at first light. 1.5 million people here have been warned to stay home. Overnight, as Russian tanks advanced under cover of darkness, the Kremlin offered peace talks. It can be little surprise they have been rejected by Ukraine. President Zelensky said Putin's actions bore the signs of genocide. All this follows another night of torment and another night of terror. A fuel depot ablaze to the south of Kyiv. But Russian aggression is met by defiance. In this social media post, the local mayor says, the enemy wants to destroy everything, but it will achieve nothing. God is with us. The West has agreed its toughest sanctions yet to exclude some, though not all, Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system.
We are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia. Costs that will further isolate Russia from the international financial system and our economies.
The Ukrainian military is reinforced by a citizens' army. With great bravery, some place themselves in the path of Russian tanks. While in the eastern city of Sumy, a petrol bomb was hurled at a Russian convoy. And though there will be no NATO troops on the ground, these missiles are made in the UK and are now seen in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers.
The horror of what is unfolding in Ukraine is becoming clear to Western audiences, and that is in turn putting huge pressure on Western politicians. We've got to act together, and we've got to do more.
As Russia's assault intensifies, so its international isolation deepens. Last week, Donald Trump flattered Putin. Last night, he praised the Ukrainian president.
He's a brave man. He's hanging in. He's a brave man.
Prince Harry has added his voice to the wave of revulsion at Russian aggression.
Before I begin, we would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who urgently need our continued support as a global community.
The UN says at least 240 civilians have been killed or injured. In Kyiv, under curfew, another night in the metro station, and they woke to the sounds of air raid sirens, a menacing omen for the day ahead. John Ray, ITV News.
OK, let's bring you up to speed with what's happening across the country. Ukrainian authorities say that Russian troops have entered Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv, and fighting is underway in the streets after Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, prompting the government to warn people to protect themselves from the smoke by covering their windows. Overnight, huge explosions lit up the sky south of the capital, Kyiv, where people hunkered down in homes, underground garages and subway stations in anticipation of a full-scale assault by Russian forces. And flames billowed into the air before dawn from an oil depot near the Zyliani airport, about 25 miles, that's 40 kilometres, south of the capital. OK, we're joined once more from Kyiv by our global security editor, Rohit Katra. About an hour ago, you were saying that you could hear firing, you could hear some bombardment. How's it been over the last hour? How are things looking?
Well, what we heard was several explosions in the distance. I think you can pick it up on the other camera that we have actually, and what we, simply from looking at a map, where we believe that was happening was somewhere close to Hostomel airfield, which has been a focus of a lot of the fighting over the past few days. There is an airfield there. We know that part of the Russian strategy was to take it so that they could land more troops, more reinforcements, more equipment there as part of their what may well have been their final battle, their final assault on the capital, Kyiv. What we know is that over the past few days, it has changed hands, switching from the Russians to the Ukrainians, and that explosion was vaguely in the area of Hostomel and another suburb nearby called Bucha, which we know there has been, which has been the location of some heavy firing this morning. We've seen claimed reports on social media about a bridge perhaps being struck, maybe by the Russians, perhaps brought down deliberately by the Ukrainians, but certainly some activity over there. And so we've seen across the skyline several explosions this morning after a fairly dark night, in which we saw a little further away at an oil depot close to a military facility, these huge plumes of pulsating red smoke after these very loud explosions early in the day, which were followed by air raid sirens here in the city, people rushing to their bunkers if they had one, people sleeping in the subway, the metro stations. But as it stands now, the Ukrainian military still hold this city and they're still resisting.
OK, Rohit, thank you. Let's turn now to our political editor, Robert Peston, who's over at Westminster. Robert, we've been talking about new sanctions against Russian financial systems. What will the consequences be for us here of these sanctions?
Well, they will impose costs on the West, on Europe, on the US, and indeed on the UK. And the reason for that is because there are plenty of Western businesses that will be shut out of trading with Russia. That will bring costs to those businesses. There are plenty of Western businesses owed money by Russia. They won't be able to get that money. And then there is the biggest potential cost to the West, which is a disruption to the flow of gas and oil products into Europe in particular. Now, you know, economies, huge economies like Germany and Italy get about 40% of their gas requirements from Russia. In these sanctions that are being imposed on Russian banks, excluding them from the so-called SWIFT system, which makes it almost impossible for Russian banks to pay for Western goods and services and for Western businesses to get money out of Russia, there is an attempt by the authorities in the West to sort of carve out oil and gas business, to allow oil and gas to continue to flow to Europe. But I have to say, I think this will prove very, very difficult, because you're basically relying on banks to identify, Western banks to identify what is sort of legitimate business with Moscow and what is banned business. And in practice, I think that will mean there will be disruption. We'll see further rises in the oil and gas price in coming days. Now, as we all know, there is a massive cost of living squeeze already in the UK and indeed all throughout the Western world as a result of surging oil and gas prices, and that is going to get worse. So although, as I've been saying throughout the programme, the sanctions that have been announced will really hit the Russian economy hard, it is the sort of financial equivalent of shock and awe. I'm afraid here in the West, in order to punish Russia, we are going to have to endure quite a lot of pain, economic pain, cost to our living standards.
Robert, thank you. Well, let's go straight to Foreign Secretary Liz Truss. We've been hearing there from Robert the talk of sanctions, and the changes regarding SWIFT, of course, came in overnight. Do you feel like that's enough for now?
Well, we have put in place the toughest package of sanctions that we've ever had on Russia in response to this appalling invasion. And the purpose is to degrade the Russian economy over time, to stop Vladimir Putin being able to fund his war machine. But of course, we're also supplying defensive weaponry into Ukraine to support them in their struggle against the Russian forces. And we need to do both of those things. This is going to be a long-term struggle. This could go on for a number of years. But what's vitally important is we do use our sanctions to degrade the ability of Russia to raise money on the international markets, to stop it gaining so much revenue from oil and gas, but also to stop it getting the technology it needs to try and improve its military machine.
But one would assume, though, that Putin had factored in the fact that we would lay sanctions on him and on Russia. So what if these tough sanctions? They are tough, but what if he doesn't care? What if he just carries on? Are you happy with a war that perhaps, as you said in one of the papers this morning, a war that could go on for a decade?
Well, I believe that Putin didn't expect the toughness of the sanctions we put in place. I don't think he expected the West to be so united. He likes to try and play a game of divide and rule, and we're now seeing the Germans send defensive weapons to Ukraine. The UK was the first country in Europe to do that, but we're seeing all of our allies following suit. And we're seeing strong resolve against Russia. Nobody supported Russia at the United Nations Security Council, so I don't think Putin expected the unity and strength, and I don't think he expected the severity of the sanctions. I also don't think he expected the Ukrainians to fight so hard, because they are fighting for their country, they're fighting for freedom and democracy, and they've shown huge bravery. We warned Putin before he started this, that starting this war would be a massive strategic mistake that could lead to the end of his regime. And what we're now seeing is unprecedented unity in standing up to Putin.
But should we have foreseen that this was going to happen? Should we have been doing more before last week Thursday when the incursion actually started?
Well, we were already helping the Ukrainian army. We've trained up 20,000 Ukrainian troops. We were supplying defensive weapons into Ukraine, and we were providing economic support to Ukraine as well. You know, we were clear, and the entire West were clear, that if there was an invasion, that there would be severe costs. We're now putting those severe costs in place. But this war is Putin's and Putin's war alone. He has started, he's carried out this incursion, and this is why we are now responding with the severest possible sanctions.
Foreign Secretary, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. You've talked about providing defensive weapons to Ukraine. Is there a role for us playing in terms of hybrid warfare? Would you rule out using offensive cyber warfare in an attack to slow down the Russian assault on cities?
Unfortunately, if we can have a... Can you hear us now, Liz? Liz Truss, I can.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you can hear. We'll go back to Robert.
Yeah, my earpiece fell out.
It's Foreign Secretary. It's Robert Moore here in the studio. You've spoken about providing defensive weapons. I wondered if we, as a country, are thinking about a hybrid warfare. For example, would we ever engage in offensive cyber operations to try and slow down the assault of Russian armoured columns and air attacks on Ukrainian cities? Is a sort of hybrid warfare option even a possibility for the UK?
We have already been supplying strong support to Ukraine in areas like information, communications, challenging the Russian disinformation. You know, we have unleashed some of our intelligence, for example, the attempts by Russia to set up a puppet government in Kiev, the disinformation they're spreading about various so-called false flag operations around Ukraine. So we are supporting the Ukrainians in every way we can, including using our advanced technology.
Let's talk about the refugee crisis, Liz Truss, because we have had our reporter Lucy Watson in Poland at the moment, and I think there's about 160,000 Ukrainians have crossed over the border into Poland, desperately seeking help, desperately trying to get a bed for the night, desperately trying to find food, desperately trying to eat, desperately trying to explain to their children what is currently happening. Poland and those countries cannot solely deal with that. They cannot shoulder full responsibility for all of that. So what is it that we are planning to do?
So we're working very closely with Poland and other allies on the border of Ukraine, helping them with that emergency assistance. We're putting humanitarian aid in. We're supporting with logistics. We've sent our development experts, humanitarian experts to Poland to support. We're also working with the UN to make sure that we protect humanitarian corridors into Ukraine. So we are doing all we can to support the refugees, and you're absolutely right, this is a humanitarian disaster as well as a huge military problem.
So are we opening our doors in that case, or are we just expecting other countries to do that?
Well, the Prime Minister has been very clear that there will always be a home in Britain for refugees. We are very concerned about what's happening on the ground, and we're urgently looking at what more the United Kingdom can do.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how long that takes, Liz Truss, because currently we have children lying on floors in train stations who could really do with knowing where it is they're going to be sleeping in the next couple of nights. Liz Truss, thank you very much. OK, let's return now to our political editor, Robert Peston, in Westminster. What is your reaction, Robert, to what Liz Truss had to say?
Well, so a number of striking things. I thought the most important was the way that the Foreign Secretary made clear they're not expecting regime change, the ousting of Putin and his cronies anytime soon. We are preparing for years of conflict with Putin in and around Ukraine. Now, it's not to say that there won't be more popular pressure on him, especially as a result of these very dramatic sanctions, this financial punishment that's being imposed and has been imposed over just the last few days. But, you know, she is talking about a long and grinding conflict. A couple of other things I just thought were worth picking up on. She said there was unanimity in the UN Security Council against Putin. That is not quite right. It was what was very striking that China India and indeed the United Arab Emirates all abstained on the vote condemning what Putin has done in Ukraine. And what that tells us is that to an extent the way that Putin will try and ease the financial pressures that we have imposed on him through these sanctions is to turn in particular to China to help. And I have to say the intelligence experts I talk to do expect China, probably rather quietly but nonetheless in size, to provide the kind of financial needs that Putin now requires. It won't happen quickly, but there will. But as I say, he will receive a degree of protection there. China will extract a price, and will expect, in a sense, to be the boss in this relationship. Putin may not like that, but he doesn't really have any choice. And so I think the other thing that we've all got to be focused on at the moment in respect of this appalling war in Ukraine is the way that it is reshaping the balance of power within the world. And one of the, I'm afraid, fearful consequences of all of this is we are going to resume to a very split world between, to an extent, a West which is now more united than it was, but has not been as coordinated in terms of acting together as it was during the Cold War, and that we've got to learn lessons from that, and a sort of Chinese-Russian axis. So, fearful long-term consequences from all of this.
OK, Robert, thank you very much. I'm not sure we ever seem to learn from history. Let's go back to Richard Gaisford, who's in Western Ukraine, and you've been talking to people there who are scared about what will happen over the next few days, weeks or years, even if Liz Truss's predictions comes true.
Yeah, it's a really frightening situation for so many people. Hundreds coming through to this refugee centre, and more people bringing bedding and other goods, clothes, food for those refugees who are using this as something of a staging post. You can see the sandbags that have been piled up outside, Charlene. That is because they are frightened of an attack here, but they're not allowing that nervousness to stop them from helping those people who have been fleeing from the Russian forces. Well, let's get the camera, Rav, inside. It is incredibly busy here now at this refugee centre. This is the lobby of what was normally the cinema. Now, up on the wall here, you can see this poster of the Ukrainian army. And it says unbreakable, and this army is unbreakable because of the support it gets. Let's have a listen and a look at what's happening over here. This lady is singing patriotic songs as other women here from the community take strips of camouflage material and put it onto this netting, and they're going to give it to the soldiers to take up towards Kyiv so they can start that fight back against the Russian forces. It is incredibly difficult to move through. We're going to start pushing our way through the crowds here. You can see them ripping up these bits of camouflage material here to put onto this netting. They just want to give the soldiers every single fighting chance they can. And some of the soldiers were here this morning. They were given a breakfast. They're volunteers who've signed up to go up to Kyiv and to fight the Russians. We come through into what is the main hall of the cinema here. A little quieter. You can see these old-fashioned cinema projectors here. We've spoken to the projectionist who says that he's been here 50 years, he's never seen anything like this. And in this slightly calmer environment, they are working through the names of the people that are coming here. They're trying to keep everyone together so they know where everyone is coming from, where everyone is heading. And if we come forward just through, I'm hoping that we can just show you inside the cinema auditorium again, because as more goods comes through, it's okay. There's no child, there's just goods that the people are bringing. We'll just work our way through here. You can see the large stocks of food that they've been gathering here for these refugees, and an amazing enterprise inside what is the theatre auditorium. If Rav just follows me in, you can see these huge teams of people, all of the volunteers who've come together from the community, and they are working together to take and sort the clothes, the bedding that has been given to help those refugees. They expect to see thousands coming through in the coming days. You can see it all piled up here. The moment it's being funded by the local churches, the city hall has given them some money, but it is clear that that international aid is going to be really needed in places like this to help those who have fled from the fighting with absolutely nothing. Charlene.
Richard Gaisford, thank you so much. Look, we're going to talk now to Katerina Obachenko, who's a resident of Kyiv. Catherine, you've had your first night under curfew, and I know it's a scary situation that you're in at the moment. What's it been like for you so far this morning?
It was loud. It was still like 10 minutes ago when your people called me. I was not sure if I would be able to do the interview because of the shellings and the explosions we heard very close to us.
And it's quite difficult, I think, for a lot of us to get our heads around. Last weekend was a very normal weekend by all accounts, and this week you're having to contend with shellings and bombardment and artillery shots fired. You know, this change in your life, what is it like for you?
I'm not sure we can actually still comprehend what is going on. It's like, you know, when we see it in the shelter during the night, and then somebody is just like, can you imagine we are talking about the war and that we are being shot like now? Like every second whilst we are in Kiev, it's not like maybe in some parts of Ukraine, which are fortunate enough, but in Kiev, it's like every second, every minute, the situation can be changed. And the city we love so much is just under attack of these crazy ideas. It's insane. It's insane. And I think I had kind of like panic attack like this night, because it came to me that it hit me, this realization that this is it. Like there's a real possibility, like not to be able to open your eyes again tomorrow.
Oh, Katerina, look, please just be safe, and please just go inside, and please stay underground, and please, honestly, try and be as safe as you can. But we do appreciate you talking to us this morning. Thank you, Katerina. Robert, a lot has happened this morning. We've had our correspondents who have been seeing the bombardment in Kiev, who've witnessed it. What happens now?
I think the big takeaway is what the Foreign Secretary warned you on this programme, is that the world needs to be braced not for weeks or months of conflict in the heart of Europe, but actually years. And with that comes instability, not just on the Ukrainian-Russian axis, but also in the Baltics, in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, because, you know, if we have in the Kremlin a leader who wants to try and reinvent the sort of imperialist notions of Russia and the former Soviet Union, then that is a world of uncertainty and of pain. The truth is, Charlene, we don't have a sense of the decision-making in the Kremlin. It appears to be seriously paranoid. You know, he has succeeded so far, President Putin has, in uniting NATO and the Ukraine. He's inflicted potentially huge damage on his own economy. Russia remains isolated. You know, the Putin brand is irreversibly and irretrievably damaged. It appears that it's a completely inexplicable war at this point.
Okay, Robert, thank you. Well, we will be back with bulletins throughout the day, but that is it from us after a special programme this morning. Let's take a final look at the streets of Kyiv. They're quiet because of that 39-hour curfew, meaning that people are staying in their homes, finding safety and shelter where they can. But in the distance, as you can see in this shot, there is that reminder of war in the beauty of that city. Plumes of smoke still billowing into the sky. It is in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, that has this morning borne the brunt of Russian aggression. Putin has said he is proud of his troops, but Ukraine forces and civilians continue to stand their ground. There are mass casualties, hundreds feared dead, and there are many, many more victims who fled their homes with their lives, with no idea what their future holds. For all of us at home, our teams in Poland, Russia and US, and of course Ukraine, goodbye.
capital, Kiev, has seen heavy bombardment overnight.
This night will be very difficult, and the enemy will use all available forces to break the resistance of Ukrainians. This night we have to stand ground. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now.
This is the scene in a city under siege, eerily quiet right now. American intelligence officials have confirmed that 2 Russian military transport planes have been shot down. And tens of thousands of refugees are fleeing the country. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Now, we understand that Kiev has come under heavy fire overnight, although it has not fallen yet. The combat in the suburbs of Kiev started at close to 4 a.m. It was the scene of very heavy fighting and shelling. Gunfire could be heard from the city's Maidan Square at 5:40 local time this morning. There are also reports of fighting raging on the streets of the city's northwest and in the east, and 5 explosions struck near a major power plant on Kiev's eastern outskirts. Ukraine's military reported shooting down 2 Russian military transport planes, one of them carrying paratroopers near Vasilkiv. That's a city 25 miles south of Kiev, and the other 50 miles south of the capital. Now, residents have been urged to seek shelter and to stay indoors as fighting has raged on. The country's president refused an American offer to evacuate, insisting he would stay. Well, this is the scene in the capital, Kiev, this morning. We're going to be live there in Western Ukraine and Washington. But first, our correspondent Geraint Vincent has the latest developments.
Listen to the battle for Kiev. This is Independence Square in the centre of the city, and through a long night it echoed with the sound of a people fighting for their country.
Сьогодні був тяжкий, але сміливий день.
At the start of it, Ukraine's president gave another TV address. We cannot lose our capital, said Volodymyr Zelensky, and he urged his people to stop the enemy wherever they can. The night is going to be extremely hard, he said, but there will be a morning. There was fierce fighting on the streets. The Ukrainian military says it's seen off several Russian attacks. What were peaceful neighbourhoods just a few days ago now are battlefields. Yesterday, Ukrainian infantrymen could be seen stocking up on ammunition in the central districts of Kiev, and an ITV News team on the ground filmed with some of them as they took up and then fell back from positions on one of the bridges in the face of the Russian advance. Part of the Russian strategy here is now very clear: to take control of the Ukrainian capital and unseat the government. But that plan is not being executed as quickly or as easily as they would like. For a second day yesterday, they were still sending attack helicopters to join the battle to take a key airbase on the outskirts of the city. And this morning, Ukrainian forces claim to have shot down 2 Russian transport planes, which were bringing in airborne troops. In New York, late last night, a meeting of the UN Security Council failed to pass a resolution aimed at stopping the war because Russia vetoed it. But Ukraine's ambassador took the opportunity to respond to Vladimir Putin's appeal to the Ukrainian army to turn on their own government.
Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine, are you crazy?
These satellite pictures from Ukraine's border with Romania show lines of traffic, Ukrainians fleeing the fighting. In Kiev, those who can't leave or who have chosen to stay find shelter in the city's subway stations. This morning, they woke to a tweeted message from their president. Do not believe any fake news, said Mr. Zelensky. I am still here. Geraint Vincent, ITV News.
We can go now live straight away to Kira Rudik, who's a member of parliament in Ukraine, also leader of the political party Golos, which is an opposition party. Good morning, Kira. when you see what your president is saying, when you see how strong his words are, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I'm proud of our president. I have been criticizing the hell out of him for the last 2.5 years, but right now he's really stepping out and he's doing what the president should do. He's moving the country forward and he tells Putin exactly where to go.
Kira, where are you right now? Give us a sense of your situation and what's happening around you.
So I'm right now in Kiev, in the center of Kiev, and I am with my resistance crew. We are armed, and there has been like a very hard night where there were lots of sirens and air force fighting, and so we had to go to the bomb shelter and back, to the bomb shelter and back, and we will spend the day-to-day training and arranging the crew to be able to fire arms, and then we are going to see, it says that Russia right now actually reached out the 24-story building somewhere here nearby, so we'll go and see if we can help. But all in all, we are preparing for another hellish night where there will be more Russian soldiers on our streets, and then they will be packed in the plastic bags and returned back home.
Kira, I think what is so striking for those of us who are not in Ukraine at the moment is seeing and hearing and reading the defiance of the Ukrainian people. It is extraordinary. And I saw on Twitter a photograph that you posted of yourself with a Kalashnikov rifle saying, "I am ready to fight." And this isn't something that I had ever expected to see. It must feel extraordinary for you, doesn't it?
It does. If you have asked me 3 days ago, I would tell you I would never bear arms and that I would stay away from the weapons. However, once you wake up to the news that Putin declared war on your country, and once you bring children to the bomb shelter and start explaining to them like what the siren means and why you have to get down on the floor, you get so angry. You get so frustrated for the tyranny that is trying just to deny us Ukrainians the right to live. And so, yes, after that, I went to the police station and we were given the Kalashnikov rifles. I have it here with me, and I'm training to use it, and I'm going to use it if I have to. And this is what most of Ukrainians do. We are getting ready to resist, and we are resisting. You have seen that Putin thought that he will take Ukraine in just one day. Well, watch that. He was not able to take any major city. There are 3,000 Russian soldiers that are down right now, and we will be fighting back as hard as possible, and we will not retreat, and we will show the world like what Ukrainian nation is capable of.
I don't think anyone could doubt the extraordinary courage, the bravery of the Ukrainian people, but practically speaking, do you believe you really can beat Russia? Surely their power is overwhelming, isn't it?
Absolutely, I believe absolutely that we are able to win, and I think not only by ourselves, though we understand that on our soil it's only Ukrainian soldiers that will fight. However, we expect that there will be more help and support from our Western partners, because we are not fighting only for Ukraine. We are being a shield to the whole Europe right now, because if Ukraine fails, then like the Poland is next, or the Baltic countries are next. And right now, the change that is happening, it's not only about Ukraine and its people. It's about the new world order in terms of security, in terms of defense, in terms of asking questions. Is there any force in the world right now that can stop Putin? And you know, like till this last night, I thought that this force is United States plus Britain plus Germany plus maybe France, etc., Turkey, Poland. But now I know that this force is us Ukrainians. This is the force that can stop Putin, and we are doing it very well right now. And the goal would be to fight him back to Russia and further, a little bit more further, just to make it even for the children who are learning what the siren means and how to get down to the floor when they hear it.
Kira, what do you think about the support you're having from elsewhere in the world at the moment?
So
what is your assessment?
Yeah, well, we are, first of all, super grateful for everything that we have received. However, Putin has not started the war unexpectedly, right? He was like warning us for 6 months. And for 6 months, my party and I, Holos Party, we were saying, guys, you need to provide us with a no-fly zone over Ukraine. At least guarantees of no-fly zone. But it never happened. It was considered impossible. Well, we are very weak in terms of Air Force right now, and all the times that Russia is throwing their rockets at us, this is the time where we would need help to hit them while they haven't reached the target. And this is what we really do need right now. The sanctions are making Putin's life very painful, but they don't stop him. We have seen that. The force is what is stopping him, and we just need right now a chance for our troops to fight without being attacked from the air. And this is what we were asking NATO and Jens Stoltenberg, and I was really glad to hear that they will provide us with more additional weaponry, which is also good. Bring everything here. We will take it, and we will make it useful for Ukraine.
Kira, your determination is striking. It's remarkable, really. Tell me, do you feel afraid? Do you feel afraid in the dark moments in the night when you perhaps are lying awake and worrying? I mean, how do you feel?
Sometimes I do feel afraid, of course, but more than afraid, I do feel angry. I'm super angry. I'm so angry that right now I am a woman. I have to bear arms and I have to fight the tyranny that just decided that they would take what is ours, that they would come and try to throw me away from my house, they would scare my family and then try to change the way that my country works. And when you're very angry, there is no place for the fear. Because okay, I will be afraid afterwards. Right now, I will have to get very strong, train, and make sure that we have all the supplies and that we will go fighting. In this story about bad guys and good guys, we definitely know that we are the good guys. And I hope and I believe that that the good guys always win. So this is what our plan is. To win, because guys.
Kira Rudik, we wish you good luck. We wish you safety, and hope to speak to you again before too long. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Well, let's go live to our Europe editor, James Mates, who's right in the centre of Kiev. Morning, James. What's it been like overnight?
Very noisy. A lot of small arms fire, a lot of heavy artillery fire, the air raid siren going off for most of the night. There's a lull. It's much calmer now. It's a beautiful morning, but it's quite clear that the Russians, if they were trying to take the city last night, have failed. Although there's almost no one around, there are certainly not Russian troops on the streets in the centre of the city. It has been a remarkable defensive effort so far. 2 days in a row now, the Russians have tried to get into the centre of Kiev. Both times they've been repulsed. The worry in many ways is what the Russians will do next if they continue to be frustrated, and will the fighting and the casualties spill into civilian areas. We've seen a major tower block be hit overnight. It's no word yet whether there are casualties there, but if there were people in that building, and they were probably in bunkers, most people have been taken to the bunkers or the metros or have fled the city altogether. But if there were people inside, there probably would have been casualties. We've seen what Russians, when they get frustrated with their inability to take a city, have done in the past. In Grozny in the 90s, the capital of Chechnya, in Aleppo in Syria more recently, and we've seen both those cities absolutely devastated by indirect fire, by artillery, by multiple rocket launch systems, and if it were to get to that, it would be a terrible, terrible tragedy. But if the Ukrainians are going to fight, like Kira Rudik and others, thousands of them, tens of thousands of them now have their own weapons. If they are going to fight, it may well be a very, very difficult battle for the Russians to come through an urban environment like this.
James, in the end, though, is there any real doubt that the Russians will prevail? Because, as you say, they have huge reserves of weaponry. In a sense, they've tried to do it one way. There is no limit to what they actually could deploy if they really decided they need to, right?
Well, logic says that they will probably win this in the end, but I absolutely don't necessarily believe logic. Different things happen in war. Much more is about discipline, about morale, about motivation, than just equipment or sheer numbers. And yes, there are a lot of Russian troops, 200,000 they talk about, but this is a country of 45 million people, and it's an enormous country. It's bigger than France, and the distances are huge, and no one thought that the resistance would be as solid as it has been. I mean, they haven't yet managed to take any major city, which, if you said that at the beginning, would have surprised people, because the Russian doctrine is for rapid incursions with heavy armour. And taking enemies by surprise, getting in behind them, surrounding them, and that hasn't worked. The defence so far has been solid. Now, I'm not going to come anywhere close to writing the Ukrainians off in terms of what they can do in the long term. They've shown what they can do here, and if they continue to have arms and equipment, then there's every chance that they can make life very, very difficult for the Russians. And of course, they don't have to win in terms of driving the Russians back out and across the borders. That won't be the Ukrainian aim. What they have to do is to bog the Russians down, to slow their progress, to inflict casualties, and to hope that opposition at home ultimately will stop what Putin's doing.
James, explain how the draft is working, because Ukrainian men are being prevented, aren't they, from leaving the country if they're trying to perhaps take their families elsewhere. And anyone between the ages of 18 and 65, is being told no, they must return and bear arms. How does that work? And is there total support for that amongst the people that you've spoken to?
Well, it's difficult to know, and frankly, it's difficult to speak to many people. I mean, you can get out and about a bit, but getting any sort of feel for what the population is thinking, or in these non-permissive circumstances, is difficult to do. You can't sort of behave as you normally would and speak to people freely in shops or in the metro or bus queues or wherever. Yes, what you say is right, that we are hearing that men under the age of 60, so between 18 and 60, are being told to go back and report to reserve units. Frankly, how much use it is taking a 58-year-old man who's with no recent military training or equipment and throwing him to the front line, I don't know. But it's not clear that that's what's happening. There are many other roles within the military that you can get people to do and liberate active service troops, as it were, to move towards the front line. And remember that they are covering this enormous front line. I mean, if you think of Ukraine as a rectangle, then on the western left-hand edge is Poland, and that's secure. But on all other three sides of that rectangle, they are facing these advances with armour, with helicopters, with aircraft, and that's the extent of what they're trying to defend, as well, of course, as this thrust into their capital, which would be potentially a mortal blow if they were able to capture it.
James, I was watching your live on News at 10 last night, and you were talking about the immense length of the border that they need to actually defend, and you said it's inevitable that there will be gaps in that defence.
Yes, and we know that a large part of the Russian force that's been assembled on the border still hasn't yet rolled into the country, and they will be able to punch holes or go round and find gaps in the Ukrainian defences, and it is quite likely that at some point difficult decisions will have to be taken to shorten those defensive lines, to pull back, to give up areas of their country in order to be able to defend the core. Now, when and if those decisions will need to be taken or will be taken, we'll see in the days ahead, but certainly military logic would suggest that there's a limit to how much you can defend if the Russians continue to pour these huge armoured columns that we've seen still in Belarus and still in Russia, still moving towards the border, and the sheer weight of those numbers may mean that the Ukrainians have to reassess what they can defend and where. But I mean, I'm not going to second guess them, and I'm not going to say that they are necessarily going to be pushed back. Far from it. But these are the sort of decisions that inevitably military commanders end up facing.
All right, James, we're going to be returning to you over the next couple of hours while we're on air, but for the moment, thank you very much, and obviously do keep safe. That was James Mates in the centre of Kiev, and our correspondent Robert Moore is with me throughout the morning. What do you make of what you've heard so far, Robert?
Well, I think we need to recognise and brace ourselves for the fact that this isn't going to be over in hours or days or possibly even weeks. In other words, the fundamental problem we're going to have, in terms of Europe, is that we could have a grinding war lasting months, exposing the fault lines of sort of imperialist Russia's ambitions. So it may not be containable to Ukraine. Certainly the Baltics feel threatened, but so too do the Caucasus and potentially Central Asian republics. This is almost a proxy war for sort of democracy and autocracy. It's a tremendous threat, not just to Ukraine, but also to the credibility of the United Nations, of Europe, of NATO as well. So, all of the strategic underpinnings that we almost took for granted in Europe are under threat at the moment. And I think, that is the danger, that, although we're rightly focusing, exclusively on the battle for Ukrainian cities, the actual battle is much graver and actually much bigger. It's kind of almost a global battle for supremacy, of which ideology is democracy or is autocracy going to win, and that's why the Ukrainians, I think, rightly see the stakes as simply enormous.
Is it inevitable, do you think, that this will spread? The great fear, of course, is if Putin sets foot in NATO territory, then things could escalate, and would absolutely escalate very, very quickly, because NATO is committed to defending all of its member states, isn't it?
Well, the great fear in Europe always, for centuries, is contagion. That, things can lead to unexpected outcomes, alliances are challenged, other actors become involved. This is a conflict being watched, intensely, not only in European capitals, but in Beijing, in Damascus, in Pyongyang. This is seen as a kind of intriguing and potentially formative battle of the 21st century, in which an autocrat is trying to take over, a sovereign state, and doing so with ruthless military power. And we saw that before. Remember, Mary, that Vladimir Putin came to power in 2000 on the back of the Second Chechen War, which James alluded to there, in which Grozny was almost leveled by kind of ruthless Russian military tactics. And he intervened in Syria as well. So, there is an imperialist sort of instinct now in the Kremlin that I think is, gravely worrying for Europe, which is why, NATO has stepped forward and said, not an inch of NATO territory will be imperiled without a bigger fight. But what sort of fight would that be against, a Russia that is hyper-aggressive and where we don't understand the kind of actions or the rationality of decision-making in the Kremlin? So, this weekend, is very unsettling. It's very worrying about what lies ahead.
You say the word rationality. Is Putin rational?
Well, this is, I think, one of the most fascinating aspects of what has emerged over the last week, is the absolute assumption of Western leaders as they looked at Moscow, is that Vladimir Putin is ruthless, he's deeply cynical and manipulative, but yes, he is a rational actor. And now that assumption is absolutely in doubt. So there is genuine fear that we no longer have a read of him. We can't understand what the Kremlin is doing, and there is a sense coming out of this that maybe we are actually confronting a leader who is paranoid, who is no longer sort of in charge of events and doesn't understand the sort of flow of information, may not even understand the level of resistance that the Ukrainians are showing. There's a long history. I wrote a book about a Russian submarine disaster in the year 2000. When he came to power, there's a long history of Vladimir Putin not receiving bad news. And I wonder
this is the Kursk, isn't it?
Exactly.
I remember it well, yeah.
And, in that disaster, the formative crisis of his presidency, he did not receive bad information. People were scared to pass up information to him because of his reputation as a former, KGB and FSB chief. And it may be the case now that he's isolated in the Kremlin. The truth is, we don't know. But that lack of certainty is one of the sort of grave concerns as Western leaders try and judge what might he do next. Because even though this is a tremendous crisis we face this weekend in terms of European security, we don't know if it's going to get still worse and whether it may indeed spread.
You mentioned, we were talking about whether he's rational and paranoid and so on. I think there was some really mesmerising bits of television over the last couple of weeks. The speech where he sort of said that the demise of the Soviet Union was the greatest tragedy for his country. When we saw his head of intelligence was stammering and trying to contradict him but feeling unable to, and rambling speeches that didn't seem to make a lot of sense if you were not part of his inner circle.
Exactly. And then we had, just 24 hours ago, this kind of bizarre apocalyptic threat, apparently alluding to sort of the use of nuclear weapons if, there was some sort of Western military intervention. So, this concern about his state of mind, I think, is going to grow over the coming days. And, that is why the Baltics, it has reason to worry. It's why those in the Caucasus, in Georgia, for example, have reason to worry. It's why Central Asian republics are watching it. Nobody understands, I don't think, the state of mind of the man, the single man driving this military campaign.
Robert, you're with me all morning for as long as we're on air, and you're going to be also offering opinions and getting involved with some of the interviews we've got lined up. And I really look forward to those. There's lots to unpack here, I think.
It's an extraordinary sort of array of strategic challenges and of sort of tactical issues on the ground in Ukrainian cities right now. So a tremendous amount to talk about.
Yeah, a huge amount for the moment, Robert. Thank you. The United Nations Security Council has been meeting overnight where China abstained from voting on a draft resolution telling Moscow to stop attacking Ukraine and withdraw all troops immediately. So China abstained from that. Now, not surprisingly, Russia vetoed it. The remaining 11 council members voted in favour. And our US correspondent Emma Murphy is in Washington for us this morning. Emma, the countries which abstained might surprise some people.
Yes, indeed, and China probably the most of those. In a time when there haven't been very many wins for the United Nations, those who were part of this attempt to pass a resolution last night do see this as some kind of small victory. It came at great cost and after an awful lot of work, though. The meeting was meant to have started mid-afternoon, and it was delayed by hours and hours as the political arm-twisting got underway behind the scenes. There was a real hope that in putting this resolution to the chamber, there could be an effort to try and publicly isolate Russia, and that was why it was so important that China did not vote along with Russia and veto completely the resolution that had been put forward. But the watering down that went on of the wording was really quite significant. Those I spoke to yesterday morning were telling me that they wanted to put a motion to the floor that completely deplored Russia's actions in Ukraine. They wanted to personally criticise President Putin. By the time the wording was actually put to the vote, it had been dropped from them deploring the actions in Ukraine to just condemning them, and also any reference to the president had been taken out. But even so, there was relief that one way or the other, at a time when China and Russia say that they have this blossoming relationship where they have a no-limits partnership, the limits of that partnership were tested and were publicly done so, which meant that Russia, at least in that moment, in that chamber, did seem to be publicly isolated. This was the response from the US's ambassador to the United Nations after that vote.
Russia has abused its power today to veto our strong resolution, but Russia cannot veto our words. And as I said in the Council, Russia cannot veto the Ukrainian people. Russia cannot veto their own people protesting this war in the streets, and Russia cannot veto the UN Charter. Russia cannot and will not veto accountability.
And unusually for the United Nations, somewhere that is normally such a very sombre and sober place, there was a moment's silence requested by the Ukrainian representative, followed by applause in support of those in Ukraine seeking a path to peace.
All right. Emma, for the moment, thank you very much. And moving on now, we can speak to our correspondent Richard Gaisford, who is in western Ukraine. Now, you were in Kiev, weren't you, Richard, until yesterday? So what prompted you to move, and what's happening where you are now?
We took a decision yesterday after our Good Morning Britain broadcast, Mary, that the situation was changing rapidly, and we wanted to be in a position where we could move a little more freely within Ukraine to show what was happening, which is why we came here to Melnytski. Now, I'm going to tell you a bit more about this place in just a minute, but the journey here is really illustrative of the wider problems that this country is facing. Firstly, the lack of fuel. So many of the petrol stations have run dry. Those that have it have large queues. So if you want to get out of an area where the Russians are moving into, getting the fuel to make that journey is the first hurdle. And then once you have the petrol in the tank, actually getting anywhere on the roads is hard because of that Russian activity, and because the Ukrainians have blown up so many bridges to stop the tanks from coming into Kyiv. What you're now seeing is a smaller number of roads with a much larger number of vehicles. So the journey to this place should ordinarily take maybe 5 hours. It ended up taking 3 times that, and it was very slow going along the way. And one of the reasons it was slow was because of the army checkpoints that have been put in place along the road, machine gun positions at the side of the road. People are very twitchy, they are very nervous here, and we are feeling that here in this city this morning. Now, what I really want to show you, and I can't, is what's happening just to the side of the camera here. It is a volunteer sign-up station, and it has got sandbags out the front, an awful lot of armed men, but also a huge queue of volunteers going in to sign up to fight. There is huge patriotism and huge passion in this country for this country. You can see the flags lining the street, but also these faces here in the city centre. Now, in this section of the city, all of these faces are of those young people who have died in the Donbass fighting Russian separatists since 2014, and it is a very sad scene because there are young faces after young face after young face right the way down this main street here in the centre. We know that this area at the moment feels comparatively safe, but it does have a military presence as well. There's an airfield just outside of here that the Ukrainians Air Force uses for flying drones. That was targeted yesterday. The cruise missiles coming in to destroy that airfield. And before I leave you, Mary, I just want to show you this. This is the cinema here in Melnytski. Now it is a refugee centre, and over the coming days that is going to become an increasingly busy place because there are thousands of people. We saw them yesterday on the roads, flooding out of areas like Kyiv, coming up from areas in the south, desperately looking for somewhere safe, and this will be their first port of call.
All right, Richard Gaisford in western Ukraine for the moment. Thank you. And we're on air with an ITV News special programme with the latest developments from Ukraine. Fighting has taken place in the streets of Kiev overnight. Russian soldiers launched an attack on the city at around 4 a.m. An apartment building was struck by a Russian missile in the early hours. The violence has made its way to the centre of the city, and here you can see the aftermath of this morning's attacks. And I'm joined now by the Armed Forces Minister, James Heappey. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on ITV this morning, Mr. Heappey. What do you make of the pictures that you've just seen?
Well, I think that they are very disturbing, but at the same time, we have to reflect that they are not the pictures that the Kremlin was expecting to see this Saturday morning. Their day one objectives, and we're now into day three, of Kharkiv, Kherson, Chernihiv, Mariupol, Sumy and Melitopol are still all in Ukrainian hands. The fighting that you've reported in Kyiv overnight is very isolated pockets of Russian special forces, Spetsnaz, and paratroopers. The main armoured columns that were supposed to have encircled Kyiv by now are still a long way north. That is testament to the heroism with which the Ukrainian armed forces have resisted the Russian advance. And I think in the Kremlin, they will be reflecting that there was far too much hubris in their plan, and it is definitely not going as they expected.
Yes, but it's not over yet, is it, by any stretch of the imagination? No. Where are we with sanctions, Mr. Heappey, this morning, and any other action against Russia?
Well, first of all, we have been training and helping to prepare the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. A few weeks ago, we provided them with lethal aid, and those anti-tank missiles, we understand anecdotally, have already been put to good effect in the repelling of the Russian advances. Yesterday, the Secretary of State, Ben Wallace, convened a donor conference of 25 other nations, many of whom agreed to provide lethal aid. The rest have agreed to provide humanitarian aid. And we will coordinate with them now to make sure that that is delivered into the hands of Ukrainian soldiers. So that's the kind of urgent part of what's going on to help the Ukrainians to continue with this incredible fight that they're putting up. You're absolutely right that the kind of wider piece to impose cost on Russia is through sanctions. The UK is working hard to persuade other countries to come with us in removing Russia from the SWIFT system, and a number of prominent individuals and banks have already been sanctioned, and as the Foreign Secretary has said, the plan is to do more. It's just unfortunate that these things are prone to legal challenge, and so as ridiculous as it will sound to many of your viewers, we need to just get that detail right before we impose sanctions.
Mr. Heappey, on that, can you clear something up for me? Because I've been reading quite a lot of activity about this. Now, Liz Truss said that there are delays in imposing sanctions against some of these oligarchs because British city law firms are representing them and objecting to them and delaying them. Now, there has been a lot of response to that from lawyers themselves, ex-city lawyers, ex-government lawyers, saying that is nonsense. Only a court order can prevent that happening. So what is the truth of this? Because there's clearly some confusion at the very least.
So it's my understanding that these very prominent, very wealthy individuals have at their disposal, as you would imagine, very expensive legal teams. And unsurprisingly, they would seek to challenge any sanction that was imposed on them through the courts if they disagreed with it. And one would imagine that they will disagree with it. And that means that the government has to have done the appropriate due diligence on the sanctions before they are imposed. Yeah. But they will be imposed. People should be in no doubt about that. And I think if we had done it the other way, if we had imposed all these sanctions and then they'd all been unpicked by the courts thereafter, you would rightly be asking me very difficult questions about why we didn't get the detail right in the first place. So I think we're doing it the right way round.
All right, I think that's clear. But talking difficult questions, I think quite a lot of ITV viewers would be asking, how is it that there is so much Russian money in this country? This isn't a surprise, is it? With the oligarchs have been coming here for years. They've been buying up high-end property. They have been investing. They have been donating to the Tory party. It's at times seemed quite cosy. Do you regret those links now, the playing tennis with oligarchs' wives that people could bid for at Tory fundraising dinners and so on? I mean, that was wrong, wasn't it, in retrospect?
Well, first of all, on the sort of political donations point, it is an important point to make that anybody who is registered to vote within the UK is entitled to make donations within our political system. And I don't know that that's a bad thing. I think if you are a part of our democracy, you should be able to participate in our democracy fully. To your wider point about the amount of Russian money that has been in the UK over the last decade or so, I think that it probably wasn't foreseeable 10 years ago that this is where we would be at right now, where there is a full-scale
we should have foreseen it, shouldn't we?
Russia.
We should have foreseen it. We could all see the sort of leader that Vladimir Putin is. He's been 22 years leading Russia. It has become murkier and murkier during those times. Have we been all played for fools, do you think? Has the government been blindsided by the money and the glamour and the influence?
No, I don't think that's language that I would use, obviously. I think that it is the case, however, that there have been far too many people close to Putin whose wealth is a product of their relationship with Putin, who have found it far too comfortable to be in the UK. And that is ending now. As a consequence of what President Putin has decided to do. And those wealthy Russians who find themselves no longer able to lead the life they wanted to lead in the UK should reflect that that is a consequence of Putin's decisions. And if they've got his mobile number, they might phone him up and express their displeasure. The fact is that they will all find it now far harder to enjoy the trappings of their wealth here in the UK. And actually, I hope, in all other Western countries too.
All right. But in the meantime, this continues in Ukraine. How optimistic are you that the Ukrainians can prevail and defend themselves?
Look, I think that it would be dangerous for me to suggest that that this could go one way or the other. What we're seeing is that over the last few weeks, the UK and the US have had incredibly accurate intelligence. The Secretary of State and I have been warning of this on media rounds for some time now because we've been able to see the intelligence we've got. That allows us to judge the progress that the Russians are making against the plans that we've seen. They are clearly not making the progress that they hope for. The more that the Ukrainians successfully resist, the more I think that they will be emboldened. You've seen in your previous correspondence piece that people are rallying to the flag. There is every chance that President Putin has bitten off more than he can chew. We, like Ukraine's other allies in the West, will continue to support them in every way we reasonably can. But we have to be very clear-eyed around the size of the Russian force that is amassed against them. And, the most chilling thing of all was the rather fanatical language that President Putin has been using in his press conferences and speeches over the last few days. We should be very, very clear that what stands in front of Ukraine is every bit as hard as what we've seen over the last 3 days. And we just need to do everything we can to support them.
Mr. Hebe, just a final question from my colleague, Robert Moore.
Yeah, Robert Moore here in the studio. Mary and I have been talking about the sort of state of mind of Vladimir Putin. You've referenced quite rightly the sort of extremely accurate intelligence that you've been operating on so far. Do you have a judgment on whether you now regard Vladimir Putin as a rational actor? Do you have a read of him and have any sense of whether he's prepared to take the sort of tactics he used in the Second Chechen War and literally destroy Ukrainian cities if necessary?
Well, I think that there is a fanaticism and a fervour in his language that is very concerning. I think that he's gone all in on this. He has put a huge proportion of the Russian armed forces into this campaign in Ukraine. And I'm very concerned that he's backed himself into a corner. However, he also, I think, needs to reflect that he has been extraordinarily badly advised. The plans that we saw, they defied military physics in the idea that you could take that number of cities in a single day and encircle the capital within 48 hours. That was just hubris. And I'm not sure what will be going on in the Kremlin right now, but it definitely is not going to plan. It's clearly concerning that Putin is using the language that he is using. But at the same time, if I were him, I'd be sacking an awful lot of people who have clearly given him awful advice. And it's clear that the Kremlin is not quite as good at making its decisions as it thinks it is.
Mr. Heapy, what's going to happen next, in your view?
I think you're just going to see more and more utterly brutal fighting. And, some of Russia and Ukraine's bravest and best are going to lose their lives because of Putin's hubris.
And of course, the other fallout from this is people leaving Ukraine. How welcoming are we going to be to migrants, refugees from Ukraine? Can you promise that they will find a safe haven here?
Well, it's not something that I can guarantee or promise live on your programme right now. It's something that I think the Home Secretary and colleagues around government will need to look at. We've got 1,000 troops on very, very high readiness to fly forward to Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, if those countries request it, so that we can support in the humanitarian effort there. How those refugees are then accommodated around Europe thereafter will be something we'll need to look at. But there are plans in place for immediate humanitarian relief as people cross the border if the UK is required.
All right. James Heapy, Armed Forces Minister, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well, the US Department of Defense has confirmed that a Russian amphibious assault has been launched in Mariupol. That's a coastal city in Ukraine's southeast. And our correspondent Dan Rivers is in the east of the country in Dnipro. Dan, so we understand that the assault is happening in multiple regions while we're on air.
Yeah, so this is to the south of where we are, between the cities of Mariupol and Melitopol. We travelled down as far as we could yesterday near to Melitopol, to the front line where the Ukrainians have got a lot of heavy armour, rocket launchers and tanks to try and hold them back. But clearly the US Department of Defence is suggesting that thousands of naval forces and Marines are coming ashore along that coastline, and clearly there's going to be overwhelming force moving up from the south very soon. Now the question is where they go from there. Are they going to push north to towns like Zaporizhzhia that we went to yesterday, which are on the Dnieper River? You'll remember the Dnieper sort of bisects the entire country and is strategically very important. There's a dam there that they may want to secure a crossing of that river. Or will they push further east to try and surround Mariupol and link up with those separatist areas? But clearly this is another front now that is opening up with some rapidity in the south of the country, and we're waiting now to see whether they will start targeting this city, for example, Dnipro. More than 1 million people here. Are they going to start hitting it with airstrikes? We've already had a couple of airstrikes a couple of days ago on the outskirts, taking out a radar at the airport, but nothing else since then. And there's a sort of slight oddness here, because there's sort of a degree of normal life carrying on here, while not that far away there is a very fierce battle going on.
As you say, a degree of normal life, and there's a woman just walked behind you in the back of that shot. Do you manage to speak to people, and if so, what do they say to you?
I think, look, everyone is very worried. We've seen this sort of evolution of people's feelings on this. I think people were slightly in denial that this was going to happen a week ago. People say, yeah, but look, we've been living with the threat of Russia for 8 years. They just didn't really think it was going to happen, and that was informed really by their own government sort of briefing that it's just sort of pouring cold water on these alarming US intelligence briefings suggesting that a full invasion was going to take place. I think now that's all changed. People are really beginning to think about where they need to go, what they need to do. Where we're staying, suddenly there's a lot of men with guns that have turned up. Civil defence, territorial defence people. As we've heard in Kyiv, 18,000 weapons have been handed out to ordinary civilians. It's pretty much, if you're a young and able men or women, grab a gun and prepare to defend your homeland, unless you want to be living under Russian occupation.
And what about the practicalities of life, Dan? Are people able to get hold of food? Are they able to get cash still from cash points? Because that, you know, that was beginning to strain, wasn't it, that system? Certainly we heard yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of queues at cash points a couple of days ago when the initial news broke of the invasion. There was obviously a bit of panic going on. There was panic buying of fuel. I got the impression, we did a long drive yesterday south, and there was actually fuel. I think people are being limited to the amount they can take out of cash points, so that has limited the amount of sort of panic withdrawals of cash. But there's no doubt that people will be stockpiling now and be beginning to sort of think, you know, prepare for a long haul here. I mean, no one knows how long this will go on for, but I think, you know, the grim reality is we could be looking at months of this war going on, and people are beginning to realise that, I think, and make preparations accordingly.
OK. Dan Rivers, for the moment in Dnipro, thank you. And let's return to Robert. Interesting discussion with Mr. Heapy, wasn't it, the Armed Forces Minister? What did you make of what he said?
Well, I think one of the intriguing aspects of this is the Americans and the British in particular have had remarkably good intelligence. You know, they were always warning us of the inevitability of a Russian military operation, and they also predicted the dimensions of it. And they never spoke about just an attack on the sort of pro-Moscow separatist regions. They always talked about a full-on assault on the capital as well. It raises, you know, questions we won't know for a generation of whether MI6 and the CIA have actually managed to penetrate the Kremlin and have a kind of an agent inside Putin's inner circle. But certainly, you know, Putin himself is a master of tradecraft. So it raises that question of what we know about Vladimir Putin's movements and decision making and how we know it. But that we will not know for some time because, of course, the Americans and the British will defend their sources to the end. But it does raise this question, you know, sanctions and diplomacy may be effective, you know, what we're seeing at the UN and in terms of sanctions, but they're slow, they're incremental. They're not going to help the beleaguered defenders of Ukrainian cities in the next few days or weeks. You know, this isolation of Russia, the cancellation of, you know, football tournaments, of the F1 race in Sochi, of taking Russia out of the Eurovision song contest, you know, lighting buildings in the colours of the Ukrainian flag. You know, these may make kind of Western countries feel good, but they're not going to change the kind of essential decision-making in the Kremlin. And I think everybody recognizes that. So there is a sense, I think, of kind of almost inevitability that, just as Dan was saying, this is going to be a grinding war, and that the residents in Ukraine will need to understand this isn't going to be over in days or weeks. You know, there's no prospect of an immediate sort of diplomatic initiative. You know, there's some talk overnight of Israel acting as an intermediary because Israel has strong relations both with Kyiv and with Moscow. But nevertheless, you know, it doesn't appear the diplomacy is remotely on the cards at the moment.
It does seem that America and Britain, having said that we are not going to wage war, we're not going to go to war with Russia, then what is the imperative for Putin to hold back at all? Sanctions, as you say, aren't going to work against him. Ultimately, only force, surely, is what's going to stop him if he insists upon moving ever further west, as we were saying earlier on.
I mean, I think, you know, we have to be realistic. There is zero prospect of the United States, Britain or NATO as a Western alliance intervening militarily. I mean, that is not going to happen. We are not going to get into a shooting war with Russia. That looks far too like the beginnings of World War III. So that is not going to happen. So that's why we're reverting to sanctions, diplomatic isolation, and then also, you know, crucially for NATO, saying, look, you know, there is Article 5. Not an inch of NATO territory will be surrendered to Vladimir Putin. You know, that is the ultimate red line for Europe and for the NATO alliance, is saying, look, you know, not 1 inch of the Baltics, not 1 inch of Poland, and hoping that that message gets through loud and clear to the Kremlin.
Just to take a step further back at the moment, why is Putin doing this? Because we understand, we know, don't we, because he said that he's harking back to what he sees as the glorious days of the Soviet Union. But why now? Is he trying to bolster faltering support at home? And we're going to come on in a moment to talking about the demonstrations in Moscow, because I'd really like to get your take on those. And there is opposition within Russia, but from his own people. But what is it that's motivating him to do this right now?
My view is that analysts need to be humble, actually, about this. We don't understand it. It is an absolute mystery why he has chosen to do this at this moment, because what he's done appears to be entirely counterproductive and counterintuitive. He's solidified NATO when it was actually pretty divided. He has united, Europe and the United States. He has absolutely, I think, undermined his position within Russia, because Russia, has a long history of getting involved in bloody wars, and that having kind of ramifications at home. If we think that, and we've seen the pictures from St. Petersburg and from Moscow of demonstrators, brave demonstrators coming out onto the streets and opposing this war, imagine how that is going to be amplified when the coffins of Russian soldiers become home. It won't just be from sort of liberal opponents of Vladimir Putin. It'll be the mothers of the soldiers in the Russian army who will begin to protest, and that will ripple out across Russian society. So once again, why has Vladimir Putin created this kind of internal threat when it appeared he didn't have one before? Why has he acted in a way that has solidified the NATO alliance? So, there is much we don't understand. There's much that appears counterintuitive. And that is why, Mary, I think people are legitimately asking about whether Vladimir Putin can be considered a rational actor, whether he might be suffering from some kind of paranoia. This sounds kind of extreme, but it does seem legitimate in the context of just how bizarre the decision-making is in the Kremlin right now.
And to return to your point about the support or lack of it within the Russian people, the links between Russia and Ukraine are so deep, aren't they? The Russian people have relatives, they have friends, they have family in Ukraine. They don't want to be killing their brothers, as they have, many of them have been saying.
I think that's a really kind of important point and somewhat underlooked, is that, there are profound cultural links between Ukraine and Russia, family links. So many people are intermarried between Ukraine and Russia. People take their holidays in Ukraine. They love that Black Sea coast. So there are these connections, and it makes what's happening, much more kind of visceral and shocking. This isn't the Chechen war in which you can say that there's an Islamist threat, or that it's on our on our Caucasian borders and we're trying to contain a threat that could come into the Russian heartland. This isn't any of that. These are kind of Russia's brothers and sisters, cousins. And so it makes this, I think, deeply shocking, almost on a kind of emotional level for many Russians. And it is possible that Vladimir Putin has made an epic miscalculation, because there isn't enmity amongst the Russian people towards the Ukrainians. They may not buy into his narrative that, as he has put it, that the Ukrainians are neo-Nazis and drug addicts, as the phrase he used overnight. They actually see many Ukrainians as part of the broad sort of Slavic family. So it is possible that Vladimir Putin has made the miscalculation of his life, which explains once again why, this is so bizarre. It may be that he's undermined support at home, and indeed, ultimately may have imperiled his hold on power.
Yeah, it's a real gamble either way, isn't it? Yeah. Lots more to discuss, and I'll come back to you in just a moment. But in the meantime, Anoushka Astana is in Downing Street. Anoushka, what struck you most about what the Armed Forces Minister, James Heappey, had to say on the programme a little bit earlier?
Well, the central point that they're making, and what Robert said as well, is that there is a very clear line here in what NATO allies are going to do. They are not, as Robert said, going to go in militarily. In fact, James Heappey, when he came to the House of Commons yesterday, said we should not and must not send troops on the ground. And so everything in the armoury beyond that is sending military equipment, which is what President Zelensky asked for when he spoke to Boris Johnson yesterday. But economic. And as we are seeing, sanctions at the moment are not making any difference. In part, that's because the Kremlin has built up a bit of a war chest and it's not going to hit it immediately. But it's also because economic sanctions aren't hurting very much, and a lot of countries want to go further. One thing that Boris Johnson called for twice yesterday is something that James Heapy mentioned in his interview with you, which is this desire for Russia to be kicked out of the SWIFT system. Now, that is an incredibly important platform through which banks communicate and transfer money. Russia uses it to raise money for oil and gas, and people believe that it would be very painful if they were kicked off. Now, last night, President Zelensky tweeted that he had spoken to President Macron in France and that France was now supporting the idea of Russia being removed from SWIFT. There are also noises from Germany, and people I've talked to in Downing Street this morning say they are encouraged by that. They believe that if Russia was kicked off that system, that it would have a big economic effect and start to hurt the country. But if it doesn't, if it isn't enough, as we've heard, they are not going to go further. They're not going to send troops there. It will be about providing military equipment.
Right. Anushka, for the moment, thank you. Well, we are live on air with the Nice V News special programme with the latest developments from Ukraine. Fighting has taken place on the streets of Kiev overnight. Russian soldiers launched an attack on the city at around 4 a.m. An apartment building was struck by a Russian missile in the early hours of the morning. The violence has made its way to the centre of the city, and here you can see the aftermath of one of the morning's attacks.
Я закликаю складати зброю.
The country's president made a morning address reassuring his people that Ukraine won't be laying down arms. Volodymyr Zelensky said, "We will defend our country because our arms are our truth. Our truth is that it's our land, our country, our children, and we will defend all of this. That's it." Good morning. If you've just joined us, we're bringing you a special programme with the very latest on the situation in Ukraine. As you've just been hearing, there was heavy fighting in Kiev in the early hours of this morning, where Russian troops fought Ukrainians on the streets of the capital city. 2 Russian planes are reported to have been shot down on the outskirts of Kiev, and a power station has come under attack on the outskirts of the city. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has vowed to defend his country. Now, this is the scene in the capital Kiev this morning. We're going to be live there in Poland and Russia, and our correspondent Robert Moore is here for analysis throughout the morning. But first, our correspondent Garant Vincent has the latest developments.
Kiev this morning is a city bearing fresh scars of battle, and it has seen a fierce fight. The Ukrainian military says it repelled several Russian attacks during the night. Here, soldiers stepped through the remains of a Russian convoy. And on social media, a Ukrainian president in Kiev, keen to dispel any fake news of his departure or demise. I am here, said Volodymyr Zelensky. We will not lay down our weapons. We will defend our country. The battle for Kiev is being fought in the streets and in the neighbourhoods. Apartment buildings not safe from Russian missiles. A Ukrainian opposition MP is among those getting ready to join the fight. She spoke to us earlier this morning.
Sometimes I do feel afraid, of course, but more than afraid, I do feel angry. I'm super angry. I'm so angry that right now I am a woman. I have to bear arms and I have to fight the tyranny that just decided that they would take what is ours, that they would come and try to throw me away from my house, they would scare my family and then try to change the way that my country works. And when you're very angry, there is no place for the fear.
Yesterday, Ukrainian soldiers could be seen stocking up on ammunition in the central districts of Kiev. Filmed with some of them as they took up and then fell back from positions on one of the bridges in the face of the Russian advance. part of the Russian strategy here is now very clear: to take control of the Ukrainian capital and unseat the government. But that plan is not being executed as quickly or as easily as they would like. For a second day yesterday, they were still sending attack helicopters to join the battle to take a key airbase on the outskirts of the city. And this morning, Ukrainian forces claimed to have shot down 2 Russian transport planes, which were bringing in airborne troops. In New York, late last night, a meeting of the UN Security Council failed to pass a resolution aimed at stopping the war because Russia vetoed it. But Ukraine's ambassador took the opportunity to respond to Vladimir Putin's appeal to the Ukrainian army to turn on their own government.
Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine, are you crazy?
These satellite pictures from Ukraine's border with Romania show lines of traffic, Ukrainians fleeing the fighting. In Kiev, those who can't leave or who have chosen to stay find shelter in the city's metro stations, beneath a city which, for the moment, is still free. Geraint Vincent, ITV News.
Well, for the moment, it is still free, and we're going to return to James Mates in Kiev in just a moment or two. But just in the meantime, Robert, I want to talk a little bit more about sanctions, and we have been discussing them as if they're just a one-way thing. But we know that the Russians are beginning to retaliate. We've blocked Aeroflot landing here. They're blocking British carriers going there. And also, the implications of those sanctions come the other way, don't they? Because Ukraine is a massive supplier of grain to Europe and the UK. And so if Russia does actually get Ukraine, there are implications, aren't there, for the whole of the rest of the world and Europe?
Yeah, I mean, there's a ripple effect on all of this. And, you know, we have to recognise, and I think government ministers do recognise, and the international community has awareness that, you know, imposing sanctions on a country like Russia is not pain-free. You know, it's going to be felt at the petrol pumps here. The United States is well aware of that. But there are implications, you know, beyond that, which many people haven't sort of contemplated. You know, Ukraine has a huge agricultural sector. You know, it's long been known, for, you know, since for the whole 20th century as the sort of breadbasket of Europe. So where does that grain go? It often goes to more impoverished countries in Africa and Asia. Now, they're going to see a food price spike at a time when already, you know, budgets are under huge strain and economies are under huge strain because of the pandemic. So there is the intersection of forces here that is very disturbing for the kind of world economy. And that is one factor we have to recognise, that as we impose sanctions, it is going to hit us as well as Moscow.
It is going to have an impact on our Western lifestyles, almost whatever happens, isn't it?
I think that's true. And the other danger with sanctions imposed by sort of Western European countries is it drives Moscow closer to working and having a deeper economic relationship with China. So, you know, I think strategists have to ponder what you know, whether we're actually driving Russia and China, our great kind of strategic foes, closer together. And then that raises all sorts of sort of broader questions about where China stands. You don't forget, you know, this is the century in which we're meant to be pivoting to Asia and confronting and containing a ever more assertive and ascendant China. Suddenly we find ourselves dealing once more with these kind of fault lines at the heart of Europe. And inevitably, decision makers in Washington, in London, in Brussels are going to be distracted from the rise of China, which is why I said the other day that, you know, the winner of this desperately tragic war may not even be a party to it, namely Beijing, because they can see the United States and Europe now being ever more engrossed with the crisis in the heart of Europe, allowing China to continue to develop its kind of a ever more assertive foreign policy around Asia and Africa. So, you know, there are implications. It's very difficult to get our hands around this weekend, but they're going to play out for years, even decades to come. This is a defining conflict because it involves all of these intersecting economic, political and foreign policy forces.
What do you make of the way the voting went in the UN? Russia obviously vetoed the motion. China abstained. At least they didn't also veto it. I suppose we could take that as a positive. The UAE and India also abstained. What should we take from that?
I think we have to take from that, you know, Russia broadly is deeply isolated, but also it has still power. Don't forget that Russia is a major arms supplier to New Delhi. That is a factor in why India was very keen not to alienate Moscow. And the UAE too, is an important voice for Russia in some forums. So, it shows that Russia is not friendless. Even now, despite its appalling military aggression in Ukraine, it still has, some power. So even though, Western Europe would love it to be entirely isolated, Russian raw power, not Europe's soft power, but Russia's raw power is still a factor on this very complicated world stage.
And to return to your point about us all being enmeshed and the things of this actually spread much wider, and we are calling, aren't we, for our allies to impose more sanctions. The Germans are very reluctant to get involved in sanctions on power because, of course, they are very reliant. Europe is very reliant on Russian power, isn't it? Russian fuel, Russian resources. And so if the SWIFT, if Germany were to come in and support us in wanting to get Russia barred from the SWIFT system, that would have big implications.
Say that again.
That would have big implications for the way Germany and indeed the rest of Europe gets its power.
Exactly. I mean, that is certainly true. And the issue on terms of the SWIFT banking system is that, Washington and London is absolutely determined to try and keep the kind of European alliance together, acting as one. So, we're seeing an incredibly sort of collaborative effort. And so what Washington does not want to do is push Europe in a direction where, Italy or France begin to say, well, actually, these sanctions are too extreme and they're beginning to hit us. So, and they also want to keep something left in the sort of economic sanctions armory. I mean, suppose the Russians begin to attack Kiev in a really kind of desperately brutal way, start leveling the city. What are we expected to do then? So there's always an attempt, I think, in Western capitals to keep some steps back so there is a response, an incremental response to everything that the Russians do.
Rob, will there be, at the moment, some diplomatic channel that remains open between the West and Russia?
Yes.
Or has that, yes,
no,
there will.
Always there is going to be dialogue through some intermediaries. As I said, there was some suggestion it might be Israel, some suggestion it might be the Indians. There will always be a way of getting a message to Moscow. Russia, for all of its ferocious and aggressive military activity in the last few days, Russia is a vitally important country that stretches, from Europe through to the Pacific Ocean. So it's a country in which, there are always going to be diplomatic links. And so one of the intriguing questions, Mary, is whether the sanctions being imposed on Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, and on Vladimir Putin are going to involve cancelling their sort of travel rights. And that's going to be a big question in terms of, do we need to have a dialogue with them in terms of a future peace conference?
All right, Robert, for the moment, thank you. And we're going to move on now because Julia Chapman is a reporter in Rostov-on-Don in Russia. Julia, thank you for joining us this morning. What are you seeing where you are?
Well, here on the Russian side of the border, things remain very calm. We are under a state of emergency in the Rostov region and in several neighboring regions as well. But that was introduced a week ago now when there was an influx of evacuees from eastern Ukraine ahead of the announcement that Russia was going to recognize these separatist breakaway republics as independent. There was a rush of people coming across the border into Russia, upwards of 100,000. But that trickle has in fact slowed in the last couple of days since Russia intervened militarily in Ukraine, carrying out these assaults not just in the Donbass region, but across Ukraine, as we have already been hearing. They have closed the airport here in Rostov. They've closed a lot of other airports in southwest Russia as well. There has been a little bit of shelling coming into Russian territory from Ukrainian positions, according to Russian state media. In the Belgorod region, just north of where I am now, yesterday there were 7 houses hit by shelling, according to the region's governor. 3 people were injured, but there were no deaths reported. There has also been some shelling coming into the Rostov region where I am now, but that has mostly ceased since Russia intervened on Thursday.
All right. But Julia, have you managed to speak to many people, ordinary people on the streets. I'm just wondering what sense you're getting about whether they support this action or not.
It's a very mixed picture. It's incredibly difficult to gauge broadly how much support Russians have for these actions. They supported the government recognizing these regions of eastern Ukraine as independent. According to a state pollster, 73% of Russians agreed with that. What isn't clear is the extent to their support for an outright war with their neighbor. Most Russians that I've been speaking to say they don't want to see bloodshed, but there are also others that believe the government line that Ukraine is the aggressor. They agree with President Putin and the Russian state media when it tells them that there is a process of demilitarization, denazification, as the Russian government is saying. And they want to see regime change in Kiev, many of them. They believe that those people in power were put there by an illegal coup in 2014, as President Putin says. But also, we're seeing a lot of anti-war protests as well. So certainly, it isn't clear the extent to which Russia has support for this activity.
All right, Julia Chapman in Rostov-on-Don in Russia. Thank you. Well, let's return straight now to James Mates in Kiev. James, as we understand it, it's a quiet morning now after a very intense night there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A lot of street fighting going on. You could hear it throughout the night, air raid sirens going on right through the early hours. But there is a lull now. It's a quiet and peaceful and, I have to say, rather beautiful, if chilly morning here in Kiev. And all we can really tell with certainty until the picture clarifies just exactly what happened last night, but what we can tell with certainty is that this city is still very firmly in the hands of the Ukrainian government.
So, James, what sense are you getting about what is going to be happening later on today? I mean, are there whispers that the Russians are going to intensify their bombardment?
There are fears, no one's getting any information on that obviously, but there are fears that Russian patience with an attempt to take Kiev through a surgical thrust into the city centre is clearly not working. It's the second day they've tried. They have seen, everyone's seen what the Russians have done in taking cities before in Grozny in Chechnya, which was leveled to the ground, and in Aleppo in Syria more recently. And everybody absolutely dreads that the Russians would start using the sort of indirect weapons of multiple launch rocket systems or heavy artillery or air bombardments against a city like this, a vast sprawling metropolis, 3 million people. It absolutely beggars belief what might happen here if they were to start doing that. We did see last night an apartment block was hit by a missile. Dramatic video of that happening and of the damage that it caused. One must assume, it just seemed to be a regular apartment block of no great significance. One must assume that this was a missile that was off course, but that shows exactly what can happen when you use weapons like that in civilian and built-up areas.
James, what sense are you getting of civilian casualties where you are?
We haven't heard anything about the casualties from last night yet. There have been upwards of 50 reported from the fighting overnight, the night before last and yesterday morning. And that's just in Kiev. Obviously there's fighting going on in Kharkiv as well, and in around many other cities. What's significant is that the Russians have not yet taken a major city in Ukraine, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been fighting in several of them. And that civilian casualties are being reported. Collating the numbers is difficult. There is so much uncertainty and so much misinformation as well in terms of that you have to be really careful reporting specific figures on the basis that they may be accurate. Both the casualty figures amongst civilians and those reported to have been suffered by the Ukrainian armed forces, by the Russian armed forces, every army in time of war, every government, even if they think they're giving honest and accurate figures, inevitably their losses get deflated, enemy losses get inflated, and we reporting this just have to be really careful about not giving too much credibility to claims and counterclaims.
All right, James, for the moment, thank you. And our Deputy Political Editor, Anushka Astana, is in Downing Street. Returning to you, Anushka, now, Will there be renewed efforts on sanctions from the government today? Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Boris Johnson is going to continue to push to try to get Russia pushed off that SWIFT platform. You know, when you were speaking to James Heappey earlier, it's clear that there are two parts to the sanctions effort here. One is trying to sanction individuals, and on that, some experts I speak to think that we are behind the US and the EU. As you pointed out, Mary, we are not naming as many people because they say there are these legal hold-ups. They're being very careful about going through that process before they actually put names down. That means that, for example, you know, a number of members of the Russian parliament, the Duma, haven't yet been named as part of sanctions, although we know that they are coming. The other side of it is whether we can go further, whether we can force Russia off this banking system, which basically is how banks transfer money between each other. It would be very painful. We know that Germany has been reluctant. They think there would be retaliation. They think it could be very painful for their economy. But all the noises are moving in that direction. Boris Johnson raised it twice in the NATO meeting yesterday. Last night, a conversation between President Zelensky and President Macron of France seems to have gone positively in that way. The question is, if Russia is pushed off SWIFT, how much impact would it actually have? It certainly would hurt. Analysts think that. But it seems that Russia has been pushing down its private and public sector debt in recent months and building up somewhat of a war chest that will cushion it from economic impacts. The real pain obviously comes militarily, but on that, there are only moves to support Ukraine with military equipment, not actually with troops on the ground, and that makes it a very, very difficult situation. Boris Johnson has talked about trying to get Putin to fail diplomatically, which has clearly failed, politically, economically, in which we clearly need more firepower. He does say, and eventually militarily, but as Robert has pointed out, there is absolutely no talk of that meaning we actually send troops.
Anushka, you were listening to James Heappey earlier on, and I was asking him about Russian money in London, and you know, it's a murky issue, isn't it? Can anything more be done about that?
It's a very murky issue, and one that, to some extent, the Prime Minister does acknowledge. You know, he's talked about the rest of Europe reducing its links to Russian gas, and we know that there are some parts of Europe which get over half of their gas supplies from Russia. But the flip side of that is that we need to reduce our links to Russian dirty money. The evidence is that there is a lot of that in London. You know, the figures are huge. People call it Londongrad. And when sanctions experts talk about how to hurt Putin, it isn't simply by economic measures, for example, by pushing it off SWIFT. It's about hurting him politically, and that means hitting those oligarchs who are very close to him, and many of whom have these links to London. It's about making it a hostile place for that market. But it has for a long time been a market that has attracted Russian money with links to corruption and with links to the Kremlin.
Anushka, what is your take on this issue of whether it is possible to sanction those oligarchs? Because Liz Truss was saying that is being delayed by city law firms who act on behalf of these oligarchs actually moving in to defend them, and others are saying no, it's impossible to delay that without a court order. What is the reality of that? What is the truth of it as you understand it?
Well, the truth of it is that other countries seem to be moving faster than us when it comes to individuals. The US and the EU have issued longer lists of individuals in Vladimir Putin's inner circle who have been sanctioned. Now, when I speak to sources in the Foreign Office about this, they want to make clear that those people are going to get sanctioned, that they are going through this process, and that they think that has to be done to make it legally watertight. You heard James Heappey saying earlier that if they didn't do it, they would worry about the impact afterwards and about it not being watertight. But yes, there is criticism that we are not going as quickly on that front than other countries. But equally, on the other side of this, Boris Johnson has pushed very hard for further sanctions, including of that SWIFT system.
All right. Anushka, for the moment, thank you. Now, thousands of people fleeing Ukraine have been seeking refuge in Poland over the border there, and our correspondent Lucy Watson is there. Lucy, what have you been seeing where you are?
Well, Mary, you join me in a town called Cheshuv, which is about 50 miles away from Ukraine. And it is acting almost like as the next stop for refugees. They come in at the border towns, right at the border, on trains from mainly, as we saw last night, from the capital of Kiev. And then they make another journey on to here. So in the next hour, we are expecting around 2 or 3 trains to come through here. And we're told they are special trains and they are just carrying women and children. Right, assembled behind me right now at the moment are just a few volunteer firefighters. They have brought supplies, there is water, there is food. Just a few moments ago, there was a whole host of people out here who have now gone inside the train station, ready to greet people when they come. The first train, I think, in the next hour. Now, what they are offering are beds in their own homes. They will have water for them. They will have drinks for them. This is an incredible act of solitude. People have just come here on a Saturday morning just to help these people, these very, very desperate people. Now, yesterday, we heard so many harrowing stories. We were right at the border last night. On the Ukrainian side, people are waiting for up to 6 to 12 hours once they reach the border to actually get across. Now, we saw reports of huge numbers of people waiting at almost like the gates, people who had to abandon their cars because they had run out of fuel. There was no access to toilets, no water or no food. Now, in Poland, there are 9 transit points, just like the ones we saw yesterday, set up for people to cross from Ukraine into this country. Now, the authorities are anticipating there could be around 1 to 4 million people making their way over here in the coming days. And the stories, the different tales of these families making the brave choice to leave their homeland, to leave their families behind, to come here, frightened for their lives, quite frankly. Now, I saw a couple this morning just outside where we were staying, and it was a Ukrainian wife and her Dutch husband, and I spoke to them. The Dutch husband spoke very, very good English, and his wife was absolutely terrified. They made the journey yesterday. They got here late last night, and they have 2 small children, and what they were hoping to do was to get over to Holland today, but they just didn't know. They did have a bed last night, and I watched the mother dress up her children, put their hats, put their scarves on this morning, and armed them with colouring books. And this is the situation here right now. This is a situation that my children, those children, will learn about in their history books.
Lucy Watson on the border with Poland, thank you. Let's move on now and speak to the Labour MP Stephen Kinnock. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Kinnock, this morning. What do you think? Has this been a failure of Western foreign policy?
Well, I think over the years we've allowed Mr. Putin to go far too far. Let's not forget that he illegally annexed Crimea in 2014. So more could and should have been done to prevent him from doing what he's doing. But we are where we are now. And the key, I think, is to get weapons into Ukraine, to respond positively and rapidly to every single one of the Ukrainian army's requests, and to be ready to tighten the sanctions on Mr. Putin and his cronies. We certainly support the Prime Minister's efforts to get the rest of the international community to expel Russia from the SWIFT system. So there's a lot more that could and should be done. We need to see some of these designations in terms of asset freezes happening far more quickly. It's frankly disgraceful that there are armies of lawyers and accountants in London who are trying to prevent this from happening, but they can't do it without a court order. So let's make sure that we get the government to push these designations through far more rapidly than is currently the case.
Are you ashamed, frankly, of the West's response?
Well, NATO is a defensive alliance, and Ukraine is not a member of NATO. So putting combat troops into NATO, into Ukraine, was not an option. It's not on the table. But what I think we have to send a very, very clear message is that the Baltic states and Poland and other of those frontline European states are member states of NATO. And if Mr. Putin so much as considers putting a single military boot on the ground in any of those countries, then Article 5 of the NATO treaty will be triggered, and that will have the consequences that we all know. And that has to be absolutely clearly stated. What we are seeing now is extremely brave resistance and stiff resistance from the Ukrainian forces. And it is absolutely clear that with 150,000 troops, Mr. Putin does not have the power to occupy Ukraine. He may be able to occupy perhaps 1 or 2 cities. He will then face a bloody and a dreadful insurgency, which he will lose. He has made a deep and damaging strategic mistake. It's very bad for Russia and for the Russian people. He will lose in the long term because it is absolutely clear that he will never be able to rule Ukraine, and he will face terrible resistance. There will be hundreds and thousands of Russian men going home in body bags, and the Russian people, I think, in the long run, will not put up with that. So in the long run, Mr. Putin has made a terrible mistake here, and we have to make sure that he pays the price.
I'm just wondering, what would Labour have done differently? You're implying the Tories haven't been tough enough to date. So what would you have done differently?
Well, I think if we go back in history to 2014 and the invasion of Crimea, there were a number of sanctions put in place then which weren't even properly implemented. Is it right that 4 years after the invasion of Ukraine, we were celebrating the FIFA World Cup in St. Petersburg? And in Russia, there's so many things that we could and should have done differently, particularly from 2014 onwards, where I think it was very clear to the world that Mr. Putin was trying to roll back the years and reinstate the Soviet Union, frankly, and those days are gone. So the much tougher sanctions, working much more closely with European allies to wean them off their over-reliance on Russian energy, oil and gas. And I think stopping the UK being so open to the dirty money that is washing through London, all of the reforms of Companies House that should have taken place, a register of beneficial overseas interests so we can see who's actually owning these companies, not gutting the National Crime Agency and preventing them from acting on fraud and against kleptocracy.